returned in 2025. Who will be the world champion? The most competitive world championship we've ever had. And the start here, not looking great for Fabrizio as Tord kicks off going first.
Tord starting off with his signature Dreepy and also has the Ultra Ball to kickstart his turn number 1 here. He will be able to search his deck and grab any Pokemon. I think it wouldn't be too surprising if he looks towards getting an additional Dreepy down here. That's oftentimes the priority of these Dragapult builds, because not only are you working towards your Stage 2 main attacking option, but also the more access you have to Dracloak, the more cards you can draw throughout the game with Recon Directive, a phenomenal ability in this deck.
Yeah, Recon Directive, once during your turn, look at the top 2 cards of your deck, choose one and put the other one on the bottom of your deck, allowing you to evolve up through Dracloak, not needing to use that rare candy like we often see in Stage 2 decks. And the Dragapult at the top of the evolution line, an incredible attacker, 320 HP, no weakness, and with that Phantom Dive attack, allowing you to do 200 damage to the active and 6 damage counters to the bench. So you're setting up these board states where you can slowly break down your opponent with a huge tanky Pokemon in the active spot.
And this mirror match is going to be intricate, make no mistake about it. The flexibility of the 6 damage counters that you can place means you can have all sorts of different options on how you try and target down your opponent's bench. And of course, within both players' deck lists, there's also Monkey Dory, a huge card in the format. Every deck is trying to weave this card in, thanks to its Adrena Brain ability. If it has a Darkness Energy attached, you can move up to 3 counters from one of your Pokemon to one of your opponent's Pokemon. That means that not only are you removing damage counters that your opponents put onto your Pokemon, but also it can help you set up even on evolving Pokemon like Dracloak throughout the game.
And looks like Tord has finished his deck check, checked for the prize cards, and has got a Latias EX out of the deck to allow for that Skyliner. It looks like Tord did not go first. Tord is actually going second. It was a pass from Fabrizio.
This changes everything because now Tord has access to Buddy Buddy Poffin, and whenever your opponent fails to get their crucial basic Pokemon into play, being able to initiate an Itchy Pollen lock here to deny the use of your opponent's Buddy Buddy Poffin on the next turn is really going to limit the outs here. It's a better start than we even thought, Mike, because Tord, as you said, is going second. And that means he's going to be able to launch an Itchy Pollen and deny the use of item cards for Fabrizio next turn.
Not only has Fabrizio just got 1 Pokemon in play, but the only Pokemon you want to have in your hand so you can bring it into play to use its ability. And on this occasion, we'll be stuck with just the Holucha on board, as the board is looking incredible for Tord. Both Dreepies down, an energy in play, the Latias to allow mobility, and the Budu to deny Fabrizio options. And we see that Super Rod there, an interesting inclusion from Tord. And I think that's something we're going to see throughout this match, is how he has adapted the Dragapult for this event. Super Rod and 1 Night Stretcher, as opposed to the typical 2 or 3 Night Stretchers we see in Dragapult.
I think it's just showing that he wants to try and squeeze out some extra slots in his deck, and oftentimes, because the Super Rod can gain additional cards back in terms of resources, it makes those Professor's Research less awful. There was the pickup of Brock Scouting, though, in this hand, so Fabrizio is not out of this yet. He will still be able to find a couple of basics here.
Yeah, many people switching Hilda in for Brock Scouting, but it's still incredible under that Budu item lock from the Itchy Pollen, allowing you to search your decks for 2 basic Pokemon or 1 evolution Pokemon and put them into play. At this stage, Brock Scouting will be for those basics, and later on during the game allows you to find those Dracloaks and Dragapults, and pretty much the perfect card to find in this scenario, as item search for Pokemon is not available.
Yeah, typically Brock Scouting looks like an unimpressive, unimposing card, but simply because of the dominance of Itchy Pollen in so many archetypes, this supporter card has made its way into a number of decks just to have additional outs to play the game, and it's exactly what we're seeing here. It's going to be the payment of retreat from this Holucha, so Fabrizio can get his own Budu into play and will be Itchy Pollening straight back into Tord.
Well, you can see the board looking more stable for Tord. And what a hand. Is that 2 Dracloak there to evolve straight away?
Ultra Ball research if he really wants to get aggressive. He did already research away 1 of his boss's orders, so he may not want to rip Professor's Research, but he will start by using Recon Directive before making any other decision here.
Well, at this point, you just want to try and get as many energy in play, because Fabrizio had to attach retreat. Tord is in a position where it has the advantage with 1 energy in play already, so another attachment would allow Tord to get ahead, and that Neo Upper Energy, which is out of reach for Fabrizio as it's currently in the prize cards, is now in Tord's grasp. I don't know if he took it there off the Dracloak.
I think he's pretty safe on this board to attach it to the Drakloak he's simply evolved up. There it is, Neo Upper Energy, the A-Spec both players are using. As you mentioned, Mike, Fabrizio will not have instant access to this card with it being in the prizes. It's a great card to stash right now. And then Tord just has the decision of, do I want to see 6 fresh cards? Do I want to hold boss's orders? No, bossing back up the Dreepy, trying to starve Fabrizio out of turn attachments here. And it will poke for 10. There's a lot that's going on with this one little poke of damage here, Mike.
For sure, denying options, forcing another energy to retreat if Fabrizio is looking to get another Budu, or force the Latias in play as well. Just asking a lot more questions. But that evolution will allow Fabrizio to start drawing, and that's the key in these early stages. Try and get as many cards in hand to open up as many options as possible.
Speaking of options, I think we're lacking some. There's Vesintipity EX in the hand, a few other basics. There is a Professor's Research, though, so the whole hand might have to go here in order to try and cherry-pick some more Dreepy here.
I think an important note for both players is they do have the ability to pick up these EXs like Vesintipity and Latias EX, both having the Professor Turo scenario, but for Tord has a Penny and a Power Pad as well to be able to really recycle that scoop-up effect. And after that research, a quick recon directive will allow for an energy attachment. I'm assuming there is a Luminous, and it's now just, do you go back into that Budu?
It's like we have to. There's another Dreepy in the hand as well that we can bench. We are vulnerable here, though. Make no mistake. Fabrizio is behind on energy drops, and there's a possibility for Tord to continue to target down some Pokemon, because he will most likely be launching a Phantom Dive this turn.
Yeah, and with the Monkey Dory we mentioned before, being able to Adrenabrain damage across, that Drakloak is in range without even needing to be gusted up. So Tord in a very powerful position this turn, and with all those energy on board, we'll be able to create a very stable board state.
The Psychic, and the Dragapult EX pickup. Now we don't even have to use Hilda. We can evolve up into our EX, get even more energy into play, and then we have the option of either INO or Professor's Research here.
Well, tough decision, though. No access to the Monkey Dory in hand. Without items, it's very difficult to do so. And if you were to try and research for it, you then might lose the energy that you'd need to be able to activate that Adrenabrain. So Tord just trying to navigate what is the highest odds option here based off of that hand. What's the best way to go to guarantee? Do you play safe, or do you go for the high-risk aggressive play and look to take out multiple Pokemon? Could even disrupt as well.
Yeah, it looks like he's not going to be looking to reach with Monkey Dory. Instead, going to commit Psychic Energy to his backup Drakloak now as he evolves up into Dragapult EX. And with no boss's orders in the hand, and having just evolved out of one of your Recon Directive, INO for a hand refresh seems like a smart choice here from Tord.
For sure, and we mentioned that this is a great position for Tord, but even better position knowing what we know, that Neo Upper Energy has been prized. So there is no way for Fabrizio to power up the Dragapult in the next turn, as there's no energy on board, and the only way to get 2 energy in play is through that Neo Upper. So it looks bad for Fabrizio, but looks even worse when you're aware of the prize cards.
Will Tord start to go aggressive here? There is some argument to staying behind in prize cards in this mirror match, so you can activate your counter catches and whatnot. But when your opponent has no energy to speak of, continuing to target down these Pokemon seems really reliable. And 6 damage counters will be placed onto this Dreepy. It means that even if Fabrizio evolves into a Drakloak and finds a Monkey Dory, still Tord will be able to target that Pokemon later via the Phantom Dive damage counters.
Our first knockout of the World Championship here, and it was Dragapult EX by Tord Reklev. How poetic for that to be the case. A Phantom Dive to the active, setting up the board. Ever since Dragapult EX has come out, it's always been a card to watch, whether it was partnered with Regidrago V-Star back before rotation, or now on its own, or with Dust Noir. It has so many different ways to be played. This occasion, both these players selecting the pure Dragapult build, and you can see exactly why. The consistency of the Drakloak engine allowing you to set up, and with that early game disruption of the Budu, it really puts you in a great position. And on this occasion, it's just Tord who's come out on top of that early game disruption, thanks to his powerful start, and Fabrizio starting a little slower.
At least has access to items now. The Itchy Pollen Lock has been released. So we'll use the Ultra Ball now to find a backup Drakloak. As we said, still a vulnerable Pokemon here. The way Tord decided to place the damage counters means that this Drakloak might only get 1 Recon Directive in before it's knocked out. So Fabrizio really has to work towards getting something going here. The lack of access to Phantom Dive this turn means he might still look to use Budu in some regard here. It's another low hit point Pokemon you'd be forcing onto the board, which is not ideal at all, but at least he's able to launch an Iono here to try and hand disrupt Tord and see a fresh Sticks himself.
Yeah, with no energy on board, promoting that Hawlucha, no intention to attack with a Dragapult this turn, as it would just be that Jet Headbutt. But the Pheasantipity EX, a great card in pretty much all of our top decks, allowing you to flip the script. If any of your Pokemon were knocked out during your opponent's last turn, you're able to draw 3 cards, and a great consistency card to get you back into the game after conceding a knockout.
That's exactly what that is, and you'll see it in basically every deck in the format, to be honest, has reason to like this EX Pokemon, just to give you the extra reach to bounce back. And there are so many comeback mechanic style cards in the game. Pheasantipity is one of them, but of course, as you get closer towards the end game as well, having a Pheasantipity EX on the board can put your opponent in strange positions where you can have that extra reach towards that final few cards to combine to close out the game. So it's going to be showing up in all sorts of decks, and it's also going to be a reason why many players try an intricate prize map towards the later stages, as Fabrizio has found a Psychic Energy and can evolve to protect his Dragapult EX now to work towards a Phantom Dive on later turns. But I don't see if there's many other actions going on here. A Buddy Buddy Poffin might be the final act of the turn.
I mean, you rarely see in a mirror match where one person's able to use their main attacker twice before you even attack, that it's ever going to be going in your favor. But Dragapult has that ability to come back. The disruption, the ability to gust up vulnerable Pokemon really does allow you to create scenarios that are great for you. And one scenario that's great for comeback is Tord Reklev's Maractus that he has. However, there isn't a Maractus on Fabrizio's side, and even if there was, there'd be so many ways to pick up Pokemon. So there's not many crazy comeback mechanics, and Fabrizio's playing more for the consistency of hitting Dragapult as often as possible. And unfortunately, in this game, it's not quite worked out for him.
Passing back over to Tord then, he still has free reign of this board. I think there's also the Luminous Energy in hand for Monkey Dory this turn as well. You can get even more creative with your damage counter placement here. Continue to start setting up Pokemon. I think the only thing he's lacking again is something like Boss's Orders. A couple of them already used, but of course Tord is playing 3 copies within his deck in addition to 3 copies of Counter Catcher, and the final one's in those prize cards. So he has to attack through Hawlucha in this instance and just make the most out of his Phantom Dive damage counters.
And that Buddy Buddy Poffin, so key in these evolving decks, allowing you to find those 2 Pokemon with 70 HP or less, put them on your bench. It wouldn't work with the Hawluchas, that has to come from your hand. But for many of the cards in the format, you just want to go as wide as possible, as you can see with both Dragapults on here, trying to go wide to put as many Dracloak in play, as it is your draw engine as well as your attacker. And that's what Tord is going to do exactly right now. Another Dreepy going down off the back of a Buddy Buddy Poffin. Only 1 bench space, so we'll be putting that down. But even in this late game, especially as none of them were really used early on thanks to the Budu, I think only 1 from Tord, there will be plenty throughout the game to keep restabilizing that board.
His board position is just phenomenal right now. He's already got 1 backup Dracloak. He's working on getting the next one established. He has energy attachment for Monkey Dory, and he's launched a couple of Phantom Dives ahead of his opponent. So he is just really putting himself in the best position here to churn through prizes as the latter stages get on. And speaking of which, he's going to now thin some useless item cards and Professor's Research for a fresh 7 here. Continue this dominant turn. He is so far ahead in this game number 1 here. It's a best of 3, of course, in our Swiss rounds. You can see the time ticking down in the bottom of your screen there as well to try and conclude the 3-game series. So it's not all over for Fabrizio here by any stretch, but Tord is looking very ahead in this game 1.
Yeah, 50-minute round. When the round is called, there will be 3 turns for the players to play it out, as well as the turn that is currently in play. And so plenty of time still available for 2 more games to conclude after this one. And I think there's definitely a point in this game where Tord is feeling confident with his current board position that he can just continually attack with that Dragapult. The disruption is great into many of the decks in the format, especially when you play Dragapult, as you can often set up boards where you don't take a knockout, so you don't give them the Pheasantipity EX. But with those Dracloaks, you do see an extra few cards, as well as denying cards you don't want, and it really allows you to stabilize throughout the game, especially once the energy is all in play, ready to go.
It looks like Tord is just doing his diligent deck thinning here, playing Ultra Balls, pulling cards that he might not necessarily want even in his hand, just so that he's setting himself up for late game Iono, because I feel like that's one of the only things that can slow him down after such a great start.
Now, when you say deck thinning, how important is that for players at this event?
There's no doubt that it's vital. Every single time you have that opportunity to improve your odds at finding the cards you want, especially when a deck like Dragapult EX has reach from Recon Directive. You get to access more cards from your deck. The fact that you can take out cards you never want to see as the game progresses, it's going to improve your odds of getting exactly what you'd like to hit. Because I think the one thing Tord wants to work towards is Pal Pad if you can.
Yeah, and especially with both of these guys having cards that are for specific matchups that they don't want to use in this particular matchup, getting rid of those and putting them in the discard pile is the best place for them. As we see that Monkey Dory, the Adrenabrain, a card you're going to see a lot of throughout the World Championship. One of the most powerful cards in every deck, as it allows you to spread all that damage across the board. And in conjunction with Dragapult's Phantom Dive, you're putting a lot of damage across to the other side. And that Drakloak that we mentioned before has now been knocked out too, and there is some spare damage counters for Tord to sprinkle around.
Yeah, it looks like 5 additional damage counters after taking already a 2-prize KO here. Finishing off the setup Drakloak over a couple turns. 1 counter going on to Pheasantipity EX. And again, you can have a situation of placing 3 and 3 on multiple 3P here. You don't have that much damage to play with, but 3 counters on one of them could be vital here, especially when Fabrizio can't really afford to attach to a Monkey Dory next turn.
Yeah, and it's going to just be putting all 4 onto one of those 3P, and Tord is getting closer to taking all those prize cards. Just 3 remaining for him, as Fabrizio has yet to take one. And I'm sure he's looking to try and get that Neo Upper Energy out of the prizes, as a little bit behind on those energy attachments. Struggling a little bit here with the stability of the board, but does start things off with a Flip the Script.
Yeah, we need help from Flip the Script, because I didn't see access to Iono, and I feel like that has to start coming down at this stage in the game when you're quite far behind. Has found Ultra Ball, so can at least evolve up into a Drakloak here. I don't even think he has access to Fire Energy just yet, unless it was found off the Pheasantipity EX.
You mentioned the Iono, really powerful here against Tord, as Tord has no draw engine on board, but does have both attackers ready to go. So he's just hoping that 2 Dragapults is enough at this stage, retreat into them for free with the Latiasi X's Skyliner, and just continue the final 3 prize cards through 2 or 3 Phantom Dives.
Fabrizio going to say that the 4 damage on Dreepy means that's basically no longer an option. Let's attempt to get a Drakloak in the mix instead on a healthy Pokemon on the bench. Does have a Monkey Dory. Actually, there is Night Stretcher in the hand, so we could evolve up multiple Cloak here if need be, just for extra draw power. It's whether or not we need to prioritize an energy instead here. Did we find Iono from the Pheasantipity? I see a lot of Boss's Orders. I see Hilda. I'm not sure if I see the Iono. And Tord sat on a great hand as well, by the way. He's sat on Professor Toro's Scenario next turn in case there's a hit with a Phantom Dive. Could be getting... Oh, he did find Iono, so here we go. A big hand disruption. Fabrizio will see 6. Tord losing a bunch of cards in his hand and losing a Drakloak to the bottom of the deck as well. That would be like his only semblance of any draw power. So Tord is going to be limited to a really low number of cards next turn. Yeah, exactly what you need to see from Fabrizio.
Just see him taking that little bit of extra time to remember what was in that hand, so he knows to shuffle or continue drawing down. And I do like this Iono now. And the energy attachment coming through will allow the first Phantom Dive of the game for Fabrizio, and will try and claw back through this game. The Jamming Tower coming down, the stadium of choice for Fabrizio. Unfortunately for him, there is no tools in Tord's deck, so we'll just be getting it out of the hand and into play. And we'll be looking to Phantom Dive into the active, putting 200 damage on Tord's Dragapult EX. And now for those 6 damage counters.
And when we're dealing this much and keeping that damage in play, it doesn't really make sense to spread the damage counters too much, trying to play around Monkey Dory, because they can always get the maximum value by removing the damage off the active Pokemon. So instead, it's going to be a full 6 onto the Dreepy here. To do the same thing Tord set up a few turns earlier, which was even after evolving up and using Adrenabrain, Fabrizio can still target down a Drakloak if you would like.
Yeah, you see that Pal Pad there, a card Tord loves to use, as he loves to have these unusual supporters in deck that he can reset, and then also adding that 4th and 5th Boss's Orders back into the deck, playing only 3 copies, but by having the Pal Pad, it's almost like he's playing a 5th copy of every time he uses that Boss's Orders, and you can see how important that card is in the archetype. We saw Dragapult EX increase the number of Gust options as the deck got stronger and stronger. Playing 4 Boss's Orders, 3 counter catchers. Last time we saw Tord piloting it. Now with those 3 Boss's Orders, and I believe 3 counter catcher, maybe 2. 3 counter catcher. That is a lot of Gust option once you put them back in with the Pal Pad.
And Tord is spying game this turn with the 10 damage already on Pheasantipity EX and a heavily damaged Dreepy. This one recon directive can find one of those two boss's orders, and the game could be closed out this turn, Mike. It's only a couple cards, but the deck is relatively thin, and we have just shuffled two boss's orders into the deck. We could be closing out game one very shortly. Let's see the two cards off the top.
Either of them boss is a counter catcher.
The Ethan Pseudo-Wudo as well, an interesting tech inclusion. Not only is Tord playing the Maractus, but also an Ethan Pseudo-Wudo, which can also be a corner trapping option.
Well, here's a little quiz for you. I said you're the encyclopedia of knowledge. Tell me, what does Ethan Pseudo-Wudo do? Well,
Impound is just like corner in that it can deny the defending Pokemon from retreating, but it also has the try to imitate attack that can have some interesting high roll moments in panic situations. Flip a coin if heads, choose one of your opponent's active Pokemon's attack, and use it as this attack. Fabrizio, sigh of relief. The game hasn't ended just yet. Tord having to suffice for attacking into the active Dragapult, and will go down to 2 prize cards remaining, finishing off the bench Dracloak here after the use of Monkey Dory.
Now, in this matchup, when there's damage on board, especially when there's that much damage on a Dragapult, you'd think about something like Professor Turo's Scenario as a great option to get rid of it. But without that Neo Upper Energy, or without a bunch of energy in play already, that would mean Fabrizio has no attacker outside of something like a Blood Moon Ursaluna, and that puts him in a tough position to really continue attacking. So Professor Turo's Scenario might seem great here, but it might just be putting him so far behind it's not possible. There it is.
Yeah, 3 additional cards from the Flip the Script. We do have Counter Catcher plus Iono, a classic combination that Dragapult likes to string together to attempt to buy time. There aren't many liabilities on the bench for Tord, though. So there's not even great trapping opportunities thanks to the Skyliner ability of Latiasi X. So Fabrizio may not even have the option. Can attach to Monkey Dory here. Doesn't change a huge amount, though. With such a heavily damaged Dragapult, Tord's still in this commanding spot. We're going to be healing up the Dreepy and taking a prize here.
Oh, looking to get that Neo Upper Energy off the prize cards, I think, with that. And going to be looking to just retreat here. Maybe we're going to see the Dreepy going forward and just trying to find another turn of options. But yeah, just really looking to try and get that Neo Upper Energy. You can see that whenever you see someone taking a knockout with Monkey Dory on something like a Buddy, or finishing off something before the attack, they're typically looking to try and find something off the prize cards. On this occasion, it was not found. So Fabrizio is just looking to see if he can get another turn, as Tord, not many cards in hand and only the 1 Dracloak to draw.
Boss's Orders will do it. There it is, coming to the top. Boss's Orders. Tord can close out the final 2 prize cards and take a dominating game number 1.
What a game for Tord. Set up well. It will be Tord looking a little bit stumped at his hand, but actually,
I wouldn't be. He's got 2 Buddy Poffins, Mike.
Well, Buddy Poffins will find you all the Pokemon you need. There's energy in there, pretty much the perfect turn 1. And how does he do it? Tord will find his way through and just do that deck check, and you'll see this throughout the tournament, all these players wanting to make sure they understand what their prize cards are. Speaking of prize cards, talk us through that unusual card we don't often see in Dragapult.
Well, the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX is a tech card that Tord has chosen to include within his list. Of course, there is luminous energy in the deck, meaning that you can use the Demolish attack if you would need to, but it's really all about the Cornerstone stance ability here, preventing all damage from attacks done to this Pokemon by your opponent's Pokemon that have an ability. And it won't be coming up much in this matchup, no doubt. That's going to be staying well clear of the board if Tord can ever help it. But it's a fantastic card into a number of matchups. One of the premium reasons to have it in the deck is going to be the Golden Go EX matchup.
Yeah, probably our most popular deck coming into the tournament. Many of you familiar with its rise recently thanks to Genesect EX. And it is so powerful where there's many of these 320 HP Pokemon, 330, 310, like we see with the Dragapult EX here. Being able to knock out anything thanks to its attack is so, so good. But on the other side, I think Fabrizio will be happier to see Buddy in the active, as well as that Neo Upper Energy in the hand. Hasn't got a chance to prize check yet, but we'll be sure that he has that in play this game. But Buddy start a great position. You don't have to retreat then. Both players in a spot now where they're confident that they're going to get an itchy pollen off at the beginning of the game.
Instead of be feeling happy, but I'd be having a sinking feeling in my stomach. A game down, only 20 or so minutes remain on the clock, and your opponent's just gone double Buddy Poffin turn 1. That's a really awkward situation. You choose to go second with these decks to give yourself the best odds of hitting these Buddy Poffin, but sometimes your opponent just has them in the opening. And now look at Tord's board. Led with the Budgie, which means he's already threatening Itchy Pollen with no headache, no need to put the Latias EX into play just yet, and has already started to find Dreepy, which really sets him up nicely. Does he have a turn attachment to boot? A fourth Dreepy coming onto this board, and the Monkey Dory, and that's where the energy is going to go first with a Luminous attachment, and we're passing action over. What a stunning turn one for Tord.
And not many cards left in hand. He'll be hoping one of those is something like a Research, or maybe find that off the top, but able to set up everything he needs for the first turn anyway. We can work that one out later. On the other side, Fabrizio going to be doing his first deck check. We'll be pleased to see that it's not too scary this occasion. Does have a few cards in there that are useful. Having a fourth Dreepy, having a fourth Dracloak, always nice to have them as you see them more often. And that Boss's Orders and the Research, but all of these cards in multiple counts within the deck.
Fabrizio playing the full 4 copies, as Tord actually did at the NAIC. So I'm sure Fabrizio was somewhat inspired by Tord's choice, which is what's led him towards choosing this deck for the World Championships this weekend. We're seeing the early search for a couple Dreepy of his own. And as you spotted, Mike, already energy attachments. The Neo Upper Energy going to be committed early here onto a Dreepy. It's a Boss's Orders. There's just a bunch of energy in this hand.
Well, we noticed that last game, the first play was Tord bossing up a Dreepy and Itchy Pollen into it. So not only inspired by the deck, but maybe inspired
hey, good
by
idea.
The option. As the evolution into the Dracloak will allow those draws to come through. And as
Monkey Dory boss, not ideal.
You really want to start getting those Dracloaks on board, as many as possible, really, at this early stage.
There's a Psychic Energy. You could attach Retreat if you want to Itchy Pollen your opponent back here. That's exactly what we're going to be seeing from Tord. Try and protect your Dracloak as best as possible, and deny the outs from Fabrizio to find multiple Dracloak himself here. Just going to quickly ask how many in the hand. Both players kind of sat on not much. It's going to be a Boss's Orders back. The Monkey Dory can fling 1 damage counter over to the Budju, and then it will be an Itchy Pollen here as well.
Why is that Boss's Orders play so key for these players early on?
Well, when you're lacking draw power, there's always a way that you can make a situation happen like this, where you're forcing energy attachments off these Pokemon just to retreat. And Tord's already found his Monkey Dory energy attachment, and that's a big advantage in mirror matches. So whenever you're removing an attachment, you're putting your opponent behind that little bit, and Fabrizio just having to settle for an Itchy Pollen here.
And without that ability to evolve through Rare Candy, another key component to early turns is evolving into Dracloak. And on this occasion, Tord may only have that 1 Dracloak, but it's going to get him more cards. It's going to allow him to get to Dragapult sooner. And this knockout here on the Budu, not only will it take a prize card, but it will remain item lock for Fabrizio. Not able to play any of those item cards, but the Pheasantipity now activated.
Does it change his fortune here? Do we finally have access to a draw supporter? So far, just the Boss's Orders played. Well, at least he's found another Budju. It could be another retreat play. It's getting more and more awkward for Fabrizio. The only good news is that Tord hasn't had the best hand either. Both players are working on a little right now. It's another energy having to be sacrificed to maintain this Itchy Pollen lock, hurting the outs of Tord's draws from his Recon Directive.
You just see that Monkey Dory early on with the Luminous Energy attachment, allowing those...
Ooh, it's a Research, Mike.
Ooh, that's huge there. The Adrenabrain early on, just popping damage back across. But on this occasion, the Research will allow Tord to dig deeper and hopefully set up some more Dracloaks, as that singular Dracloak might be good, but you just want to set up the most aggressive board state possible, especially while Fabrizio is struggling to get going.
The more the merrier for Tord. He's able to pick up, it looks like a Dragapult EX for the following turn as well, perhaps. Looking pretty solid here. Did have the attachment of Luminous Energy. We're going to see the Monkey Dory removing a damage from his active Budju here. Going to go on to another Dreepy.
That's huge, that 1 damage there.
Sets up a Phantom Dive, of course.
Well, that's the...
Keep poking with Itchy Pollen and hoping that Fabrizio's top decks are poor, which it seems like they are. Just the Hawlucha off the top. Luminous Energy attachment to Dreepy, and Tord again has this fantastic opportunity. It's just an Itchy Pollen. Tord is going to have the option to take out the Neo Upper Energy A-Spec here. If he can attack with a Dragapult, it looks like it's already in hand.
You mentioned as soon as it came into play, that could come back to bite in the future, as it could get denied, but you just don't expect to be denying yourself of Dracloaks for this long.
Yes.
And it's just been so tough for Fabrizio, even with that flip the script from Pheasantipity, unable to draw into the Dracloaks. And once 1 is on board, you're just seeing so many more cards per turn, and that's exactly what you're seeing right now for Tord. That research last time was thanks to the Drakloak digging deeper through the deck, and that will just continue to be the case, as we need another energy and the Dragapult to evolve to be able to swing and knock out the Dreepy on the bench, and at that point, Fabrizio will just have a single Dreepy in play.
It's going to be an awful position. There's also Boss's Orders in the hand, so Tord could take out double Dreepy here, leaving Fabrizio with a Pheasantipity EX and a Budju. That is not where you want to be. Boss's Orders up the Neo Upper Energy Dreepy. Tord going to be going up 3 prize cards and eliminating every threat on Fabrizio's side of the field.
Well, that's the power of this deck. The Budju keeping the lock on for longer.
Wow.
In combination with the Monkey Dory, damage has been moved around, set up the double knockout. No Dreepy on board for Fabrizio. He's going to have to claw back into this one. We said it last time, trying to find a way back in. On this occasion, it's an even harder hill to climb.
My goodness. He has not had the best rub of the green here at all, Fabrizio. Both hands have been subpar in his openings, and Tord has just... Well, in this game, it took him a little while to get going, but eventually the recon directives did it, and it's going to be the handshake from Fabrizio. He understands that Tord has built once again an
things off.
See the draw for turn, and he's also leading out with a Flutter Mane here. That Midnight Fluttering ability, shutting down abilities in the active position for the opponent when the Flutter Mane is in the active position. You also see a turn 1 Nest Ball here, so Riley immediately going to look through the deck, check out his prize cards, the couple Monkey Dory probably being the biggest alarm bell for him. He's also going to be able to have access to an early Ralts, if not already in his hand. The deck really gets ticking, Mike, when you start a couple of things in the deck. Firstly, you want to find access to your Gardevoir EX. The Psychic Embrace is the lifeblood of the deck, which means you also need to start discarding Psychic Energy as you go. As you tick along, searching through to get your Stage 2s developed, to get your prominent attackers set up, you also want to be pitching these Psychic Energy so that you can access them whenever you like via your Gardevoir EX.
Well, that route's going down, and just a continued deck check here, confirming all those cards. And I think what's interesting with that Flutter Mane in the active, it was a card that when it came out was popular as an inclusion to disrupt in the active. But since then, other disruption options like Budju have become more popular. Why are we seeing Flutter Mane come back into this Gardevoir deck?
There's a few reasons. Obviously, the Midnight Fluttering can frustrate a few opponents. There are some crucial abilities that you would like to shut down. Golden Go might be one of those, and there's some acknowledgement there. You can try and shut down even a Genesect. Shutting that down in the right instance would be devastating for a Golden Go EX player. But of course, the Hexel also helps against with devolution strategies. When you're facing these other evolution decks, we know that Gardevoir is very capable at setting up multiple Pokemon, especially with Monkey Dory, and the 90 damage to the active plus 2 counter placement is so flexible in the deck that it can allow you to have the strategy of TM devolution, and I think both players are opting to have it within their deck list. So the Flutter Mane is a really versatile option.
Yeah, and some people mentioning Klefki is a great option to include, as it shuts down the abilities of all basics, but it also shuts down your own basics, like your Monkey Dory, whereas that Flutter Mane only shutting down the active, but it shuts down all Pokemon in the active, which is a great opportunity to deny opportunities. And one of those would, in fact, be the Jellicent, you know, and that would deny that as an option, as well as lots of great gusting options. You can gust things up like Latias EX, where decks always rely on the Skyliner ability to allow them to retreat. Flutter Mane is a way to gain back a turn into those decks, which might struggle otherwise. So high-level plays will be opened up for Riley throughout the tournament with that inclusion, but getting that fundamental Ralts down on the first turn, as well as a Monkey Dory with a Dark Energy attached, setting up that Monkey Dory battle that you like to see of as many Dark Energies as possible. And it's thanks to that Artisan, which unfortunately has been provided to Isaiah in return.
Yeah, that's actually a big deal for Isaiah, because it may instruct his use of Supporter. If he had access to the likes of Arven and a different Supporter, now he can gain access to Artisan and realize that, oh, Secret Box is in the prize card, so I won't go that direction, I'll go somewhere else. And as we know, Isaiah is always diligent at checking out those prize cards, so he's going to be doing that quite routinely here.
Actually had an Artisan in hand, so it wasn't as a disruptive a scenario as possible to hold that Artisan, but I think that's the key with Artisan. Many people are worried about giving away information to your opponent or giving them the opportunity to place their own non-rule box Pokemon down. But a lot of the time, if you set up, you're confident your deck is going to win. On this occasion, Riley, confident that if he gets that Monkey Dory and the Ralts down on that first turn, that's going to put him in the best position to set up a game-winning board.
oftentimes it is going to be a case of whoever has more Monkey Dory with more Darkness Energy attached is typically going to be in a better board position, to be honest with you. It grants access to more healing, as well as just more access to taking out crucial threats. So keeping up on the Dark Energy attachments for the turn, in addition to the Psychic Embrace attachments, is going to be one of the things we have to follow during this game. We see the Frillish come down straight away from Isaiah. No energy attachment whatsoever, but it is threatening the potential to Oceanic Bloom and evolve up into a Jellicent EX as well. Item lock is really important in this matchup, Mike, because these are rare candy-based stage 2s.
Well, it's interesting because you look on the other side and there was 3 Dark Energy in that opening hand, which is great in many scenarios, but it also means there's not those Psychic Energies to discard, and I had to discard a Dark Energy and go for that Mew EX because that hand is so poor at this stage, as well as the Bravery Charm and Dark Energy in hand will be just looking to draw out of this with that restart ability.
And even just seeing the Frillish straight away means there's more urgency around this, Mike. There could have been situations where Riley was happy to just arson out another Ralts and just hold the Ultra Ball Pheasantipity as an option. But in this case, seeing a Frillish, knowing that you could lose access to items means we have to go a little bit faster. We're going to Bravery Charm up our Mew EX here and see a fresh 3 cards. It's Ultra Ball double Psychic. Is that right? Looks like a pretty good hand, to be honest. You want to start pitching these energy while you can. You could grab a Curlier immediately here. Going down to 0 cards in hand, but your Mew EX is looking a lot safer thanks to the Bravery Charm.
There we go, the Curlier.
Yeah, right. Also access to the Artisan, so you have the backup Ralts just in case your opponent gets really fruity with early gusting plays. There have been Boss's Orders. Of course, Isaiah chose to play a single copy of Boss's Orders in his NAIC list. There's also always the threat of Screamtail that can access the bench, so getting multiple targets on the board developed is important. Actually retreating out of Fluttermane here to go into Mew, into the pass.
Wow, well, Isaiah didn't do much on that first turn. Set up all the Pokemon, but no supporter was used, no energy was attached. So you're going to be pretty confident that that hand isn't doing much. Even if there's a Gardevoir in there, it's not much use because you need to start discarding those energy. And without a supporter, without energy cards, there's probably not much in the way Isaiah can do here unless a top deck allows for a fresh set of cards, either through the INO or Research, which is so key. That's going to be a pass there back to Riley, who's looking to race ahead now with that restart, drawing 2 cards straight away.
Couple item cards. Looks like there's INO in the hand. That would give your opponent access to a fresh 6. Could be a big risk here, but you won't have any draw power from Mew next turn because you've got clogged up with items yourself. Can use Night Stretcher, maybe develop another Monkey Dory if you would like. There's not much else you can do here, though. Both players kind of on fumes. It's going to be a fresh 6 from Riley here, so both players have the sigh of relief of seeing access to new cards. It does mean that Riley has the priority this turn. He could begin launching meaningful attacks, but it is still a big relief for Isaiah here.
Yeah, with that Night Stretcher being such a powerful resource in the deck, only 2 copies in Riley's deck, and with 4 Research, which is going to be your frequent way to dig through the deck, you're often going to be discarding vital resources as you go. And if a knockout happens on an important attacker, you want to be able to return that back into your hand. So Riley opting to keep that rather than utilize it on this occasion for the Dark Energy.
Ultra Ball means Gardevoir EX will be established this turn for Riley, who's slow-volved up to find this stage 2. And there are a few Psychic already in the discard pile for him. I'm not sure if he quite has access enough to launch a Hex Hurl option. Ooh, also eyeing up potentially Screamtail from the Artisan here. You could try and take out a Frillish or a Ralts if you would like. There's always a bit of cat and mouse going on in this matchup where a lot of your low hit point Pokemon self-damage, and that could open the door for Adrenabrain from your opponent to punish you. So trying to still make meaningful math happen without over-damaging these Pokemon is still really vital.
With that Artisan in play for the rest of the game, both players playing Artisan, no way to bump it. It will just be accessible to be able to put any of your non-rulebox Pokemon into play at any given moment. So something like a Screamtail, you don't need to worry about getting it down early. You just get it down when you need it. And that's a very powerful position to be in. I'm just looking to set up that Monkey Dory, and we'll be able to move the damage across and take the knockout on the Ralts. And that's a great position to be in.
We're flinging 1 damage counter over with the Adrenabrain. Then we're going to finish off the Ralts via the Mind Bend. We are taking the first prize of the game here, but we are putting our Monkey Dory in a vulnerable position. You've just given Isaiah a fresh 6 cards, so even though he's had a few slow turns, that may no longer be the case. And we really, you know, with a couple prize Monkey Dory especially, the fact that you could be losing one with a Dark Energy is a risk here, Mike. There was the option of Screamtail, but Riley chose to go this direction instead, keeping his board space for more options.
Yeah, playing the 4 Monkey Dory, 4 Dark Energy, very much leaning into the Monkey Dory, but you can see there that hand not ideal, no way to discard the energy. Does have 2 Gardevoir there, and Ionoing them back to the bottom of the deck. That is not going to make it easy to get a Gardevoir out this turn, so we likely will just see an Oceanic Gloom from the Frillish to try and slow down Riley.
It does set up a potential TM Evolution if that's found as well, which is taken off the top. Now you could evolve into Curlier and TM Evolution up into a Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, that's going to be an option. Then at that point, you're giving Riley so much time, and is it more important to just get the Gardevoir going? This is a really tough position Isaiah's found himself in. No energy discarded at this point too, so going to be really looking to stabilize and come back from behind.
No Oceanic Gloom isn't doing much in the way of damage because there's already Adrenabrain developed. We're going to quickly tap the Artisan here to gain access to an additional basic Pokemon. The game plan is quite different for a build with Frillish and Jellicent EX because you're still trying to work towards a TM Devolution play at times, but also the Jellicent EX can deny lots of items during the game. Counter Catcher being a vital one, Rare Candy being a vital one, meaning that if you take out one Gardevoir, one Ralts on the bench isn't sufficient. It has to be a Curlier already developed. And of course, there's still the mini game of more Monkey Dory is better, and that's why Isaiah now is going to Artisan for a second one.
Yeah, had the challenge there of trying to establish another Gardevoir line, but by putting 2 vulnerable Pokemon in play, like I think Curlier and the Frillish, it could potentially lead to some issues, but having the Monkey Dories available there would be ideal in future turns to set up those Dark Energy. But without one attachment this turn, it feels like that Monkey Dory is just now on the bench without an option available. So
yeah,
it's a really tough decision for Isaiah here.
With no backup Ralts, I was pretty certain to see the TM Evolution. It means we can get Gardevoir EX and access to our Jellicent EX as well on the bench now.
Yeah.
Its ability is only active when itself is in the active position, but it does shut down the use of items and tool cards. Very disruptive option in the deck. Power Press is a decent attack. It can reach 160 damage if there are 4 or more energy attached to the Jellicent, and that can happen all in the turn with Gardevoir, but Isaiah has really lacked any access to Darkness Energy. He's had to manually attach the Psychic so far and has none in his discard pile. He's still working from behind right now.
Yeah, and you wonder how much that Jellicent in combination with TM Devolution could work in this matchup.
Right.
And I think Riley will have to be thinking about that now, of stabilizing the Curlier and then the Gardevoir later on to put yourself in a strong position, as that Jellicent would shut down the Rare Candy route back up to a Gardevoir. And the secret box available to Riley, still in the prize cards for Isaiah, will be able to get out lots of important cards at this stage.
Yep, it's a great card to use Arven for, especially when you can grab a TM Evolution just for fodder here for your 3 discard requirement. I think there's another one in the hand as well. Riley can easily discard these and have access to all sorts here. Crucially, supporter cards at this stage could be vital. Even getting access to Earthen Vessel and getting more energy thrown around. And get access to another Monkey Dory, that could be huge. That final board space, we saw Riley hesitant to put a Screamtail down on the previous turn to keep his bench space open.
Well, that first decision of the secret box is I am going to get a Professor's Research. That is the easy decision here. Now I've got to work out the stabilizers and getting more Psychic Energy discarded, as well as that Artisan that you can just get out of the deck and try and make it as consistent as possible in case of disruption, because that is the typical way a Gardevoir comes back in many matchups, is to use the Iono to disrupt and put your opponent behind and skip a few turns ahead. And if you can thin out all of these cards you don't need, you can make it more likely that you're Iono-proofed.
Yeah.
And without the draw engine on board, like many decks do have, Gardevoir will typically rely on a setup board that cannot be disrupted.
And in this instance, it will be Artisan here after the Earthen Vessel. There's already Darkness Energy in hand, so I wouldn't mind another Monkey Dory hitting the board here. And then the question becomes, does Riley want to protect this active Monkey Dory and go into a Hex Hurl option? I feel like that does make a lot of sense here. You're throwing more damage counters around the board. There has lacked access to energy so far, and Riley is also seeing an additional 7 cards here, so a really good turn, even before he's played his supporter. TM Evolution thrown onto Gardevoir EX just as an option, but it's rarely going to be used here, I think. going to see the retreat into the Gardevoir EX, also a decent attacker. The damage is immediately being thrown back onto Gardevoir, or perhaps are we going to see a TM evolution and continue to go slowly here? Wow. Riley has the option to research next turn, get a bunch of energy in the discard pile. Yeah, maybe we are going slower here. Just going to throw a couple damage that we put onto Gardevoir EX onto Isaiah's Frillish, and we're just going to evolve up into Curlier. This is recognition, Mike, that we are afraid of TM devolution, and we're respecting the item lock potential of a Jellicent EX.
Yeah, and with the double Monkey Dory in play, being able to move damage back is definitely on the card. So if you get attacked into by Isaiah, into that Gardevoir X in the active spot, you're in a very strong position to be able to send that straight back and get even further ahead. So you're almost, you're asking to be attacked at this point, and that's the key to a lot of these decks like Gardevoir. They don't want to get too far ahead, because that's not really where they work their best. They often like getting a little bit behind. They want to give away that counter-catcher option that many of the Gardevoir decks do play.
Isaiah finally having a turn that you like to see. Researching away a couple Psychic Energy, now can Earthen Vessel to access more Psychic in addition to a Darkness Energy, so he can start to try and keep up on this Monkey Dory race. I wonder if he's going to start trying to pivot out of this Frillish this turn, as an Earthen Vessel does discard a Psychic Energy here. One interesting intricacy here is that the Frillish with the 3 retreat cost does have to damage itself quite heavily if it wants to retreat. But it's only a 2-1 line of Jellicent EX right now, so if you want to get into attack with that Pokemon, start setting up with Power Press, you'd have to quite heavily damage this Frillish, even with a bit of heal from Monkey Dory. Could set up more prizes for Riley later down the line, but no doubt we're going to attach the Darkness Energy here for Adrenabrain to be enabled. There's 3 energy, Psychic Energy in the discard pile now for Isaiah. There's the option to swing in with Miracle Force. There's the option to Power Press. And we're just going to stick with the Oceanic Gloom and holding the option of Adrenabrain as well, knowing that if you put it anywhere, your opponent already has 2 to play with. So keep it on the Frillish where you know where it is, rather than give Riley the option to put it anywhere he wants.
An interesting research plus 2 Psychic Energy was sat in that hand, and Isaiah was fully aware of that as it came off the Secret Box and Earthen Vessel previously played. But understanding the item lock after that could be key here. And this is the intricacy of the matchup. That Jellicent, we're seeing it being prioritized by Isaiah, recognizing how powerful that option is. And this is where the difference comes between these 2 decks. They are both playing Gardevoir, but that ability to use Jellicent is a massive difference. And the key to that is the Monkey Dory, which you see on the bench. And the damage has been moved across from those 2 Monkey Dories. It's why they're so important. The abilities have been used for both of them. And a new Monkey Dory promoted and will be a target for that Gardevoir, putting Riley in a great position ahead by 3 prize cards.
Riley with an amazing board position. 2 Gardevoir EX, now going 3 prize cards ahead after a Miracle Force. Isaiah is in a back foot position, no doubt. Only access to 1 Monkey Dory right now. He still has work trying to get more Psychic Energy in the discard pile. This Ultra Ball is going to help out, though. Potentially another Monkey Dory. There's also Artisan that can grab it for free as well. But Isaiah's still going to prioritize the Ultra Ball in this case. This is where we start seeing the Jellicent EX. It's in the active, so Oceanic Curse is live. It means that Riley, as long as this Jellicent EX is in the active position, won't be able to use item cards or tool cards from his hand, and that is still quite disruptive, although Riley has set up his board before all of this lock. Second Dark Energy now coming for Isaiah, and it is going to be a Professor's Research, getting a fresh 7 cards here. He's finally starting to get into this game, it looks like, Mike, but it has taken a few prize cards to get here.
Yeah, the double Gardevoir X in play makes it hard for Isaiah to break down Riley's board. And the Jellicent, yes, it's disruptive, but at this later stage, everything is on board for Gardevoir. You've got the ability built in to your attacker. You've got the options with the Monkey Dories of the 2 Dark Energy. The only thing Riley is lacking is Gust options. You don't typically see Boss's Orders in Gardevoir EX now. It's very much leaning into those counter catchers. Both of our players on stream right now are playing 2 counter catchers, but that will not be accessible for Riley as he's going to likely stay ahead for the rest of this game. And so the Jellicent plus Disruption combination, the Monkey Dory sprinkling damage around, very powerful, but is it going to be enough to come back into this game?
There with 6 damage to play with. Let's stick it. It's like just on the active Gardevoir EX here. And the Power Press is just going to deal 80 damage, not going for the full 160 that it can do. He's going to set up some decent numbers even after a couple of Adrenabrain next turn. Rosea does still have access to potentially some sneaky plays. With a third Monkey Dory set up next turn, you could still triple Adrenabrain, the other God of War EX that's on the bench for Riley, and then Devo them both all in the turn. That's even if Riley heals the active God of War twice with his Adrenabrain. So Isaiah is still lining up a really strong play here. All he needs next turn is Darkness Energy and Counter Catcher, provided Riley can't target anything but the active position for Isaiah. And that's likely because he's currently locked out of tools and item cards and doesn't play Boss's Orders. And there's no space for Screamtail either. So I actually think Isaiah is setting himself up for a crazy board swing next turn.
Yeah, there's a really intricate end game whenever there's a devolution involved. You see it a lot in Grimmsnarl, able to set up these boards where everything is in range of a devolution. But Gardevoir typically is comfortable with the idea of getting devolved because your attacker remains on board, you can set up a new attacker, but on this occasion, it looks like the active Gardevoir will be healing that damage off all the way down to 8, which would just put it just out of range.
Actually. Yeah. So the math didn't quite line up perfectly for Isaiah to make the double Devo next turn. We're just going to be announcing an attack here. Miracle Force back into this Jellicent EX. It has the chunky 270 hit points, so it is holding on right now. And Riley content with the double Adrenabrain board position. 8 damage counters on the active. Potential for 3 Adrenabrain here. It could be that we're trying to power press through this Gardevoir this turn. But then you're relieving that item lock as well if it goes down. It would put Riley just to 1 prize card remaining. And he should be able to find an easy route to close the game there, even via Screamtail. So things are getting tough for Isaiah now. That 10 damage off a phenomenal line of play.
Yeah, it's the challenge with the TM devolution is finding that damage at the right point throughout the game, and it's just not been possible for Isaiah because missed out on a few early attachments, and that could have been the difference maker, just having another Monkey Dory ability to use. And when you're facing off against another player who's got 2 Monkey Dory, anything you put in play is likely to come straight back at you.
Yeah.
And maybe even just looking at Riley's board, that 1 damage he opted not to move across earlier could have been the difference maker. So some great high-level plays, but also recognition to Isaiah to spotting out these unusual lines that are incredibly tough to navigate. I think we can now look back at that Riley turn with the TM evolution and really appreciate how key that was to setting up a stable board with double Gardevoir.
It's a nice find from Isaiah, grabbing an Earthen Vessel, so we'll be able to manually attach a Darkness Energy here. Now he's at maximum monkey potential here. He plays 3 Monkey Dory in this build. He's had to concede some space for the Jellicent line. It means he can start throwing damage counters around at will. Does he have access to any counter catcher here? I still feel like targeting Monkey Dories is okay for a turn. If you can continue to set up damage whilst taking out a Monkey Dory, it limits Riley's options. Riley on a quad monkey build, but of course there's still, I think, at least 1 in the prize cards. There is still 1 in the prizes.
Well, there's also 2 Dark in the discard and both Night Stretcher, I believe. So this could be a great opportunity to remove the Monkey Dory. But as you mentioned, is there enough time? Riley just looking to navigate through 2 more knockouts, most likely. 3 prize cards remaining, but a Jellicent EX or a Gardevoir knockout would be a great position. There is even that TM devolution for Riley to think about to remove the Gardevoir EX from play. And that would make it really hard for the Monkey Dories on Isaiah's side to be useful. And you can just see the complexity of this matchup now with the Jellicent EX. It completely changes the way that you navigate the board. You have a lot more of these slower turns where you're focusing on spreading the damage while slowing down the opponent.
It's clear that the devolution is still in Isaiah's mind. Targeting all 9 damage counters onto this Gardevoir EX via the Monkey Dory. But does this active Jellicent just have to punch into Gardevoir here? You can see a 4th energy commitment. That does open up Power Press to deal 160 damage. Still great setup here. And that is going to be it. We're just going to be piling on damage into this Gardevoir EX here.
Wow, and you can see the turns following will be so key for Isaiah. Does have the ability to use devolution, even if the Jellicent gets knocked out. And if you're the player with the Gardevoir EX in play and your opponent has none available, you'll be able to continually swing for future turns, potentially even locking out Ralts as they get benched. So very much playing from behind. Isaiah recognizing there is a line with a Jellicent, and this is something he does so well. You see it frequently in these high-pressure matches, navigating unusual routes to victory, coming from behind, and now Riley has to really start thinking about that damage that is threatening the Gardevoirs with the devolution.
Riley's trying to tot up some math here to see what to retreat into. A lot of the options in his hand are not live. Still, the Oceanic Curse is denying his routes. So Riley going to have to settle for 3 fresh cards from Iono here, whilst also disrupting Isaiah. The Psych Energy found is actually a pretty decent draw, because he is lacking some energy. There's only 1 in the discard pile, I believe, Psychic-wise right now. So he has granted himself access to attack with something else here. It's going to be the Fluttermane receiving a Psychic for the turn attachment. Then we're pivoting out of our Gardevoir EX. Lining up a Hex Hurl. It would be enough to KO the Jellicent EX, of course, before even thinking about your Adrenabrains. It also sets up a different attacker that can at least put pressure on the opponent, even if there were to be a devolution strategy employed by Isaiah next turn. It's not a super threatening attacker. It's not something like a Scream Tail that your opponent's almost forced to respect. But it is still creeping you closer towards winning the game. Of course, Riley only requires 1 prize card to close out the game after taking out this Jellicent this turn.
You can just see the damage being moved onto the active Jellicent, not to try and get it closer to being knocked out, but just to try and remove the damage from play and not leave it on the board for Isaiah, and just sprinkling 1 across 2 Pokemon, making it as hard as possible for that Monkey Dory to move the damage back over onto that Gardevoir EX, which was healed earlier. And 1 prize card remaining for Riley, 6 for Isaiah. If he manages to pull this off, it will be one of the greatest comebacks of this event, and we're only in round 2. I can almost guarantee you that, as we see the devolution is in hand. What's the plan?
Don't see an Iono to go alongside it. That would make life a little easier for him. Does he have access to Pheasantipity EX himself here to come into play? When your opponent only has 1 prize card remaining, the liability of that 2 prize Pokemon is really gone. We'll start seeing energy being flung around by Isaiah. It's going to be the Arven choice here as a supporter.
Well, he has the advantage that Riley kind of Iono'd himself last turn and only got 3 cards. Does have the Mew EX in play, so the difference between an Iono and the Mew EX draw from a current Iono would be much the same. But it really is going to be getting rid of those options, and that Fluttermane will remain in play, but not a huge amount of damage output for it, but enough to potentially knock out a Monkey Dory. So Riley really going to have to find a way around it. And with the Gardevoir EX being in the active spot doing devolution, this is going to be a fascinating turn to watch.
Isaiah picked the Super Rod out from the Arven here as his supporter. Is he trying to weave back in a Frillish after the fact of a devolution? These Gardevoir are damaged enough to be put in range after a couple of Adrenabrains here. And he only has to dodge Hex Hurl, 2 damage on the benched Monkey Dory, in addition to, well, it would be Monkey Dory plus 3rd Dark Energy that you'd have to be dodging next turn. Or a Scream Tail. Well, yeah, Scream Tail can't come out when there's both Gardevoir EX being taken off the board. Well, Isaiah only vulnerable to the 2 damage counters of Hex Hurl to close the game on a Monkey Dory.
Well, if any damage is left in play as well, you've got to be really
removed.
Got to be really careful, because damage can be moved back across in combination with the Fluttermane, and the advantage of those Monkey Dories, 110 HP, is quite hefty to be able to sprinkle damage across, and any damage you sprinkle across is coming straight back at you, and this is going to be the setup here. 3 damage moved across twice onto that Gardevoir. You see the last bit of damage moved across, doesn't want to leave anything in play for Riley. Is going to be using a TM devolution, and now Riley has no way to power up any attackers as Curliers both get knocked out. 2 prize cards to Isaiah, and a hill to climb to finish off this 6 prize comeback.
And it looks like the prizes still favor Riley so much, but you have to bear in mind that Isaiah can undo a bunch of the damage that Riley tries to come up with next turn. All of it can be flung straight back with the 3 Adrenabrain that Isaiah's built towards. It's really down for Riley to try and develop double Rolts again and see if that can get him any closer. Although Isaiah, with the access to Frillish on the next turn, he could be denying Rare Candy for the remainder of the game. It really could be Riley stuck with Fluttermane to attack with and just these Monkey Dory abilities. Isaiah may be safe enough. It feels like Riley has to try and target down just one thing as much as he can. But even then, the damage is going to be wiped over and over again here.
We've alluded to Countercatcher being the only Gust option in Gardevoir. Now Riley's on one prize card remaining, will never be able to use a Countercatcher. Meanwhile, Isaiah has full access to that for the rest of the game. And so that will mean anything put in play is almost locked out of being played, as both players have thinned their decks pretty well. So the options will be accessible fairly confidently, as we see the TM Devolution on Riley's side, a card we'll see in many of these Gardevoir lists throughout the weekend. But on this occasion, how are you going to get that Gardevoir in range of a TM Devolution on any turn? It might be the best way to win this, but you're going to have to relentlessly produce damage on that active Gardevoir to even think about doing it.
And just grabbing one Rolt seems relatively futile. You know that Isaiah could still sculpt a way to just target this down with the Monkey Dory as well. You've got to kind of have them in pairs to make any dent here. We're holding on to Rare Candy Gardevoir EX and Super Rod for Riley, but can't expect to keep the hand for the first hurdle. And also, you can't really expect that Monkey Dories won't just target down this Pokemon. Maybe even manually attaching to Mew EX at this point is an interesting option for genome hacking. Slow building towards a different attacking threat.
So much to navigate here. Going to be a really interesting end to this first game between our NAIC finalists. Riley and Isaiah faced off just a few months ago to compete for that $25,000 at NAIC. Now they're doing it again to get one step closer to the World Champion final, as damage is spread around by Riley, and
it's just the Monkey Dories. It's no Hex Hurl.
Just a pass.
Yeah, you want Isaiah to be forced to generate his own damage here.
Important to note with that Flutter Mane in the active, the Gardevoir EX cannot Psychic Embrace this turn, and that will create an interesting scenario. The Counter Catcher we mentioned has been used to bring up a Monkey Dory, taking away that Adrenabrain. There was an energy in the discard pile there attached, thanks to the Monkey Dory now being in the active spot. More damage added on, and you can just see Isaiah trying to close out this game now, and it's going to be a movement of that energy, that damage across with the Monkey Dories that can finish off the routes that just got put in play too.
Here comes Secret Box as well, the A-Spec found from Isaiah's first couple prize cards. And it's actually, I think that's a concession from Riley. Isaiah having a huge comeback here. A big TM
moment where board locked with just the two in play, it allowed Isaiah to build up to a point where he had the three Monkey Dory, 3 Dark Energy, and was moving the damage across, ready to finish the game. An incredible performance there, and one I'm sure many of you didn't expect to see happen in those early turns. And that is the beauty of Gardevoir. It has always been a deck that can come back from pretty much anywhere, having so many options, whether it's high damage output, disruption, or attacking things on the bench. It tends to find a way, and it's through these early turns of stabilization that we see it build to that moment. And a great first turn for Isaiah. A Dark Energy and a Monkey Dory and a Routes in play.
Yeah, simple but effective turn. Isaiah just making sure he's checking his final outs whilst passing it over to Riley, whose turn it is, and kicks off their turn with an Arven. They have access to the trademark Secret Box A-Spec, which is found in addition to one of the TM Evolution. There was also the other in hand anyway. There's already the Earthen Vessel plus Psychic, so we can start throwing away a bunch of energy early here. This is exactly what you want to see as Riley. A game down. Only 16 minutes remain on the clock here, but at least he's getting into the second game with a really solid opener.
And I think this is the key early on, is the Dark Energy, finding that as early as possible. It's a great attacker for your TM Evolution too. Having a Monkey Dory in the active, it is 110 HP, a little bit tankier, so it can sponge any early hits with, say, something like the Budu and many other matchups, or in this occasion, the Oceanic Gleam of the Frillish. And it also allows you to start having those manual attachments be Dark Energy rather than having to use a Psych Engine. You can see exactly that there. The TM Evolution, the Artisan comes down. That Secret Box just so good at setting up the board early on.
Riley making no secret of what this box is actually trying to do. It's trying to accomplish a nice TM Evolution, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Double Curlier established, holding on to Professor's Research for next turn. Oh, it's one Curlier being found here. The other must be in the hand then, because it's not in the prize cards right now. It's the Mew EX and the Screentail in the prizes. That means the other stage one must be in the hand. But still a really reasonable turn.
I mean, it can't really get much better than that going second. A Dark Energy and a Monkey Dory, a Curlier in play with the TM Evolution. You've got the Gardevoir in hand.
Gardevoir and Curlier. It would only make sense, to be honest.
That hand looks great for next turn too, so we'll see how Isaiah can stabilize. I think now we're looking at these boards and thinking, well, at any moment, Isaiah could find himself ahead in the game, even though he's behind on the prize card race, because this is a very powerful way to dismantle the board. TM Devolution, the enemy of Stage 2 decks, so much so we saw some decks playing Mist Energy purely to deny TM Devolution, and on this occasion, we will not see it in either of these decks. Doesn't really fit in the Gardevoir so well, but it will mean players have to get double Gardevoir set up as much as possible to try and avoid that scenario we saw last game where Riley had no way to get energy in play.
Isaiah has a pretty good hand after the INO. He's able to quickly Artisan before anything else as well, so can get an additional basic down. It's going to be another Monkey Dory spied, but has to be happy evolving up into a Gardevoir EX in addition to the Jellicent EX in much faster fashion than he did in that first game.
I think we saw the TM Evolution get the Jellicent in play last game, and it's something that many of us forget about the Jellicent build, is you have that extra TM Evolution. Typically, you only need to evolve one routes up. Sometimes you'll get two if you've got the access to both the Curlier, but having that kind of extra evolution available to you, it really allows that Jellicent to get into play consistently, where it's only a one-of in the deck and it's hard to find.
Yeah, it's still reliable just by virtue of this tool card. Riley continuing to throw away a ton of energy and exactly what you want to see. Instantly artisaning out a Monkey Dory as well. He's playing fast. He knows the assignment. With only 13 minutes remaining on the clock, he has to make these decisions quickly and start trying to take as many prize cards as possible. He doesn't have the luxury to think too much about these decisions. He just has to make any decision quickly here because he has to start churning through prizes if he wants to get anything done and recover a tie here.
And for players in these high-pressure matches, how must they feel when they're so close to victory, one prize card away, and have to watch their opponent dismantle their board prize by prize like we saw with Isaiah? It must hit you hard when that moment happens.
And that's part of the mental fortitude of players like this who have got to the World Championships. Riley getting to a finals of an internationals means you have to have incredible mental fortitude to overcome bad fortune at different times and also just bad beats in other moments. There is going to be 3 energy flung onto the Flutter main now. Exhale likely just going to be, well, we're targeting down the benched Monkey Dory with one of our Adrenabrain. Are we going to be taking out the active as well with these final 3 damage counters?
Just going down to the 1 there, wanting to keep damage available and not wanting to take a knockout, interestingly.
We're seeing just how much damage we removed from the Flutter main here. There's 1 damage counter remaining on it.
Yeah, they're just making sure.
Yeah, just confirming how much they were healing. So we were putting 2 counters onto the active Monkey Dory, putting it down to the 90 for a Hex Hurl knockout. And Riley's done exactly what we've mentioned. He has to start taking these prize cards.
And it's so important when you start trying to play faster to get those games in, making sure you do things properly and don't misplay with the damage movement, the energy attachments, and all these kinds of things. So Riley's going to have a real challenge here in what can be quite a slow matchup. We saw it last game. It can really slow down, especially with Jellicent, and it can really affect the ability of your deck to perform in those speedy games. As the Earthen Vessel comes through for Isaiah, and we'll be looking to get the energy in the discard pile as well as those darkness energy attached to the Monkey Dory and start moving damage across.
Yeah, can't forget that Monkey Dory upkeep every single turn. If you can get a darkness energy attached to it, your board is only ever getting stronger, especially when Riley set up 5 damage counters onto this Monkey Dory. It forces you to Adrenabrain off the Monkey Dory rather than any of your other psychic Pokemon. Because you really don't want that to get knocked out for free by a couple of Adrenabrain next turn from Riley.
I'm going to be getting that Arven in play. A key card came out in Obsidian Flames, and early on was very powerful thanks to some of the tools in the Sword and Shield era, like Forest Sealstone, but has increasingly got more powerful in recent times thanks to TM Evolution being such a key part of every engine.
Yep, TM Evolution just got more and more value as we start to see Budu creep into decks in the format. And it just means you still have great access to these Stage 2 Pokemon that are too good to not play in a number of these decks. The Secret Box here discarding another Psych Energy, also grabbing Isaiah the Bravery Charm, Night Stretcher INO, and we'll just grab another Artisan out the deck for free. as he does it with no real plans around it. It's already in play, and it's going to stay in play all game, but you never want to draw back into this card, so you may as well fling it to the bottom with an INO here.
Yeah, the Secret Box, an A-spec that was underrated at first and has only become increasingly more popular, especially in these evolving decks, as it allows you to get those stadiums like Artisan to get more basics out, but it also allows you to discard, and so key in this deck, to discard those psychic energies. And with a bit of contingency with things like 2 TM evolutions, you often don't feel too bad taking a Secret Box and a TM evolution with the Arven, as it just gets you everything you need for the turn and sets you up for a board state of confidence going into the next. And that is exactly what's happened here. Thins out some bad cards, sends out some good cards, and gives you the ultimate turn going forward.
Bravery Charm onto Monkey Dory means that you can actually fling more damage off this board. It means that the Power Press was already knocking out the Flutter Mane, but essentially you're just evaporating more damage from this Jellicent TX, trying to allow it to stick on this board this little bit more reliably here. And Isaiah's going to level up the prize race here in this game number 2. The clock whittling down as well. It's all looking very promising for Isaiah here. Riley, though, does have access to another Dark Energy Monkey Dory. That's immediately slammed into play. We're also going to have a quick scout of his own discard pile here that Isaiah was checking out. It's going to be the Psychic Embrace, Attach Retreat. Generate some damage counters for him to play with. Gets his Guard of War EX in the mix. Just like that game number 1, Riley's now been able to establish double Guard of War EX, even though he's under item and tool lock. Pretty impressive stuff.
Different this time, though. Those 3 Monkey Dory in play, which was significantly a factor for Isaiah, having 3 himself, able to push more damage back and create a winning state. So Riley recognizing that and using it to his advantage on this occasion.
Pushing the Jellicent EX into knockout range with the Miracle Force, whilst also healing up your own attacker, Isaiah, who tried to utilize the item lock so effectively to set up a TM devolution play on the previous game, may not have that option. And Riley is creeping closer to getting into a safe range of prizes as we get into the turns of time as well here.
And you can see Riley really trying to force the victory quickly. Last time we thought the same thing, and he got down to 1 prize card remaining, and Isaiah was able to come back. But I think the stability of Riley's board this time, much safer, thanks to those 3 Monkey Dory, keeping the Guard of War out of range of the devolution.
That's no doubt one factor, but also keeping the board space open is also just another huge, crucial element here, is that he can burst a different attacking threat onto the board. He was kind of just left with nothing in those final few turns. Even putting down something like a Lily's Clefairy EX to play around TM devolution at this stage feels like it could be really valuable, but always keeping that bench spot open. If he wants to get Screamtail in the mix, he can. Isaiah here using Night Stretcher to re-establish a Jellicent EX on the bench, and will once again try and disrupt Riley down. Isaiah has been capable and confident sitting with more prize cards remaining than his opponents throughout this entire set. Part of the reason why is trying to throw your opponent down to these low hand sizes, with God of War EX being relatively engineless.
One interesting scenario here is with those 3 Monkey Dory, God of War is able to knock out the Jellicent because of the 9 damage that can be moved across with the Monkey Dory and the 190 of the God of War. You've actually got 10 spare damage in there to be able to knock out a Jellicent, where typically 270 HP without those Monkey Dories would be tanky enough to survive a few hits. So it's really now asking a lot of questions of Isaiah, and maybe having to use that God of War EX to attack at some point. But getting down to 1 prize card will only increase the power of the disruption, which is going to be a key part of Isaiah's strategy here.
And if he's still thinking about devolution being the key to victory, he still doesn't have to fear the Screamtail closing the game either, because if you're taking both God of War out of play regardless, it doesn't matter that much. The only thing is, with triple Monkey Dory developed from your opponent, it's not easy to sculpt the devolution play. You saw it took him a few turns to make it come together in the game number 1. UEX being searched from Ultra Ball here from Isaiah, pitching yet another Psychic Energy in addition to a Professor's Research.
I think it's the Lily's Clefairy in the end. I don't think he wants to play it, just wants to get it out the hand, might even Ultra Ball again in the future. But that 4 energy, this is one of the huge advantages of Jellicent, being able to attach more energy and retreat it off. You mentioned it earlier on. Adding damage to your Pokemon is part of your game plan as God of War. And on this occasion, the Monkey Dory will be looking to move damage across. Where's it coming from? Where's it going?
So many options that Isaiah has to consider. The Power Press dealing 160 now with 4 energy attached to the Jellicent EX. So having a couple of Adrenabrain, sending 3 on the benched Gardevoir EX as well as 3 onto the active. Pushing the Gardevoir itself down. Was it just 2 off of? Yeah, so leaving the active Gardevoir with 130 hit points remaining. And Screamtail's coming out for Riley. Looks like he wants to try and target down a Monkey Dory if he can.
Well, we're seeing the similar scenario to before of the Gardevoirs being damaged heavily. But on this occasion, the difference is that board state. The Monkey Dory is available, and that bench space you alluded to has now been occupied by Screamtail. Will be coming in to try and take out one of those Monkey Dories, take away those options, and also leave you with 2 prize cards remaining, so that active Jellicent can be the target of your final knockout. So the Screamtail, plus some damage from a Monkey Dory maneuver, will be taking Riley down to 2 prize cards, removing a Monkey Dory, and Isaiah has an even bigger hill to climb than last time.
You have to think he's in a fantastic position. Is there just 1 Psych Energy in the discard pile right now? Trying to think if there's ever any Panic Frillish plays at this stage. If you can item lock, you can make it more difficult for a Gardevoir EX to retreat, and then you can still slow build up your own Monkey Dory army back again. Isaiah only had 1 card in the hand, so he didn't have to shuffle from the Iono. We'll get 5 fresh cards here. Riley just down to 2. He's still closing in on this great board position. Jellicent EX is already item locking as well, don't forget. So has to try and find a counter catcher, I think, Isaiah here. There is one in the hand.
And the TM devolution for the future. I mean, from Riley's point of view, how must he be feeling right now? Because he must be looking at the board from last game and thinking, oh, I've won this. And now he's looking at a board where he's thinking, I've won this?
Yeah.
Have I got it this time? And Isaiah is trying to find a route through. And it's just so much more challenging.
Yeah, I know. This is a much more difficult board. We were waxing lyrical about how strong it was last time from Riley, but now there's no liability anywhere. It is going to be the counter catcher into Gardevoir EX. I believe there's only 1 Psych Energy in the discard pile. So Isaiah is hoping that the time he can buy from the... Oh my goodness, look at the Iono. We got him Psych Energy Professor's Research. That's the best thing Riley could hope for.
Well, that's the solution Isaiah came up with, and the answer is very much in Riley's hand. And that will be settling the nervous feeling he would have been having before, as that is the card solution, the 2-card solution of a Psychic Energy and a way to discard it. And he shows the Psychic Energy, and that is going to be the handshake. 2 minutes remain in this round. Not enough to conclude a game, so I think this will likely...
This Swiss round 3 to kick things off here. Back into the action here in Anaheim as we start with Yoshi on the right side of our field here. Has the Dreepy in the active, already going into the deck with some search on this Ultra Ball, having to throw away a couple of cards there in the Iono. But we're already in the deck here, and that's what you want to see. You know, there's times where we unfortunately see our players not able to make many moves, but this is already great. Having one of these evolution out as we see the Dracloak is being chosen from Yoshi as we get to establish these turns. But of course, you know, we want more basics out. We want some energy down as well. Nice. That would be super nice.
Oh, it certainly is telling when you see the turn 1 Ultra Ball for a stage 1. You understand your opponent could find Badoo very quickly. This is something to think about. Item cards need to be played when you have a chance. And that was the only one. No Buddy Puffin, no other plays there. There was an Ultra Ball in hand, but did not choose to play that. And that's a nod to probably having a decent supporter in hand to move forward after this Dracloak is played on turn 2.
Yeah, that will help us out a little bit there with some recon directives. But Yoshi starting out not as strong as we wanted, but we'll see where this goes because Dragpult is never being count out here. But Hua here starting with the Monkey Dory in the active position. You know, we've talked about Monkey Dory. It is such a threat in this format, in so many decks here. What is the benefit here for this Marnie's Grimmsnarl especially, Kyle? What are we going to see with the highlights of this Monkey Dory, how the Grimmsnarl comes out, and how quickly Juan is going to be able to start attacking here?
Yeah, this is a great card as you already have the Dark Energies built into your list. You're obviously accelerating those with the Marnie's Grimmsnarl to those Pokemon, but when you see them in hand, throw them down on Monkey Dory, get that established early on, and then you can start to spread some of this damage. You see The Marnie's Grimmsnarl has the ability with the Shadow Bullet to deal 180, but also 30 damage. Then you can start to move some of the damage that accumulates on your side of the board with that Frostlass starting to build onto your own Monkey Dory. You just push that damage away, and it's almost a benefit to be damaged each turn because you're just building up your own arsenal.
Oh, thank you. I'll throw that back right at you.
Don't mind if I do.
Exactly. We're going to see lots of damage counters. Both of these decks utilize damage counters and manipulate the field just in slightly different ways. Also, what we saw from Hua there in that first round is that Stadium card coming in to search out those Marnie's Pokemon. Huge stability there for Hua, which was great to see. Yoshi kicking off this turn here. Wow, we're seeing cards fly right now. The Buddy Buddy Poffin is out here. Not limited on the items, so, I mean, must have been... Is that off an Iona, or was that the top deck there?
That was the Iona.
Okay.
It worked out very well.
Very
Dory
nice.
was played down. You see the Buddy Buddy really starting to work its magic. Has the Duskull, the Badoo as well, to slow things down. Yes, there is a Smite Booth Gym in play. That can be pretty unfortunate, as it's very easy to just search out a Pokemon, continue evolving, and you don't have to worry about the item lock on the other side. There's not usually a lot of answers for the Dusknoir player to, or for the Dragapult player to answer a Stadium card.
Yeah, exactly. That is one way. You just kind of have to let your opponent fly by with the Stadium, but Yoshi can slow things down, as we're seeing now. This Drekloak retreating from the active position with that Psychic Energy into the Badoo. We're going to start the Itchy Pollen lock here. That is going to throw some damage counters onto the field. It is only going to be 10. Thankfully, nothing more than that at this moment. We just want to be taking straight knockouts here, but that is still a damage counter that could come into play in the future of these turns. Where do you think Hua is going here in this second turn, Kyle?
There's not much else to really ask for at this point. You have the Morgrim now from the Spike Muth. You have energy cards if you want to start establishing some of those on the Monkey Dory, but unfortunately, we're just not seeing the TM evolution. That is a real big ticket. If you can build multiple Morgrim, then work into the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, use your ability, and have that attacker ready to go, you feel a lot more comfortable. The damage is going to start to build up, though. So as every passing Badoo occurs, Itchy Pollen is helping Monkey Dory eventually just push 30 over to that side and take a free knockout.
Yeah. I mean, the damage counters are going to be so important to keep track of here. Whoa, I see a TM there.
Yeah, not the one
it's the pink one, not the green one.
Yeah. No Evo, yes Devo.
Just the Devo. Devolution, thank you. I was thinking the word. I was like, what is it called? The Devolution. Of course, the TMs, the way they work, you attach them, and they only last that turn. It's just a quick little boost on your Pokemon, and that's it. So it's gone out of the field now just to get it out of the hand here for Hua. Now we're over back to Yoshi. As, you know, the Badoo established that Itchy Pollen here. That's what Dragapult is known for doing. Getting set up into an unstoppable position. And look at this, multiple Duskull out on the field. Speaking of math, though, Kyle, where do you think those Dusclops, the Dusknoir, how do you think those are going to be best utilized from Yoshi, and where it's going to go to start to slow down Hua?
Yeah, sometimes it's not about taking the prize cards that are available. It's about slowing things down and picking that perfect point. We saw from Hua, he slowed things down by just taking a stage 1 off the board, and now the evolution happens here. That means that there's no Dragapult this time around, which gives Hua a little bit of an advantage to evolve into the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. If he has a card like Boss's Orders, can remove a Pokemon with the Neo Upper Energy. And from Yoshi's side, he just wants to attack with a Dragapult early, often. And then when the damage starts to build up on that side of the board, you include little pieces like that Dusclops, pop 5 here, and take knockouts. If you get 2 Pokemon off the board at the same time, you feel a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, you're taking prize cards, you're taking the board. They're so comfortable in that position. We're just going to see which, you know, it's kind of tame right now as these players build up. But once we see some damage happening on this field, that is where the interesting plays truly come in, because that's where those important decisions are going to come in for Hua. You mentioned Boss's Orders, you know, only 2 being in the list here, and 1 is in the prize card. So that's going to be a limited resource for Hua to be able to, or have to think about really in these future plays if we're not able to get that into the hand from the prize cards.
Yeah, and this is something that you run into with this deck is if you don't have the early Frostlass established, What do you do in a spot like this? Only 2 damage counters that we see here on the active. You can't move that damage away, knock out the Badoo. You're looking for a boss's orders. You don't have it just yet. Artisan a little late if you're looking for a Snorunt to help out. And do you want to even attack right here with a Marnie's Grimmsnarl?
I know, it's so awkward. It is truly awkward. You have to pick and choose when you kind of accelerate this, but if you're accelerating it, oh my gosh, it was not the Snorunt, it's the bundle there.
Happy holidays.
Yes, the Iron Bundle of Joy, one of my favorite cards here. He hops on the field and then he hops straight into the discard pile with that Hyper Blower ability, allowing you to gust something up from your opponent's side. They do get to choose, but if you want something like that pesky Badoo out of the active position and kind of attack something more on the bench here, or even just slow things down for your opponent, that Iron Bundle is a great resource there. Sought out off the Artisan from Hua, and now we do see the promotion of the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX.
Yeah, and with this promotion of the Monkey Dory, the 30 damage isn't always going to the Badoo, but he does choose to take that knockout, move up 2 prize cards. You have an opportunity to move that around and maybe set up some other math and situations. Force a double evolution on the Dracloaks and then remove the draw power. Instead, you see the prize card. Yes, it's very tempting to knock out the Badoo, but maybe a little bit ambitious.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, we're going to have to see how it plays out. But yeah, I mean, you want to go for it, but what are you thinking about in the late game? That is also so important here. And honestly, just from seeing those knockouts, I don't even think Yoshi is bothered by it, if I'm being real here. Yep. We saw the Dracloak coming into the active. It already has that A-Spec that was in the opening hands there for Yoshi as well in that energy card, the Neo Upper Energy. And now we see more establishment there with another GP coming down. We're seeing this Recon Directive drawing more cards as well for Yoshi. So he's just, like I said, calm, cool, collected, locked in on this match as we do see Dragapult EX. Now we have the Titans here on the field, 320 HP in the Marnie's Grimmsnarl against the 320 HP Dragapult EX. I mean, this is what you love to see in the Pokemon TCG. Just giant Pokemon battling it out, but which one's going to take the title here, Kyle?
Well, this is really smart here from Yoshi, as you know that you're going to lose a Pokemon in that instance when the Iron Bundle comes into play. So he loses the Monkey Dory knowing he has the Night Stretcher. Instead of bringing up the Duskull like he originally thought, this gives him the opportunity to evolve this Pokemon. If this turn off this Iono he finds the Dusclops, he can evolve that Pokemon and maybe set up some of those situations we talked about earlier where you can take 2 Pokemon off the board at the same time. If you go after a double Monkey Dory at some point, or even after multiple pieces of the Marnie's Grimmsnarl combination, you feel a lot better about your chances when this deck starts to fall to pieces.
Yes, double monkey is always a good sign, honestly. Double monkey, double Dusclops, you know, all the mirrors here today. I love to see it. I mean, that deck is already so thin here for Yoshi.
Yeah, this is exactly where you want to be at this point. It's just churning and burning, finding resources, still has the Dracloak, but Dreepy was established this turn as well, so even more potential to keep drawing throughout the rest of the game. You've only given up 2 prize cards. You have a ton of hit points to work with, and the damage is building. The pressure is on Monkey Dories.
Yeah, the damage is building. That's the first prize card for Yoshi taking out that Monkey Dory, but we have the heavily damaged Monkey Dory on the other side. You know, they are able to sling some of that damage back, but not all of it. You know, it's still continuing to go. The Adrenabrain can only grab those 3 damage counters to sling it back. We did net a boss's orders to the hand, the one that was in the deck here for Hua as we continue on. And right now, it's just the Grimmsnarl still in the active position. We did get that evolution of the Morgrim as well.
And we saw with the Professor's research the discard of Snorunt. Only 60 hit points, cannot play that Pokemon basically the rest of the game at this point. It's you have to go with this linear strategy, attaching energies to Monkey Dory, throwing damage on every which way you can, and hopefully it culminates to 4 additional prize cards here. It's going to be on Yoshi to make sure he uses his hit points as an advantage and starts to target down on these Pokemon. It's still a lot of hit points to work around on the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, 320.
Oh, it is a lot. These are beefy Pokemon here, and we're seeing the swings already happen. The first one into the Dragapult EX in the active position, as you see there, only, more than halfway down as the Dragapult EX, but a fully healed Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX on the other side. So Yoshi's truly going to have to make the best moves here, but I mean, even just for Yoshi, it's threatening on that side too. We have both Dracloak now ready to turn into those Dragapult. One already has an energy attached. Both Dusclops out as well. They're just threatening the board.
Boo.
What are you seeing? What's happening?
Yoshi Yugi was so close. If he had all the pieces, it looks like in the prize cards is the Dusknoir. But if the Dusknoir were there, he could have used that to put the damage onto the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Attacked with also the inclusion of the second Dusclops, removed both the Morgrim and the Grimmsnarl from play this time around. Instead, has to pivot, and the play starts to look a little more like take out some single prize Pokemon.
Oh, that is not the type of takeout that I like. I like Chinese food. No, this is where it just falls apart. I feel robbed here, Kyle. Robbed of the joy of that incredible turn. But, I mean, that's where it comes into play where you were talking about these slim lines sometimes of these Dusclops, Dusknoir. It's just the one trapped, but Yoshi's still able to make this incredible turn happen. That Dusknoir sitting at the top of the prize cards as he takes 2 more. But, yeah, so unfortunate to see that.
That's the brutal part of this is you take that risk and you go after some additional prize cards, trying to draw into some more pieces before your opponent takes what could be these 2 prizes that forces you to avoid using your Dusclops and your Dusknoir. You're only going to have access to one of those for the rest of the game after this knockout. Yes, the board is completely depleted on the other side, but it might be enough to win a game.
Absolutely. I mean, every time, the Dusclops and the Dusknoir, that's still a prize card you're giving up to your opponent. So you still have to think around that as well. And you don't want to play into their strategy. You want to be using those things to win your games, not just play, or at least manipulate your opponent's board as well with that prize manipulation. But yeah, then when you're kind of on the defensive side, it's a little awkward here. So we're seeing not really the full potential, I guess, from both sides of these decks, but we're still battling out in this unique scenario here as Hua is going into the deck here with an Arven. Get an item and a tool card out of his deck.
And there was a bit of a debate with that Night Stretcher of is there even potential to set up another Marnie's Grimmsnarl. There's 2 rare candies in the list. We saw at least 1 in the discard pile, and maybe just you don't feel comfortable about your chances at this point of setting up another Pokemon like that. Maybe it just walks into another Dusclops situation that you're scared of. So committing other ways now has the Impidimp to help out here, but do you have another way to get this an attacker rolling if this Marnie's Grimmsnarl falls?
Yeah, that is the scary part here and why I don't like working with slim boards. I mean, it could go either way. You could chuck liabilities down on your board, or you're working with these slim boards where it's a little bit scary here, especially when your opponent is sitting at just 3 prize cards left to take. Of course, the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, that's 2 prize cards right there, and currently 1 each for that Monkey, Dory, and the Impidimp on the bench here, but Hua's really got to play around this. Oh, the counter catcher, the spice.
It's okay. It's obscure. It's you already have the damage built on the Dragapult. You're going to add a little bit more there, but removing this Pokemon, it's such a tricky way. The only thing you absolutely benefit from here is the final Curse Blast is really hard to incorporate at this point. With the single prize taken, you have boss's orders already in hand. You could work your way into that last knockout on the Dragapult at some point. But I guess you can't trust your opponent to have the Dusknoir anyways. You didn't see it last turn, and they tried to draw into it. This kind of plays around that.
Hoping for the best here, Kyle. Well, we're going to see here Yoshi about to choose who to promote here after that knockout of the Dusclops.
Rightfully so. Oh, you're shell-shocked, thinking of, well,
what's happening?
Well, you didn't take this knockout? Well, do I just leave it here then? I can switch over to this other path. Has the Psychic Energy, has the Night Stretcher, can find another Dragapult full hit points to work with. Oh, no. There's a way to disrupt the hand a little bit. We saw him checking for the hand size. Maybe that's your combination. You can use the hit points here, slow your opponent down, keep them on a weak hand, and just have them pass the turn while one final Shadow Bullet comes out.
Yeah, I have some bad news for you, Kyle, sadly. I was wondering what they were talking about there, but I guess the Dragapult EX was targeted down And that is a Terra Pokemon on the bench from that Marnie's Grimmsnarl, so that damage did not go through there. So that is more damage that we're missing off the field, unfortunately, there, with just a small mistake there. It's so easy to forget, but those Terra Pokemon have that protection there. So none of the extra damage going down. That's even more room for Yoshi to play with here as he's flying through this deck. Like you said, just confused almost a little bit from that knockout on the Dusclops, but still sticking to his strategy here and I guess adapting in this turn. What do you think he's going to do here? Do you think he's in a strong enough position to just take things home, Kyle?
It looks pretty great for Yoshi at this point, and he's been working with a really strong setup over for Hua. He's just hasn't had as many of the pieces, but Marnie's Grimmsnarl is such a powerful attacker that it just continues to put on this pressure. And once more, this is just that the interesting part of this matchup is if you can remove Monkey Dory from play and put pressure onto the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, you don't have to worry about the damage. It'll be there in the long run, but you just can't have your opponent throwing it back at you. That's what you can't work around, is if they have multiple Monkey Dory, they can set up some really interesting situations. So at least move this one away.
Yeah, removing all threats off the field, pretty much, because you see how bulky this Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX still is. It can't just be one shot here for Yoshi. So, yeah, I mean, that's awesome. Take the monkey out and just cement this win potentially here for Yoshi. As I mean, there's only 2 prize cards left here in this match, Kyle. As we're going we're getting to the end of this game here, and Yoshi has just played things nice and slow and steady. And Hua is now bringing the monkey back, a different monkey this time, but is it too little too late? As you said, Kyle, you know, the strategy, if you're not able to set it up in the beginning, then it just gets awkward. You have dead cards in your deck. You're not able to set up the Frostlask, have those tiny hit points out, and worsen your chances. So then you're just forced into this linear position where do you even go from here when your opponent's just manipulating your entire board? Yeah,
just softened up the Grimmsnarl enough to have that knockout ready at some point of this game. You need to have the perfect answers here, and we know it's so difficult to have that. And there is a supporter, though. There is Boss's Orders. If you want to take the knockout on the Neo Upper Energy Dragapult, certainly you could do that. But where do you find that final prize?
Yeah, 3 prize cards left, and it could just be slightly too late here. We're seeing some of the healing happening thanks to that Adrenabrain that's throwing those 3 damage over onto the Dragapult.
That 30 worked.
Yeah, that one worked. That is not from the damage of an attack. That is like a side effect there from that Adrenabrain, so that's going through.
So now this is the spot where it's actually correct to attack into the Terra, as he doesn't want to leave any damage on the board. So
that's true.
You force this interaction that isn't beneficial so that you just don't give your opponent 30 damage from Monkey Dory to work with. But this is a spot where Yoshiyuki still is able to find out some help here. He has the counter catcher for the Monkey Dory. We see the Hawlucha to put the 10 damage on the Impidimp, and that is a double KO to clean things up. And
this Swiss round 3 to kick things off here. Back into the action here in Anaheim as we start with Yoshi on the right side of our field here. Has the Dreepy in the active, already going into the deck with some search on this Ultra Ball, having to throw away couple of cards there in that Iono, but we're already in the deck here, and that's what you want to see. You know, there's times where we unfortunately see our players not able to make many moves, but this is already great. Having one of these evolution out, as we see the Dracloak is being chosen from Yoshi as we get to establish these turns. But of course, you know, we want more basics out. We want some energy down as well. Nice. That would be super nice.
Oh, it certainly is telling when you see the turn 1 Ultra Ball for a stage 1. You understand your opponent could find Badoo very quickly. This is something to think about. Item cards need to be played when you have a chance. And that was the only one. No Buddy Puffin, no other plays there. There was an Ultra Ball in hand, but did not choose to play that. And that's a nod to probably having a decent supporter in hand to move forward after this Dracloak is played on turn 2.
Yeah, that will help us out a little bit there with some recon directives, but Yoshi starting out not as strong as we wanted, but we'll see where this goes because Dragapult is never being count out here. But Hua here starting with the Monkey Dory in the active position. You know, we've talked about Monkey Dory. It is such a threat in this format, in so many decks here. What is the benefit here for this Marnie's Grimmsnarl especially, Kyle? What are we going to see with the highlights of this Monkey Dory, how the Grimmsnarl comes out, and how quickly Juan is going to be able to start attacking here?
Yeah, this is a great card, as you already have the Dark Energies built into your list. You're obviously accelerating those with the Marnie's Grimmsnarl to those Pokemon, but when you see them in hand, throw them down on Monkey Dory, get that established early on, and then you can start to spread some of this damage. You see that Marnie's Grimmsnarl has the ability with the Shadow Bullet to deal 180, but also 30 damage. Then you can start to move some of the damage that accumulates on your side of the board with that Frostlass starting to build onto your own Monkey Dory. You just push that damage away, and it's almost a benefit to be damaged each turn because you're just building up your own arsenal.
Oh, thank you. I'll throw that back right at you.
Don't mind if I do.
Exactly. We're going to see lots of damage counters. Both of these decks utilize damage counters and manipulate the field just in slightly different ways. Also, what we saw from Hua there in that first round is that Stadium card coming in to search out those Marnie's Pokemon. Huge stability there for Hua, which was great to see. Yoshi kicking off this turn here. Wow, we're seeing cards fly right now. The Buddy Buddy Poffin is out here. Not limited on the items, so, I mean, must have been... Is that off an Iona, or was that the top deck there?
That was the Iona.
Okay.
It worked out very well.
Very
Dory
nice.
was played down. You see the Buddy Buddy really starting to work its magic. Has the Duskull, the Badoo as well, to slow things down. Yes, there is the Smike Booth Gym in play. That can be pretty unfortunate, as it's very easy to just search out a Pokemon, continue evolving, and you don't have to worry about the item lock on the other side. There's not usually a lot of answers for the Dusknoir player to, or for the Dragapult player to answer a Stadium card.
Yeah, exactly. That is one way. You just kind of have to let your opponent fly by with the Stadium, but Yoshi can slow things down, as we're seeing now. This Drekloak retreating from the active position with that Psychic Energy into the Badoo. We're going to start the Itchy Pollen lock here. That is going to throw some damage counters onto the field. It is only going to be 10. Thankfully, nothing more than that at this moment. We just want to be taking straight knockouts here, but that is still a damage counter that could come into play in the future of these turns. Where do you think Hua is going here in the second turn, Kyle?
There's not much else to really ask for at this point. You have the Morgrim now from the Spike Muth. You have energy cards if you want to start establishing some of those on the Monkey Dory, but unfortunately, we're just not seeing the TM evolution. That is a real big ticket. If you can build multiple Morgrim, then work into the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, use your ability, and have that attacker ready to go, you feel a lot more comfortable. The damage is going to start to build up, though. So as every passing Badoo occurs, Itchy Pollen is helping Monkey Dory eventually just push 30 over to that side and take a free knockout.
Yeah. I mean, the damage counters are going to be so important to keep track of here. Whoa, I see a TM there.
Yeah, not the one
it's the pink one, not the green one.
Yeah. No Evo, yes Devo.
Just the Devo. Devolution, thank you. I was thinking the word. I was like, what is it called? The Devolution. Of course, the TMs, the way they work, you attach them, and they only last that turn. It's just a quick little boost on your Pokemon, and that's it. So it's gone out of the field now just to get it out of the hand here for Hua. And now we're over back to Yoshi. As, you know, the Badoo established that Itchy Pollen here. That's what Dragapult is known for doing. Getting set up into an unstoppable position. And look at this, multiple Duskull out on the field. Speaking of math, though, Kyle, where do you think those Dusklops, the Dusknoir, how do you think those are going to be best utilized from Yoshi, and where it's going to go to start to slow down Hua?
Yeah, sometimes it's not about taking the prize cards that are available. It's about slowing things down and picking that perfect point. We saw from Hua, he slowed things down by just taking a stage 1 off the board, and now the evolution happens here. That means that there's no Dragapult this time around, which gives Hua a little bit of an advantage to evolve into the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. If he has a card like Boss's Orders, can remove a Pokemon with the Neo Upper Energy. And from Yoshi's side, he just wants to attack with a Dragapult early, often. And then when the damage starts to build up on that side of the board, you include little pieces like that Dusclops, pop 5 here, and take knockouts. If you get 2 Pokemon off the board at the same time, you feel a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, you're taking prize cards, you're taking the board They're so comfortable in that position. We're just going to see which, it's kind of tame right now as these players build up. But once we see some damage happening on this field, that is where the interesting plays truly come in, because that's where those important decisions are going to come in for Hua. You mentioned Boss's Orders, only 2 being in the list here, and 1 is in the prize card. So that's going to be a limited resource for Hua to be able to, or have to think about really in these future plays if we're not able to get that into the hand from the prize cards.
Yeah, and this is something that you run into with this deck is if you don't have the early Frostlass established, what do you do in a spot like this? Only 2 damage counters that we see here on the active. You can't move that damage away, knock out the Badoo. You're looking for Boss's Orders. You don't have it just yet. Artisan a little late if you're looking for a Snorunt to help out. And do you want to even attack right here with a Marnie's Grimmsnarl?
I know, it's so awkward. It is truly awkward. You have to pick and choose when you kind of accelerate this, but if you're accelerating it, oh my gosh, it was not the Snorunt, it's the bundle there.
Happy holidays.
Yes, the Iron Bundle of Joy, one of my favorite cards here. He hops on the field and then he hops straight into the discard pile with that Hyper Blower ability, allowing you to gust something up from your opponent's side. They do get to choose, but if you want something like that pesky Badoo out of the active position and kind of attack something more on the bench here, or even just slow things down for your opponent, that Iron Bundle is a great resource there. Sought out off the Artisan from Hua, and now we do see the promotion of the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX.
Yeah, and with this promotion of the Monkey Dory, the 30 damage isn't always going to the Badoo, but he does choose to take that knockout, move up 2 prize cards. You have an opportunity to move that around and maybe set up some other math and situations. Force a double evolution on the Dracloaks and then remove the draw power. Instead, you see the prize card. Yes, it's very tempting to knock out the Badoo, but maybe a little bit ambitious.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, we're going to have to see how it plays out. But yeah, I mean, you want to go for it, but what are you thinking about in the late game? That is also so important here. And honestly, just from seeing those knockouts, I don't even think Yoshi is bothered by it, if I'm being real here. Yep. We saw the Dracloak coming into the active. It already has that A-Spec that was in the opening hands there for Yoshi as well in that energy card, the Neo Upper Energy. And now we see more establishment there with another GB coming down. We're seeing this Recon Directive drawing more cards as well for Yoshi. So he's just, like I said, calm, cool, collected, locked in on this match as we do see Dragapult EX. Now we have the Titans here on the field, 320 HP in the Marnie's Grimmsnarl against the 320 HP Dragapult EX. I mean, this is what you love to see in the Pokemon TCG. Just giant Pokemon battling it out, but which one's going to take the title here, Kyle?
Well, this is really smart here from Yoshi, as you know that you're going to lose a Pokemon in that instance when the Iron Bundle comes into play. So he loses the Monkey Dory knowing he has the Night Stretcher. Instead of bringing up the Duskull like he originally thought, this gives him the opportunity to evolve this Pokemon. If this turn off this Iono he finds the Dusclops, he can evolve that Pokemon and maybe set up some of those situations we talked about earlier where you can take 2 Pokemon off the board at the same time if you go after a double Monkey Dory at some point, or even after multiple pieces of the Marnie's Grimmsnarl combination. You feel a lot better about your chances when this deck starts to fall to pieces.
Yes, double monkey is always a good sign, honestly. Double monkey, double Dusclops, you know, all the mirrors here today. I love to see it. I mean, that deck is already so thin here for Yoshi.
Yeah, this is exactly where you want to be at this point. It's just churning and burning, finding resources, still has the Dracloak, but Dreepy was established this turn as well, so even more potential to keep drawing throughout the rest of the game. You've only given up 2 prize cards. You have a ton of hit points to work with, and the damage is building. The pressure is on Monkey Dories.
Yeah, the damage is building. That's the first prize card for Yoshi taking out that Monkey Dory, but we have the heavily damaged Monkey Dory on the other side. You know, they are able to sling some of that damage back, but not all of it. You know, it's still continuing to go. The Adrenabrain can only grab those 3 damage counters to sling it back. We did net a Boss's Orders to the hand, the one that was in the deck here for Hua as we continue on. And right now, it's just the Grimmsnarl still in the active position. We did get that evolution of the Morgrim as well.
And we saw with the Professor's research the discard of Snorunt. Only 60 hit points, cannot play that Pokemon basically the rest of the game at this point. It's you have to go with this linear strategy, attaching energies to Monkey Dory, throwing damage on every which way you can, and hopefully it culminates to 4 additional prize cards here. It's going to be on Yoshi to make sure he uses his hit points as an advantage and starts to target down on these Pokemon. It's still a lot of hit points to work around on the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, 320.
Oh, it is a lot. These are beefy Pokemon here, and we're seeing the swings already happen. The first one into the Dragapult EX in the active position, as you see there, only more than halfway down as the Dragapult EX, but a fully healed Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX on the other side. So Yoshi's truly going to have to make the best moves here, but I mean, even just for Yoshi, it's threatening on that side too. We have both Jacloak now ready to turn into those Dragapult. One already has an energy attached. Both Dusclops out as well. They're just threatening the board.
Boo.
What are you seeing? What's happening?
Yoshi Yugi was so close. If he had all the pieces, it looks like in the prize cards is the Dusknoir, but if the Dusknoir were there, he could have used that to put the damage onto the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, attacked with also the inclusion of the second Dusclops, removed both the Morgrem and the Grimmsnarl from play this time around. Instead, has to pivot, and the play starts to look a little more like take out some single prize Pokemon.
Oh, that is not the type of takeout that I like. I like Chinese food. No, this is where it just falls apart. I feel robbed here, Kyle. Robbed of the joy of that incredible turn. But, I mean, that's where it comes into play where you were talking about these slim lines sometimes of these Dusclops, Dusknoir. It's just the one trapped, but Yoshi's still able to make this incredible turn happen. That Dusknoir sitting at the top of the prize cards as he takes 2 more. But, yeah, so unfortunate to see that.
That's the brutal part of this is you take that risk and you go after some additional prize cards, trying to draw into some more pieces before your opponent takes what could be these 2 prizes that forces you to avoid using your Dusclops and your Dusknoir. You're only going to have access to one of those for the rest of the game after this knockout. Yes, the board is completely depleted on the other side, but it might be enough to win a game.
Absolutely. I mean, every time, the Dusclops and the Dusknoir, that's still a prize card you're giving up to your opponent. So you still have to think around that as well. And you don't want to play into their strategy. You want to be using those things to win your games, not just play, or at least manipulate your opponent's board as well with that prize manipulation. But yeah, then when you're kind of on the defensive side, it's a little awkward here. So we're seeing not really the full potential, I guess, from both sides of these decks, but we're still battling out in this unique scenario here as Hua is going into the deck here with an Arven. Get an item and a tool card out of his deck.
And there was a bit of a debate with that Night Stretcher of is there even potential to set up another Marnie's Grimmsnarl. There's 2 rare candies in the list. We saw at least 1 in the discard pile, and maybe just you don't feel comfortable about your chances at this point of setting up another Pokemon like that. Maybe it just walks into another Dusclops situation that you're scared of. So committing other ways now has the Impidimp to help out here, but do you have another way to get this an attacker rolling if this Marnie's Grimmsnarl falls?
Yeah, that is the scary part here and why I don't like working with slim boards. I mean, it could go either way. You could chuck liabilities down on your board, or you're working with these slim boards where it's a little bit scary here, especially when your opponent is sitting at just 3 prize cards left to take. Of course, the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, that's 2 prize cards right there, and currently 1 each for that Monkey, Dory, and the Impidimp on the bench here, but Hua's really got to play around this. Oh, the counter catcher, the spice.
It's okay. It's obscure. It's you already have the damage built on the Dragapult. You're going to add a little bit more there, but removing this Pokemon, it's such a tricky way. The only thing you absolutely benefit from here is the final Curse Blast is really hard to incorporate at this point. With the single prize taken, you have boss's orders already in hand. You could work your way into that last knockout on the Dragapult at some point. But I guess you can't trust your opponent to have the Dusknoir anyways. You didn't see it last turn, and they tried to draw into it. This kind of plays around that.
Hoping for the best here, Kyle. Well, we're going to see here Yoshi about to choose who to promote here after that
And I mean,
Knockout of the Dustclaps.
rightfully so. Oh, you're shell-shocked, thinking of,
Yeah,
well,
like, what's happening?
Well, you didn't take this knockout? Well, do I just leave it here then? I can switch over to this other path. Has the Psychic Energy, has the Night Stretcher, can find another Dragapult full hit points to work with.
Oh,
There's a
no.
way to disrupt the hand a little bit. We saw him checking for the hand size. Maybe that's your combination. You can use the hit points here, slow your opponent down, keep them on a weak hand, and just have them pass the turn while one final Shadow Bullet comes out.
Yeah, I have some bad news for you, Kyle, sadly. I was wondering what they were talking about there, but I guess the Dragapult EX was targeted down, and that is a Terra Pokemon on the bench from that Marnie's Grimmsnarl, so that damage did not go through there. So that is more damage that we're missing off the field, unfortunately, there, with just a small mistake there. It's so easy to forget, but those Terra Pokemon have that protection there. So none of the extra damage going down. That's even more room for Yoshi to play with here as he's flying through this deck. Like you said, just confused almost a little bit from that knockout on the Dusclops, but still sticking to his strategy here and I guess adapting in this turn. What do you think he's going to do here? Do you think he's in a strong enough position to just take things home, Kyle?
It looks pretty great for Yoshi at this point, and he's been working with a really strong setup over for Hua. He's just hasn't had as many of the pieces, but Marnie's Grimmsnarl is such a powerful attacker that it just continues to put on this pressure. And once more, this is just that the interesting part of this matchup is if you can remove Monkey Dory from play and put pressure onto the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, you don't have to worry about the damage. It'll be there in the long run, but you just can't have your opponent throwing it back at you. That's what you can't work around, is if they have multiple Monkey Dory, they can set up some really interesting situations. So at least move this one away.
Yeah, removing all threats off the field, pretty much, because you see how bulky this Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX still is. It can't just be one shot here for Yoshi. So, yeah, I mean, that's awesome. Take the monkey out and just cement this win potentially here for Yoshi. As I mean, there's only 2 prize cards left here in this match, Kyle. As we're going we're getting to the end of this game here, and Yoshi has just played things nice and slow and steady. And Hua is now bringing the monkey back, a different monkey this time, but is it too little too late? As you said, Kyle, you know, the strategy, if you're not able to set it up in the beginning, then it just gets awkward. You have dead cards in your deck. You're not able to set up the Frostlask, have those tiny hit points out, and worsen your chances. So then you're just forced into this linear position where do you even go from here when your opponent's just manipulating your entire board? Yeah,
just softened up the Grimmsnarl enough to have that knockout ready at some point of this game. You need to have the perfect answers here, and we know it's so difficult to have that. And there is a supporter, though. There is Boss's Orders. If you want to take the knockout on the Neo Upper Energy Dragapult, certainly you could do that. But where do you find that final prize?
Yeah, 3 prize cards left, and it could just be slightly too late here. We're seeing some of the healing happening thanks to that Adrenabrain that's throwing those 3 damage over onto the Dragapult.
That 30 worked.
Yeah, that one worked. That is not from the damage of an attack. That is like a side effect there from that Adrenabrain, so that's going through.
So now this is the spot where it's actually correct to attack into the Terra, as he doesn't want to leave any damage on the board. So
that's true.
You force this interaction that isn't beneficial so that you just don't give your opponent 30 damage from Monkey Dory to work with. But this is a spot where Yoshiyuki still is able to find out some help here. He has the counter catcher for the Monkey Dory. We see the Hawlucha to put the 10 damage on the Impidimp, and that is a double KO to clean things up.
In these moments, and that time around, Yoshi was able to take things down doing just that. But hey, we got another game on our hands between these players as we kick things off. Once again, we're going to see if the setup changes here for both of our players. As we see, Hua's already off to a pretty decent start. We have that Impidimp there, one of the monkey already coming down. But what do you think we need to see that could be stronger in this specific matchup from Hua to be able to, oh man, those prizes.
There's opportunities to include the Frostlass potentially if you go early on with it. He did not value it in the opening game that we saw. There was Buddy Poffin to do just that, but I mean, we already saw a turn from Yoshiyuki. This is going on to turn 2 now, as he just had Dreepy Pass Spike Move to get the opening deck
so there's no
search.
supporter either from Hua.
Well, yeah, and that's wild to think of. Both players do not have the resources to help out. Interesting prize cards, double boss's orders for Yoshi.
Ooh,
we know how important it can be to work around the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. We did see Brock scouting in the hand, I think, so some play this time, but both players would be wishing for a little better help.
Yeah, I mean, I would say so. Awkward positions here that we've seen for both of our players. But I mean, Yoshi, I'm sure, breathing a sigh of relief after saying, "Oh, there's no supporter. You know, you got a dark energy on your monkey, and that was about it there for the establishment of that." Yeah, I can work with that exactly. Especially when you have 2 Dreepy down. They're ready to start going into these Dark Cloak now. Since we did see that turn, I totally missed the turn, Kyle. Like I was out of it here.
I think the stream missed the turn.
Oh yeah, I think you're right.
He is zooming over there, and rightfully so. This is what you need to do. You have 26 minutes to try to close out a second game here. Do not give your opponent any breathing room. We see the first recon directive. It finds Neo upper energy of all cards, and there is another Dracloak ready to go. We see Ultra Ball in hand. This is pretty phenomenal. Fire energy can go just about anywhere, and you can surprise with that Neo upper. It's very unexpected to see that card this early on.
Yeah, this is just gorgeous here. The Brock scouting bringing out these Pokemon as well for Yoshi. I mean, we are just setting up. Kind of faltered on that first turn, but now we are establishing things over for Yoshi on this side. So he's doing a great job here as we get into this Itchy Pollen. This is awkward here now for Hua. I mean, we didn't even see a supporter on the first turn. We do have the Stadium card to work with for some Marnie's Pokemon, but or Marnie's cards, but I mean, is that all we're gonna see here from this hand?
I mean, the Badoo was perfect. There are 2 rare candy, 1 secret box. That's just about what you're playing around at this point. And the rare candy was in hand for Hua. He was ready to roll with the Grimmsnarl. Instead, what a turnaround here to have both Morgrem ready to go. If you're gonna have an answer to a Badoo, it looks like this.
I mean, that is awesome to see here. We see the evolution happening here for Hua.
It's like we're looking for a little cleaner shuffle this time around. Also, should note the weakness that we see on this Impidimp and the Morgrem. You'll see a little extra damage from the Badoo. So the clock is accelerated. That's not what Yoshi wants.
True.
Yoshi wants more time so you don't have to think about the Monkey Dory pushing this over, taking a free KO, and then surrendering a free Dreepy or Duskull in this spot.
And look at this, too. This is a huge difference for Hua as well. 2 Monkey down. We have both Dark Energy attached. You don't have to worry about accelerating your Dark Energy when that Grimmsnarl comes out because you do it with its ability, that Punk Up ability to get not 1, not 2, not 3, 5 Dark Energy attached out of your deck. I mean, that's incredible because it's allowing Hua to get these Monkey out, and we're seeing that damage already slinging back over to Yoshi, putting him on a clock here as he goes into this turn with the Buddy Buddy Poffin to establish some Pokemon on his side as well. But it's a race. It's a race here, Kyle.
Yeah, the perfect answer with the double Morgrem Iono moves the Neo upper to the bottom of the deck. Yes, it's shuffled at this point, but finding this card for an attack with a Dragapult seems very unlikely. So lean into your helpers. You've got the Dracloaks, Recon Directives, play the energy you already see, and use Iono of your own. You've countered the Stadium. It is not guaranteed that you're going to see a Marnie's Grimmsnarl this next turn.
Yeah, I mean, love it. All the stops are being brought out here from Yoshi. Jamming Towers out. These Recon Directives running through the deck as well as we see. Ooh, Dragapult EX netted.
He's playing like he lost game 1. I love to see this as the pace is so good, and he's also got all the right plays to go along with it. We're seeing evolutions flying. Does he have the pink card back in his hand already?
Yes. Yeah, pink card is there. There's multiple evolution. Dragapult EX. There's another Dracloak in the hands there for Yoshi. There's an Ultra Ball to play with potentially. We saw the Dusclops come down on this turn as well. Ooh. I mean, it has just been super strong here. And the Badoo is still locking things down with that Itchy Pollen. So we're just waiting for Yoshi to have this breakout turn where things start swinging. And everything just seems to be stacking up in the hands. We're seeing the Stadium bumps left and right. The Spike Booth into the Jamming Tower, now into the Artisan. Last game, we saw the Artisan bring that Iron Bundle out. What do you think Hua is going for this time, Pal?
And if you didn't see the Iono, I was maybe going to lean into a Frostlass play here. You have the Snorunt, you could play down from the Artisan, use a TM Evolution, and get this Pokemon into play before you have to think about the damage counters that can be played down. You don't see the Monkey Dory on the other side just yet, so maybe there was that world, but now you see Iono, you have to risk it. If you find the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, maybe just getting that Pokemon in the active spot and attacking early and often is enough to put some pressure on your opponent, who is flying right now.
Wow, well, look at this from off of the Iono here. You know, each card drawn is representative of those prize cards. So 6 each for these players after that shuffle and put to the bottom of the deck. And I saw a ton of just supporters in the hand. And guess what, Kyle? You can only play one of those every turn.
It'd be a really great trade binder. Not a good hand at the World Championships.
Yes, exactly. Just when the momentum was picking up there for Hua, it just dropped back down a tad bit here. And that's also scary when you're going against Dragapult, because they can pick up the pace nice and fast as well. And Yoshi, as you see, netting a counter catcher to the hand as well. I mean, these resources, that's just crazy right now.
This is
what Yoshi
absurd to think about. Like, this hand wasn't great until he found the energy. He didn't want to play these item cards just yet because he knows what he's working with. Iono is used. He wants to give himself maximum opportunity to find a basic energy card, but he sure enough found the exact card, the Psychic Energy, to go along with this. He has another Ultra Ball to follow up. If he needs to find the Dragapult, he can do that. He tries to find it with the Recon Directive first. He's got all the answers if he wants, and a double Dusclops to go with it.
That is brutal here, Kyle, that we're seeing from Yoshi. I mean, the triple Ultra Ball in hand is just... That's just dirty. That's just dirty.
Winning is so winning at this point.
Yeah, Yoshi. I feel like Yoshi's one of the best players at resource management, thinning the deck, you know, sequencing. Fantastic here, but
I mean,
whoa,
are we
blowing up?
We're close to some nastiness here with the other Dusclops that's in play. If the Dusknoir was available, you could almost take all of the Impidimp and Morgrem off the line at this point, but this is the safer play. You can just remove the Monkey Dory. You already know you don't care about 180. It is not enough to impact your strategy. Just remove the Monkey Dories from play. You need that energy. You need that Monkey Dory. You have to do that every turn, and you also need an attacker. It's a lot to ask, but maybe we can see the call answered.
I mean, that's crazy. So much happening here for Yoshi all at once, but we got the establishment there of that Dragapult EX, both energy down, to be able to start swinging the Dusclops, allowing for those knockouts there for Yoshi too. And I guess the strategy remains here in this game too between these players. The Monkey are the threat, so we are going to continue to take them out off this field, and Yoshi is doing just that. So Hua, as you see, is going to start to just reestablish them as fast as possible, because that is the only route here to having enough damage to put onto Yoshi's side to threaten these things or take these knockouts and take a win. So we're going to see, though, if that monkey removal was enough here for Yoshi. And Hua's going to make it a comeback.
It doesn't seem like the threat when you look at the board and you see no damage on your side. You're setting up this situation, but if you play Iono, you slow your opponent down. There's no boss's orders, no counter catcher. Dragapult has to attack into the active, and then when that damage is in play and stuck on this Pokemon, and you start to move it around, have another Marnie's Grimmsnarl in the active, you swap these Pokemon out, and you attack with that one as you clean this one up and move more damage. Take these free prize cards that are starting to accumulate on the other side. Things can go so well, but Yoshi knows that's coming, so he avoids it at every passing chance, taking away all the Monkey Dory here. And it's up to Hua to just put pressure on. Attack through wherever the energies are.
Keep going.
Maybe things will slow down.
Remove the threat as much as possible. Hua's doing just that here as we see the swing of the Shadow Bullet come down off of this Marnie's Grimmsnarl into the Dragapult EX. First damage down on these giant titans of Pokemons. Of course, the 30 damage as well being placed onto the bench on Yoshi's side. So we're seeing these damage counters stack up here on all of the Dragapult clan here from Yoshi. And yeah, we're going to start going into this deck once again. We've already seen one Recon Directive, and the Neo Upper is back at it into the hand. We've seen it flying around the deck and the hand, but Yoshi has got that back.
Yeah, it's just an extra security blanket at this point. You've already used a few of your energy cards. You have 2 committed to the active Pokemon. If If you have one more attacker to work with, you guaranteed can work through this active Marnie's Grimmsnarl if you don't have the resources to target the bench again. But
Break glass
get
for
pretty
emergency.
crazy. Yeah, well, this one also can break glass. He was thinking about going for the Dusknoir here. It's a little safer to go with the other Dragapult, have that established with the Neo. But I like crazy.
I like crazy too. I mean, we like to see that on stream. The thrill here from our players. Yoshi giving us a good show here. Dragapult EX coming out of the deck thanks to that Ultra Ball there. Some more discarding of some supporters as well. So now we see kind of the same thing here that you were talking about the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, you know? You kind of absorb the hit, trade into the other one, and outlast your opponent. Yoshi's able to do that same thing with these giant Pokemon that we see. And he's got the damage on his side as well with these Dusclops, the potential Dusknoir, the Monkey potential as well. So we're seeing, what do you think about that? Boss's orders for the Monkey, gonna be wiped off the field once again. These Monkey Dory cannot stick around for Hua. What do you think about that play, Kyle?
This is interesting to watch because I love taking out the Monkey Dory, but then you could either lock in on the prize cards here, use one of your Dusclops, give that prize card away, and take away one of these Morgrem, likely the one with the air balloon. But then you're in a situation where you're a little more susceptible to Iona. You're susceptible to that knockout happening from the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, and then trying to come back at that point. So he wants to give himself a few more answers. This leaves you with a situation where you could incorporate a Monkey Dory into the mix to find the final resources if perhaps one of these Dusclops is knocked out. But he has the answers here already. If he gets to keep this hand, likely we would see Dusclops pop, Dusknoir, and a Dragapult knockout for the final 3 prize cards to happen.
Ooh. We're going to have to see. I mean, Hua has been building up quite the hand on his side as well over here. We're going to see the Super Rod to recycle some of these resources back in. We've seen so many Monkey go down, but now they're back.
Unfortunately, you just can only charge up one at a time. These Pokemon are coming back, but it's just you're just accelerating that one singular energy. There is some damage on your side of the board to move around, but it's just not enough as you're playing right into a couple of odd situations. Some damage from a Hawlucha could be enough to help out in this spot. A Monkey Dory with the energy could get the job done here if you have the Dusknoir to go along with it.
I always forget about that Hawlucha. It jumps out right at the perfect moments to just add that extra damage, take out these knocks, and yeah, sometimes it's inevitable, unfortunately, but we're still seeing Hua turn through these turns as we see this fresh Marnie's Grimmsnarl fully charged up thanks to some punk ups here in that ability, and it's going to start swinging. We're finally seeing this giant Dragapult EX go down. That is 2 prize cards there for Hua as we're going through this game, and the Badoo promotion from Yoshi.
Yeah, Free Retreater has a Night Stretcher, wants to see if there's anything to perhaps find from the discard pile. The only thing that looks enticing at this point would be the Dragapult, but you want to use that Recon Directive first. The issue there is you have a supporter already in hand, but you don't have all the resources that you want just yet. Now, this is probably just for a look with the Artisan. I don't want to bench anything. That extra bench space can be pretty interesting to how you're going to incorporate that, even though you do still have Dusclops to open up spaces whenever.
Keep your options open.
A lot to think about here, but I think research is going to see a lot of great cards.
Yeah, well, we're seeing the Recon Directive here from Yoshi first. Looking at these 2 cards. Ooh, it's the Luminous Energy and a Counter Catcher. The Luminous going to go into the hand. That's the energy that we've been seeing applied to the Monkey Dory to serve as that dark energy needed for the Adrenabrain. The Night Stretcher is coming out here, Dragapult EX. There's the Luminous attached as well for the attack for that Dragapult EX to be charged up.
All right, a Dusknoir and a Hawlucha would get there. We see not much.
Oh.
Or just a little bit short there. Nest Ball with the energy's already attached. If the Monkey Dory was the plan, you're missing out in that regard. Pheasantipity could draw a little bit more, but we have that bench space situation. It's fine with the Dusclops, however. You just might have to use it earlier than you wanted.
Yeah.
But who cares? You could win.
I like drawing cards. So, yeah, Pheasantipity is coming out here. The beautiful artwork there. We're flipping the script. That's going to be a draw 3 here for Yoshi.
Was that Ultra Ball?
It was Ultra Ball there.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I think that should just about do it here. You find the Hawlucha, you have the Dusknoir to go along with this. You can put the damage on the active Pokemon, open up the bench space, use the Hawlucha, and take your 3 prize cards. Oh, man.
Wow, look at this play out here. The Dusknoir there. Cursed Blast into Oblivion. All this damage flying out. This Dragapult EX fully charged up here. And Yoshi is going to take this game. 3 prize cards as well. I mean, there's a mirage of Pokemon in here that we're going to see. But also on Liam Halliburton side too with the Ends Zoroark EX deck. Bringing that to our table. Oh my gosh, look at this. Both these players know instantly. Liam is playing Ends Zoroark, and Kazuki is playing a Joltik box deck. I mean, that's wild.
Well,
if you can even call it that.
But what's in the box? A pile of money. It's a pretty great box to have, I guess. But yeah, this is what you can do with this deck is you have plenty of energies because you're using Golden Go. If you have a matchup where you can't take advantage of these lower hit point Pokemon with Iron Hands, taking 2 prize cards here, 2 prize cards there, then you just bring out the Golden Go. You find all those energies and you get that one big knockout that you never were able to reach for in the other variant of Joltik Box.
Has Kazuki Kasahara cracked the code here, Kyle? Are we going to see this happen? I am so excited to see this matchup here, of course. Kazuki working through this first turn here. We see that Joltik, the cute, oh my gosh, the ult are in the active position.
Can I move? I want those energies so bad.
For real, I know. Yeah, those are gorgeous here. And look at this, the ace spec as well in that precious trolley. That's what you want to see. You get all of those Pokemon set up nice and early for Kazuki, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, great to see. This is another inclusion that you typically would not see from a Golden Go deck. Is they always have to play that Energy Search Pro, looking for all the different rainbow energies. This time around, you just flood the board. You have everything you want. You can accelerate energies onto your Iron Hands. You can search out your Golden Goes.
Oh my gosh.
Giddy up.
Giddy up indeed. That Genesect EX hailing from our Black Bolt card set here. And it is coming out with just a reigning supreme metallic signal, able to search out those 2 evolution metal Pokemon here. And that is perfect when you're playing a Golden Go deck. I mean, the things that this card has unlocked in the stability that it provides, the the recovery that you have. This is the first turn that we see from Kazuki, and thanks to that jolting charge off that Joltik, look at all of the energy that's already lined up on this Iron Hands EX that can knock out these single prize Pokemon for double the prize cards here. Liam Halliburton is looking down at this field like, what is going on? I'm just going to become an Ends Zoroark EX.
Yeah, I mean, this is all you have at this point. Has Iono, obviously can't play that on the opening turn, so now you see what you're working with for the remainder of the game, which might not be that long.
Yeah, for
We're
real.
looking at a situation where Golden Goes could be flying onto the board, and the pressure of knockouts, it's not that far away.
I know, this is scary to see here. I mean, we at least have that Ends Zoroark coming in. Liam has other cards to play with as well here for this turn, but yeah, it just seems to be, all right, let's kind of map out these turns. We're going to start with some trade. Of course, one of the most powerful abilities in the TCG, allowing you to discard a card and draw 2 additional cards, and that is fantastic. But, I mean, is it fantastic at this point, Kyle?
Yeah.
What's in the hand?
You have to make some decisions here. Do you risk not playing down other Pokemon here, thinking that this is a spot where your hit points on the Zoroark are protecting you? That you already see 5 energies in play. The potential of your opponent to go for a Golden Go knockout, it's pretty hard to get all of those energies for 300 damage KO. So you could slow down and not use Buddy Buddy Poffin, but you have to set up at some point. But then you walk into the boss's orders.
Exactly. I mean, you can see those gears churning in Liam Halliburton's head. You know, being faced up against this Ann on the stream match too. I mean, that is a tough one. You're eyeing down a very difficult board already. So this secret box, a spec card, is going to help out a lot here for Liam. You're allowed to go into your deck and search out what you need. A tool card, a supporter card, a stadium, and an item card, of course. And you take them all out and kind of gear up for these turns. Of course, you do have to discard 3 cards as well, which sometimes plays in your favor. You get rid of cards that you don't need or cards that you can recover later. Get them out of the hand, out of the deck, so you can slim down your deck even more to play into some of these pivotal resources for the future turns.
Well, I mean, you mentioned those resources and slimming down. This is where the secret will potentially come out here for Liam, is he does play that line of Toad Scroll, which is such an important card in this matchup when you're playing against Golden Go. The hit points that you have of the Zoroark are so good when you play against Iron Hands. But when you play against them both, does it really work?
We're going to find out.
You can target down the Toad School and take 2 prize cards at any point. So you have to play both of them down at the same time. It's a lot to think about for Liam. He is holding one of those Pokemon in the hand, and he is going to prioritize a full basic setup here.
I mean, as needed at this point for Liam to try to establish things. Do you want to walk us through the Zoroark EX? I mean, we've seen this card around because it is so powerful, but the deck functions so uniquely in comparison to every other deck that we see in our format right now. How does it work for us, Kyle?
Yeah, well, this is the problem we've run into with Zoroark, is it gives you more questions than answers.
True.
You have Trade, which is an amazing ability, but is this Pokemon going to be a support Pokemon, or is it an attacker? You have Night Joker, which is great, and you have these resources like End's PP Up to help you get the energies accelerated at the right time. But your options as far as attacking are not great. You have Reshiram, you have End's Darmanitan. That's basically it from this point. You can't really target any other attacks. And if those attacks don't work for you, you're in trouble. If you're playing against a deck with Shaman, Darmanitan's not doing very much for you. And if no one puts damage on you, if it's one-hit knockouts, Reshiram is only going to give you that 170 to work with the Virtuous Flame.
It can get really awkward very quickly here. So, I mean, we see Liam adding that line of the Toad Scroll in to try to maybe slow things down and change the pace of games a little bit there. But yeah, we're going to see how this pans out here for Liam against a unique deck on the other side as well. But that Toad Scroll is going to be so powerful there with that slime mold colony. And that's why we see 2 Toad Schools come out.
Yep, and that's the head-scratching moment for Kazuki is, oh boy. Well, I expected to lose this. That's fine. You can copy the Darumaka, take a knockout with a good old flare, as silly as it is for a Joltik. But now what? I would love to remove the Toad School from play, but maybe this is a spot where you have to shift gears. Target down Darumaka if you have the resources, and just limit your opponent's potential attacks.
Yeah, I mean, it is nice. We saw the Iron Hands EX charged up fully there for Kazuki right away. I mean, it just came out swinging there, which is what that Joltik does. But now we're going to see some of the other options coming into play. We see the coin bonus start to happen here. That first Golden Go drawing into a card. We have another Golden Go coming out, evolving, drawing another card for Kazuki as well. So you see this engine and these cards build up into the hand. One of the reasons this deck is so good, but like you said, Kyle, the race of the recovery is also going to become quite a sticky issue for Kazuki. So I'm excited to see how he navigates in this specific matchup against that Toad School that now is double on the board.
Yeah, this is a spot that's a bit interesting as you see the energies accelerated, energies to the discard pile, but maybe it's double-edged sword where you're trying to take that knockout on a Darumaka because you don't want to target double Toad School in this instance. You see the boss's orders, you get excited that 2 prize cards are coming, but you still need to have an answer. If you can't handle the Toad Scroll, you need to have basic energy in your deck to just coin bonus into these resources. So if we saw the superior energy retrieval for maybe 2 energies, 3 energies, that wouldn't really surprise me at this point. I think there's only 1 energy in the discard pile, though.
Have to try your best here to lock down these resources and keep track of them as well, because they're going to be so important in the later game of this super unique matchup. The Darumaka is coming up into the active position thanks to that boss's orders from Kazuki's side of the field.
Ooh.
And
Lavencia.
here we go. Lavencia coming out onto the field. Don't see this one too often unless we're seeing these lightning decks here, but that's going to switch up our stadium. And Liam is going to lose a Darumaka in this turn as well. That's a prize card down, another one for Kazuki. And Liam's promoting this Zoroark.
Yeah, this is the attacker you need to lean into. You need to set up that Toad Scroll to slow down the energies, but at this point, drawing into some help, some way to limit resources would be nice. The problem is, Gholdengo lives for that.
Right.
They will just coin bonus and find resources, and over again, the hand will mount into this answer that you are not expecting if you're playing against just Gholdengo or just Iron Hands.
Exactly. If there was just one of these threats, you could start to navigate it, but you're having to face down both at the same time. That is so tricky here for Liam, but this is his time to shine. He could somehow map out a way to win this, and if I'm relying on anyone to do that, it is going to be Liam Halliburton. He's bumping that stadium in the Lavencia here straight into an Iono after that as well. And the End's Castle, it's another incredible stadium card that fits perfectly, of course, into this deck. Plays right into this partner Pokemon strategy, allowing your End's Pokemon to have no retreat cost. That's a big advantage there.
This draw is so big, you need to find some help here with the trade. Basically, Reshiram at this point is the only thing that even gives you an attacker. Oh, you found the Toad Scroll, so you're slowing down the Gholdengo portion of the deck, but you are still getting smacked by Iron Hands. If there's boss's orders on the other side, you're in for a lot of trouble there, and Iono did not work out. Kazuki is in paradise right now.
My goodness. And can only go further as well.
Does he have like 2 or 3 boss in hand? Like, what is happening?
Way. Oh no, we've only seen one, so there's still a heavy line of them there. None are in the prize cards for Kazuki, so that very well could be what you're seeing in the hand. Let's take a look.
1, 2, and a penny. Yeah,
oh,
I mean, this is just gruesome.
That's brutal here that we're seeing Kazuki straight off the Iono, finding tons of incredible cards just like this boss's orders, targeting that Toad Scroll right away with the Slime Mold Colony ability, locking that discard pile from being recovering cards there. But now it is out for the count. The time and the resources spent for Liam to establish that Toad Scroll are knocked off the field here. Yeah. As Kazuki churns through these prize cards, he's only got 2 prize cards left, and Liam still has 5 left to take.
Kazuki is one of the only players we've seen really giving this deck a chance. He has a 10th place finish at one of the recent Japanese championship tournaments that he was in, and he's got all of the answers built into this deck. Think of a world where you don't have a hand disruption and Penny picks up the Iron Hands, giving you 4 energies. That's 200 damage just for free, handed to you. If you have 2 other energies in hand, you are taking a knockout, cleaning this game up. There's so much to consider here as Liam. He's going to do his best, though. He has Night Stretcher. That's why you play the 2-1 line. You bring this Pokemon back. Please show us the hand disruption, and it is Iono there sitting.
Oh, yeah, we're going to need it here for Liam, trying to slow things down as Kazuki has just been going through these turns. I mean, it's really cool to think about that, Kyle. You just recover your energy and take some huge knockouts toward the end of the game, and you're unstoppable here. Liam's trying to hold on, of course, looking through the hands first before the Iono. Definitely keep track of your cards. They're going to the bottom, and then you're seeing what your chances are to draw into more of those resources once again. But Liam here going to draw 5 of these cards. Of course, Kazuki only going to get 2, so that's the limiting that we need to try your best.
Come on. At this point, just still not finding the resources. He drew with multiple trades. It had the Pheasantipity, and he's passing over the turn. The top 5 did not work for him. We know Kazuki has plenty of great cards at the bottom of his deck now that could have won the game. Can he shuffle up and find the answer? He's already doing that here with the Genesect. A perfect way to use this ability.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Who cares about evolutions? Shuffle your deck and draw.
Yeah, we've already got all the evolutions out here. They're on the field, and they're ready to start coin bonusing thanks to that Genesect support. We see the shuffle here.
Waste. We see the Toad Scroll there. Looking for a little more help. Oh, no.
Oh, was that
just yet?
Lavencia?
Lavencia in combination with a penny would be enough to do it. Boss's Orders would be a great card to take the knockout. He's not finding it.
No,
is that like triple Arvin?
Wow, triple Arvin off of this Pokegear.
I guess it's like double and a scouting. It's still not great.
No, yeah. And you just see Kazuki shaking the head here after that. whiff. I guess we kind of jinxed it a little bit there, Kyle.
I mean, that's the only way we stay in this game, boo. All right, I got to throw the jinx around every once in a while. You want to see more turns?
It just makes it a little more spicy, you know? It just makes it a little more spicy. Do you think this is going to be one of those turns if Kazuki's not able to set up this play where it could start to change the tide here in Liam's favor, Kyle? What do you think?
I mean, this is the window that Liam needs. He needs to buy turns, and you do it in just this fashion. It's up to Kazuki now to figure out what the best plan is. He's just thinning his deck out of resources, and he might honestly pass the turnover. Dealing this damage into a Zoroark is pretty useless. You're just setting up for a Reshiram to attack in even harder. In combination with Iono, you might not see the energies again for Golden Go. It might just be pass.
I think that is what, and it's crazy to see that because we see 3 Golden Go on the bench, all coin bonus into all of these cards, but it's just a pass back over to Liam that's giving Liam this opportunity to start to recover here a little bit. We saw the counter catcher being drawn here off of this trade.
Yep, and that's what you have to think about on Liam's side is you're attacking for 2-hit knockouts at this point because you do not have Darumaka set up. If you want to lean into that, it's a little late for it, but maybe there's a world where you could get that Pokemon established. If not, though, it's Reshiram, all or nothing on this last bench space.
Right.
This is the problem we see with this deck so often is it is great at setting up, but terrible at attacking.
Yeah, it's terrible at attacking because it takes so much to get there, unfortunately, and Liam that's the board that we're looking at. It's just 3 and Zoroark here. We do have a Toad Scroll that's now getting an energy attached to it on Liam's side. We're going to see the boss's orders there for that Genesect.
Yep. Just I need you to take a break. Hopefully the energies are depleted at this point, and somehow, some way, this hand has 0 basic energy in it.
Wow. That's pretty wild here. That Genesect EX, of course, like we were talking about, a new addition into the format thanks to Black Bolt there, but 2 retreat costs. It's heavy, it's hefty. It carries so much weight in that ability to search out your evolution Pokemon and shuffle up your deck as well, but then, you know, it can get stuck there in the active position.
I talked about earlier in the game, there's this spot where maybe if you have 2 or 3 energy, you use that superior early so you have these basic energies to draw into. There was 1 energy in there, and now I'm even considering, would you have just gone for 1 at that point? You don't need to see 4 superior energy retrieval. Just burn those resources and have another card that could help out in this instance. Just things that you need to think about in this matchup as the resources don't need to be used as strongly because Iron Hands accelerates the clock for you, steals those 4 prizes early.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Oh, back again. Air Balloon has returned. Another one of these cards that is so essential in so many decks now, and it is back on the scene and taking names here, allowing for that retreat. It's 2 retreat costs less, and that's the exact retreat cost of that Genesect EX. So with a cute little balloon, it flies away back into this Iron Hands EX. Ready, it's fully healthy, all ready to start swinging once again.
Okay, Reshiram was found off the top deck. Boss's Orders is found here too. So if you want to attack into some other Pokemon here, maybe start to work on a Pokemon like this Golden Go that's hanging out over on the side. It has no energy just yet, no way to move around. You could soften it up and maybe clear it up over the coming turns.
Oh, we see how essential those Iono are. The Pal Pad shuffling 2 Iono from the discard pile back into the deck. That is the way that we're sticking Kazuki in these difficult positions for Liam Halliburton to do. And yeah, prioritizing that. We got the Reshiram out.
Energy's found. There's still plenty of draws that could happen here. Another energy, so now the Penny is a live way to clean up the game. You could pick up Iron Hands and get there with the 6 energies. Do we see it? It is in the hand. He can pick it up. Look at the combos here. You find the energies, and he's got all of them. That is a crazy knockout.
Oh, Kazuki, Kasahara. To see it when it starts. Oh my gosh,
He did it again.
What's going on here?
Just opening turn, Zorua energy go. This is unreal to think about. You make it all the way to 3-0 at the World Championships. You're 20 minutes into a pretty devastating game 1, and you start game 2 the exact same way. I'd put my hand on my head if I was seeing that.
Oh my goodness.
And look at the prizes!
Wow, what is going on? Nothing here is in these players' favor. I mean, what do you want to even look at first here, Kyle? This is wild.
I don't want to look. I'm
Yeah,
turning my
let's
head.
look away.
The Reshiram is prized. A piece of the Darumaka line. You can't even go for the double Darumaka setup if you want to avoid the Iron Hands here. If Kazuki has the answers and just sets up Joltik Iron Hands once more, you are going to be run over.
This is so scary to see, but Kazuki is on his way here as we're seeing some cards hit the hand. We'll have to see what is in his hand already to get things going. The Poke Gear searching out one of these boss's orders, thinning it out of the deck before we could potentially go back in. Are we going to see this explosive setup once again here?
Oh, I mean, he is fishing, and this is what you have to do. Arven is a great card for a reason. It finds you the trolley. It finds you all the answers. If you get that, you have what you need. And
that wasn't even a supporter. Whipped 2 Poke Gear here. Does have the Brock scouting. That's going to help out a little bit, but yeah, I mean, 2 supporters whiffed off the Poke Gear. Well, I guess we got 1 in the boss's orders, but yeah, just 2 basic Pokemon or 1 evolution Pokemon as the choice from the Brock scouting from Kazuki.
Yeah, this is why you really want to go the Arven instead. You're limiting your resources. If that second card there is the Iron Hands, then you still can go for the Joltik and charge this Pokemon up, but you do not have Gimme Ghouls to go along with this. Just a singular Pokemon to draw out would be tricky. It's worth it, though. You saw Zorua energy go.
Look at that.
So giddy up.
Here we go, the Joltik there, the Iron Hands in hand being placed down. We're seeing it once again with that jolting charge here. The little buddy helping out so much. We see 4 of these energy come out onto this Iron Hands EX. It is charged up. Turn 1 going second here for Kazuki. And Liam once again with a terrible starting turn with this Zorua. Was able to recover slightly in that last game, and we'll see where he's able to go with this hand here.
Yeah.
Off with the Hilda, a new card for us as well.
Yep, this is not the evolution Iono try to find the lines. This is, I have a Hilda, I can set up an energy, and you have this Zoroark now, but was there anything to go along with this? Is this a missed attack if we don't see cards off of trade?
We cannot see a missed attack. I mean, we don't have that time and that energy to spare for Liam.
It's just 1 Darumaka from this point. He got a quick look at his deck. He does have to play fast. Does he have that information right now? It's not pretty.
I would think. I mean, I would think so. If he's eyeing it down, I mean, they're pretty easy to see. They're bright red in your deck, but who knows? We're gonna see it from Liam here.
He's got Darmanitan in hand, so clearly that's a Pokemon you'd want to see. Buddy Poffin. The card itself would be nice. Trade for 2.
Trade for 2. We're going to see what he's going to choose to discard here off of this trade. Discard 1, draw 2. Fantastic, but you're only working with 2 resources, and if you need a lot more than that, puts you in a sticky situation. What are the 2 here? Oh, is that it? Darumaka comes up.
I mean, if you're not going to find Buddy, you might as well just find the
2
cards
Pokemon.
you'd find. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Does not want to play it just yet. Wants to combo this with the Iono so that maybe there's a chance that the boss is not there. He knows the boss is there, though, because the Pokegear saw his turn. Big brain.
No, it is big brain here from Liam, choosing when and when not to play these cards, because as you saw and as we've spoken about, if they're targeted down from this 4 bosses orders deck Kazuki is running, that is difficult here. So again, evaluating those Ionos, disrupting things for Kazuki and trying to slow things down here. But Kazuki is no stranger to this deck or the strategy around it. He played the same exact deck, I'm not sure the same list, but placed 10th with it in our in the Japan Championship as well. So he's familiar with what's going on here. He already took a game 1, and I'm sure he's feeling confident going into this game too, having such a solid setup here. There is, I feel like, a little less with the Golden Go that we've seen so far. We just have that single Gimme Ghoul here, but still, Liam's also struggling equally on the other side.
Yeah, I don't really know how you move past this point. Doesn't want to play Iono because the hand is so bad on the other side. There's no Golden Go to continue to draw through and find resources.
You
But
know
you're not
you're
attacking. You're
facing down a boss's orders. Like, what do you do? What do you do?
It's just a stalemate. You can't play down anything that isn't Zorua, potentially, because you want to save the Darmaka. This is not fun.
I guess we could thin a little bit here. Secret box coming out. Has to choose 3 cards here to discard to it. But yeah, I mean, this is just awkward. You hate to be in this position as a Pokemon player. You know, you want to be handling your deck well and navigating the field with presence here. And Liam just, it's unfortunate that it's like you said, Kyle, it's just a little bit of a stalemate, unfortunately. But we're going to try to go with some thinning here, Toadstool, and that Darmanitan hitting the discard pile here. Pretty much one of each card that you get after that. But what are the lines? Like, what is his best strategy here?
It would be to not prize your Reshiram in boss's orders attack into the Iron
Well, let me tell you about that, Kyle.
You don't say.
We got a lot of crucial prize cards there for Liam. So unfortunate for it to happen in the second game, already being down a game, but he is still going through. And I mean, you can tell from the way Liam is playing that he is just trying in his head to mentally map out, how do I do this? How do I go against this already? Because Kazuki is going to start picking up the pace here in these next couple of turns. As soon as he gets into a couple of cards that can help a dead hand, he's going to be off to the races. So energy switch here going down, as well as an Artisan and a Cyrano coming into the hand from that secret box.
Yep, you're finding all of the Pokemon that aren't in the prize cards at this point. All of these evolutions, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, which is your late game answer to so many situations. Bombardier as well in the mix there too. Is this a spot where you just have to start looking for different attackers? Like how else do you move past this point? You only have Darumaka at this point to attack.
That is very true. You have to find some way to actually take your prize cards and win this game. I mean, it's so weird to see the situation Liam is in, but at least we're going to have some... Oh, that is another alternative attacker there with that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX coming down with that reversal energy, but that is going to be for later on here. It's a full bench now to Zorua. We have that Darumaka out, the single little Darumaka making a name for himself, and that Toadstool as well.
Yeah, you're just trying to find an answer. The energy here maybe leads to some situations with the energy switch and PP up, just some cards moving around and maybe finding enough energies for the Blood Moon Ursaluna to take this Pokemon out in one hit.
I mean, but look at this. You know, I was talking about the Golden Go being established slightly slower. That was because we saw this Precious Trolley way earlier for Kazuki in the last game, but now it's out. And this is what I mean with just starting to speed things up every turn that goes by. Precious Trolley allowing Kazuki to bring out this Genesect, bring out another Gimme Ghoul, get these evolution Pokemon thanks to that ability in the metallic signal to start to set this up. We're going to see coin bonus to reestablish the hand, get some pivotal resources there for Kazuki right now. Bravery Charm.
And look at this. Also limited the amount of cards that were seen off the Precious Trolley. I believe that is for the bench space for the Pheasantipity too. So if you want to have that Pokemon online, he can incorporate that. Chooses not to play it down this time. Instead values the higher hit points out there in the Golden Go and the Iron Hands.
Yeah, the hired hands too, with that charm on it now. Little beefy buddy up there in the active position. That Darumaka, it was too young. He went too soon, but I mean, we saw that happening there. That is an attacker option for Liam, and now it is gone there, at least for now, in the discard pile. We're going to see the energy switch, though, on this Blood Moon Ursaluna. This is a Pokemon that you see later game. It's season skill as, you know, your opponent goes through those prize cards. It's a late game attacker. It's such a high energy cost in that Blood Moon for 240 damage. But if you're having to desperately search for an attacker, that's why we're seeing this charge up now of this reversal energy and this dark energy here to start to get into the game.
It's still your best answer at this point. You have to attack in his Pokemon, do what you can. The reversal energy is not really doing what you need it to do, but you're going to get the damage onto this Pokemon. You can't work through the Bravery Charm, it looks like, so once this damage is stuck, if you have the Toad's Rule online, then there's a situation where the Golden Goat doesn't have the immediate answer. We know if Penny is found and this attack happens, this could be game over.
I know. Oh, it'd be so tragic. The Iono is what we're leaving it up to here now, though. Liam's going to throw away this Buddy Poffin, draw into 2 additional cards. The boss's orders and a counter catcher, I think, is what we saw off that.
Where's the green guy?
Where's our buddy? Or a way to get the buddy.
Still haven't seen that just yet. I believe there's still one more trade left.
One more trade. Could we see it here for Liam? Has to pick a card to discard. 2 cards coming out of this deck. Let's see what it is. Another Zoroark and a Dark Energy as well. That's going to come down onto the field here, onto that Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Finds the energy there and slaps that down. It could look like that was the card he was looking for, but he did have the other energy in hand. But you always do that for your opponent to make them think, oh, you just found the energy. Maybe they don't have an energy for the next turn. Just little small things you can incorporate into your game plan, even though you're way behind here. The hand is not great for Kazuki just yet.
240 damage.
Roll into it.
Iron Hands EX still maintaining there on the
His
field.
orders? Not bad.
Killed him a Rhydon.
Goofy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just like wild. This deck is so cool. I love it. Well, we're seeing Kazuki here applying air balloon to the field, looking at the hand, deciding which way to play this first. Of course, can go in on this Genesect and get some cards out.
There's certainly a way you want to play this. If you have the boss's orders and you can take the 2 prize cards, feels okay for now, but you run into that situation where this Pokemon's removed, Toad Scroll comes down, Golden Go does not have the resources to clean up Pokemon as in one-hit KOs, and you are in a lot of trouble. Instead, burn resources and try to give yourself the best chance possible to find the penny. If you find the penny and knock out this Blood Moon Ursaluna, you have plenty of time to figure out how to get the last 2 prizes.
Yes, and we could see it again. What we saw in the last game, just drawing slowly with just these couple of coin bonus. It's going to be the boss's orders, though, as that supporter card. That means the Toad School is going to go down, but this heavily damaged Iron Hands EX with all this energy is not going to be able to be recycled here for Kazuki. Is this an opportunity here now for Liam, Kyle?
I didn't get to see Kazuki's hand just yet if he was able to hold on to a superior energy retrieval, but it's that spot. You see 2 energies that are stuck in the discard pile, 4 more energies that could go down as well. If there is the Ends Reshiram, we know it's not there, but Blood Moon Ursaluna could still work its way in to take the knockout. Even a Night Stretcher for Darumaka would get the job done just to deal 50 at this point. Any attack into this Pokemon in combination with Toedscruel and Iono is devastating. Can he find that?
I know. We're going to see here. We're looking for the green guy still once again.
He had the superior. He could have found the additional energies. He did not do that. Is that going to bite him? He finds another superior here.
Oh my gosh, are you serious? Off the Iono? Wow.
But if the Toedscruel happens, that all these cards are just terrible. This is where you need to find some help. We are not seeing it just yet.
Yeah, we are not. That's 2 trades down, 1 more. That's just the monkey and the dark energy.
We didn't see a piece of it. Nothing. I don't even know if we have Night Stretcher.
I don't think so. I don't think I saw it in the hands here for Liam, which is so unfortunate here. Liam just looking through the discard pile like, where are my resources at, homie?
I mean, the Toedscruel was discarded earlier on. Oh, he does have the Night Stretcher. He actually has both Night Stretchers. Okay, so that's the piece. He found it all. Ooh. He has the answer here to slow down the special energy retrievals. The energies are not going to be coming back at this point. Darumaka is the perfect answer. It's going to take a knockout here for a simple 50 of all. That is exactly what you wanted.
Who needs the Darmanitan anyway, you know?
So many item cards in that hand, and thankfully found the exact ones he needed to get there. Yeah. Oh, boy.
I love it. I mean, I am so happy to see that here for Liam because we want to see the fight back, and that is what's going on our screens as we speak here, Kyle. Liam is
fighting.
making it happen. He's fighting that Darumaka there, copying that attack. Knight Joker able to apply that pressure here, wipe out this Iron Hands EX, and Liam saying, the joke's on you there, Kazuki. I set it up and I made it happen. That's 2 prize cards. All your energy wiped out here. Toad Scroll is on the field, locking down that discard pile, and Liam Halliburton has found a way to put all of these obstacles in the way of Kazuki now in that turn. That was fantastic for him.
Yeah, and for Liam now, 3 prize cards remaining. He's got multiple counter catchers that he could incorporate, at least one in the following turn, and if prize cards were to fall, maybe work that final one into the mix. There is no threat right now. This hand is useless. 1 metal energy, you have 50 damage as your maximum attack at this point. You just need to see more cards as Kazuki, and sure enough, that's what you do. You have coin bonus, and it's just not helping.
I know, yeah, usually drawing cards is so fantastic, but when it's the awkward cards that you don't want to see, that's pretty bad for you. But Nestball is going to be able to get Pheasantipity. That's going to be some extra support here for Kazuki to work with in that flip the script to draw into some cards. But now is he just kind of on the back foot? We've been working around this 2 prize cards left to take for Kazuki for a hot minute now, as Liam has been fighting back and, you know, going down to 3. Flip the script was used here. Did you see anything from it as this Golden Go is promoted, Kyle?
There's 1 energy to work with. This is merely for coin bonus for 2 cards, and he's seen superior energy retrievals. These could have been energies. Yes, they're not enough energies to get the job done, but maybe you would build up an answer to have boss's orders and 2 or 3 energies. Take the knockout on that Toad Scroll.
Right.
You're not going to have it. It's just not there. And there's no Iron Hands answer. You can't build up that Pokemon at this point. He's going to take a look at his maximum energy count. He has 3 energies to work with, 1 more. There's 4 energy total. That does not culminate into an EX knockout.
Yeah, that is just scary, having been worked into the position here now for Kazuki, and to think that it could have gone so differently if we just had the penny, scooped things up there, got the energy in hand, had some attackers to buy us some time and go through this. But yeah, everything kind of changed in this game since that happened, and Kazuki is still battling through it.
You just have to play cards suboptimally in this matchup. If you want answers to take knockouts at some point, you need basic energies. And he had a spot there, got excited, and passed through it. Still is looking for an answer. When your best answer is find the last remaining basic energies and boss's orders for a single prize when you have 2 remaining, you're not feeling very confident. And this is the best answer from Liam. The second we saw that Pheasantipity, you knew it was going straight to the discard pile. Counter catcher, Iono.
Yeah, this is exactly what Liam needs to do. That's 2 prize card liability there on Kazuki's side, and Liam knows that here. So we're going to continue to build up this hand here. Liam is just trading through. That is awesome to see.
Yep, don't need counter catchers from this point. You are going to be winning. And it's not a spot that Liam often found himself in this match, but here we are. Blood Moon Ursaluna has the resources, has the attack. Seasoned skill is getting him there as the Pheasantipity will fall, and maybe you can set up a final attacker with that Darmanitan, or you can just wait a turn with the Blood Moon.
Yeah.
What's going to happen? Name an attack. I don't see it.
Exactly. Yep, we saw the ends PP up there to charge up some of these energy onto the field for Liam. 1 prize card left. Now that Pheasantipity is gone, wiped off the field. Kazuki is frantically looking through Liam's discard pile here to map out this scenario, but has to take those 2 prize cards, and just being limited on that energy and still having to get the energy as well. I mean, what do you do here as Kazuki? We're going to see the boss's orders, bring up this Toad Scroll, try to battle
buy
through
the time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what else do you do at this point?
Yeah, you need this Pokemon removed from play. You can draw some more cards and use all of your energies to get it knocked out, and then maybe find the answers with all of those superior energy retrievals, drawing, Night Stretchers, Pheasantipities, whatever it takes to refill a hand. But from Liam now, find your attacker. You have the Darmanitan, and you have plenty of trades. Maybe you get a big attack here soon.
Yeah, Darmanitan coming out here for Liam after we saw that Super Rod as well. Oh, that's it, Kyle. We're donezo.
Scooping it up.
Yeah, we're scooping it up, and there's only 8 minutes left. I don't know, for sure. But hey, it leads to an exciting round 3 here between these players. We saw a smile there on Liam's face setting up. I would assume that means some good things for this hand after the first few games where you energy attach pass. So we see the secret box coming out turn 1 here for Halliburton. Look at the
Stop!
What's going on?
He's never going to attack with Darmanitan, whether it be prizes all the Darumaka or they get knocked out. He finally sees a way to set up all these Pokemon turn 1, not have to worry about Iron Hands, and the Darmanitans in the prize
what
cards.
is happening here? That single Darmanitan there, stuck in the prize card, stuck in the Pokeball of the prize cards for Liam. So we're just going to see a bunch of Zorua come out, same as before, but a little bit more setup here. That means that's going to be more stability with more trades happening for Liam, so that's great to see. But the Joltik start already for Kazuki. He just has to put a couple of pieces here, and he's going second as well, which means the supporter opportunity is unlocked too.
Well, this is not the one you want. Arvin into the trolley would lead to all the Gimme Ghoul established. Instead, you can go with this route. You don't need to include anything like the Miraidon. You have just Gimme Ghoul and Iron Hands. It would be enough. You attach, you get the energies on the Iron Hands, and try to make this work. He might have access to it already. Oh, he's got Pikachu. He's got Pikachu!
What?
Boo!
What?
He is mixing it up.
How did we miss that?
We're going for the Topaz Bolt?
I didn't even see that here. The Pikachu EX dropping down on the field. I mean, this is, I guess, a lightning deck at heart here.
You have the energies. If you play 4 onto it, you just attach metal energy to it twice, and you can discard 3 energies 2 times in a row. Knock out 2 Zoroark. I guess it works for this situation.
I guess so. That Pikachu EX, we haven't been seeing it too often here, but when it came on the scene, it was pretty cool with its Resolute Heart ability, keeping it alive. If you hit into it cleanly and it doesn't knock out, it survives by 10 HP. So it's pretty cool here, but Liam Halliburton throwing out his own supporter on this side too, getting all of those EX Pokemon out. This time it's going to be those 3N Zoroark.
I don't know. Maybe this is a great plan if you have 20 minutes on the clock. You have 4 minutes to win this game. How do you get it perfectly? Unless you have to find exactly all the metal energy back to back to back.
Right.
And you don't have the resources to really find anything else.
That's scary.
But Liam's going to play into it because he wants to win too. He's going to play down the evolutions. I think the better answer for him would just be to pass the turn with some Zoruas, and we'll see.
We're living on the edge, I guess, here. More so, we're seeing these trades start to happen for Liam.
At least
going in
avoid evolving the active.
Counter-catcher.
The prize cards are so tricky here.
As PP up, I mean, yeah, it's a tough spot here, I guess, for Liam. It's awkward. It's very, very awkward.
Well, if you want to win the game, it involves using Artisan, finding the Darumaka, and evolving, attacking, removing this Joltik, and getting into an absolute war. And I think you just need to do that at this point.
You gotta fight dirty.
3 minutes.
Gotta fight dirty. Yeah, 3 minutes on the clock here now. The Darumaka joining us thanks to that Artisan from Liam Halliburton here. You know, we already saw those Zoroark EX coming out, helping with the draw support. Here's the third coming down. Already had that energy attached there, as we saw, trading one of the boss's orders away for some additional cards, and already has the energy in hand to charge up that Night Joker here for Liam too. So Toad School also being established. I mean, it's the same thing that we've seen before from Liam, but it's just a little bit different now that Pikachu EX is on the other side. Joltik going down as predicted and has done in every single game here. That's the first prize card, but now Pikachu EX is promoted into the active position. What do we see?
Hey,
the precious trolley.
You're a pink card. That's exactly what you need. It's the Genesect. It leads into finding some more resources. Coin bonus, Pheasantipity. You want to find answers, metal energies. This is how you do it. He has to play quickly here.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, absolutely. Just under 2 minutes here, we're going to see the precious trolley that brought all of these basics down. We see the Genesect metallic signal bringing these Golden Go back out as well into the hand. And we're going to see the evolution of the first one for a single card coin bonus.
Yep, not the answer you're looking for just yet, but still some help here with the Pheasantipity. Also, one more coin bonus. I saw a fancy energy. It is a metal. This is going to be fun.
Goodness.
Kazuki, if he can play this quick enough, maybe there's a world where you take 3 Zoroark knockouts back to back to back. It is a lot to ask.
It is. It absolutely is. We see the extra energy there on that Pikachu EX, having to maintain, like you said, that metal energy on there to carry out the Topaz Bolt. It's 300 damage, but it has the awkward energy that you need to attach to it, and you have to discard the 3 energy from the Pokemon in order to use it. So it's a ton of damage, but there is drawbacks, but it can fit perfectly into this Golden Go Joltik Box deck here, but is Kazuki going to be able to pull it off?
Wants to do this with the Golden Go.
Ooh.
That is a tricky one because...
Well, also already coin bonus too.
You don't have that resource. You don't have the energies to take this knockout. I'm not sure.
Confusion? Superior energy retrieval?
I mean,
Here?
you find the energies. There's no supporter that's been used, but it's boss's orders. Oh, he wants to take out the Toadstool. This is just not winning the game, though. You have 15 seconds. You needed 2 prize cards.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, playing it, taking out the Toadstool, having been heavily affected by that Toadstool in the former games. That Toadstool is gone now.
I think both players just heard it's time. And
yeah.
for Kazuki,
right.
That is heartbreaking. As you had a chance. You could have taken those 2 prize cards. If the turn started for Liam, you have turn 1 and 3 to try to get it done.
Right.
But that's all she wrote.
Yeah, that is kind of, I guess, anticlimactic conclusion between these players. A tie, 1-1 here in our Swiss round 4, but still. They performed so well up here on stage. They gave us a show, Kyle, and we saw some...
Ships. Let's see who'll be going first. Looks like it will be Greg.
Charmander being flipped up, and this is a big starting point. Now you have an idea of what you're playing against, or at least somewhat of an idea. Charizard EX, big inclusion in the deck here. This changed up as Oyvind starts the turn off. Very simple for Greg, but that's really what this deck expects. Just getting energy attachments down into Dwebble, starting to turn off. Let's not forget that Secret Box is prized here for Oyvind, so you've got to wonder, is it an opportunity where Arvin is still preferred from this point on, or is something even as content as I am? It looks like there was a lot of mulligans. This hand is huge here for Oyvind without having played a supporter card. Immediately that Chi-Yu is going to come down into play.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to get that down early. And I guess the thing is about the Secret Box being prized, you don't necessarily know that straight away. So maybe you play that Arv and then you find out the Secret Box is prized. You can just take it from there. I think that it's obviously, you want to see that at some point to get yourself set up nicely. But in this matchup specifically, I think you're kind of playing a different game to usual, right? You're not doing your usual, oh, I just want to set up my Charizard, go ahead. And actually, on that note, Oyvind's going to go ahead and just make use of that Professor's Research, dump that whole hand and draw 7 cards.
It was a little bit of an internal debate there, kind of just debating, do I want to play Iono? I get to keep some of these cards like Boss's Orders for later, but my opponent didn't really do much. And you have to feel like that, sort of lackluster start for Greg. Just attach, bench a Pokemon, and pass. It's enough for Oyvind to be okay discarding some of these Pokemon, or rather cards from his hand, especially when he's going to get an extra card and be able to use Buddy Buddy Poffin. Immediately just checking this Dusknoir line, sees how valuable it is against a deck where you're not going to be relying off of Charizard EX to take fast, big hits and big KOs.
Yeah, so this Buddy Buddy Poffin is absolutely vital for that reason. If I were Oyvind here, I imagine I would be wanting to go for a nice mix of maybe Charmander and Duskull, because these are 2 ways that you can get around that the Crustl's ability, of course. You can make use of the Dusclops's and Dusknoir's Curse Blast to do some damage onto one of these Crustles, or even Dwebble if you can get it going early enough. But then also you want to get multiple Charmander out, so you can evolve one into Charizard and one into Charmeleon, so you can then use the Charizard to power up the Charmeleon and start hitting these Crustles with that as well.
Just the energy attachment, we saw Defiance Band get played. We'll go ahead and see what appears to be Pokegear 3.0. Maybe one supporter as the choice for Greg. It is an Arvin. Question here, does Greg have a better option to play? And also, if there isn't a better option, what does Arvin get for Greg that's going to allow him to progress his board? Big thing for Greg is going to want to make sure to check out that Chi-Yu and see how he can avoid that boosted damage from Mega Fire Event.
Yeah, so I think Arvin's going to be the choice here, and I think what Greg might be thinking is, do I want to try and just basically evolve up into a Crustle and ensure it survives? So one of the big tools that this Crustle deck does make use of is that luxurious cape. When it's attached to a Pokemon, it does make that Pokemon give an extra prize up when it's knocked out by damage, but it does also give that Pokemon an extra, I believe, 100 HP. So it's a very, very big HP boost that the luxurious cape gives.
Lots of tool cards in this deck. Mainly one that does not see a lot of play in a lot of standard decks right now. We saw Isaiah Bradner use this in a cool way in that Gardevoir EX deck. It is that TM Turbo Energize. Well, you know you can rely off things like Crispin to accelerate energy into play. If you're not using a better attack for turn, you can end your turn with essentially a glorified energy acceleration, especially when you're staring down a one-hit KO machine like Chi-Yu. How to expect a big priority for Greg here is making sure that not just one Crustle, but maybe even 2 or 3 are ready, so that when Mega Fire of Envy is used, there's a guaranteed response KO, so Greg does not have to worry about easy access to another one-hit KO, albeit it's still possible thanks to that Infernal Rain ability.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something that Greg will be considering, although it looks like the choice is going to be actually just another luxurious cape, so no Turbo Energize this time, it looks like. I don't believe it's not, or is it in the hand already?
No Turbo Energize in the hand. This is the question of, what do you prioritize? You can, of course, use that energy acceleration from the TM Turbo Energize, or Greg can actually use the Ascension attack on this active. It's an iconic attack in the Pokemon TCG throughout time, just to let you search your deck for a Pokemon that evolves from this one, put it on top, getting yourself evolved, getting yourself set up, and not having to worry about this Dwebble being in fear of KO'd from something like Charizard EX, since it does not yet have that mysterious Rock-In ability.
Yeah, and there it is. The Ascension comes in, evolving up that Dwebble into the Crustle, and look at that, 250 HP on a Crustle. That is a big, big HP boost. So Irvin's going to have to try and find a way to get a KO here, but I'm actually not sure if you can, unless you maybe use some combination of Dusclops and Charmeleon, perhaps, and maybe that's what's going for. Oh, no, going to start off with Rare Candy into Pidgeot. That's great for Irvin there.
Yeah, Irvin could go ahead and rush a KO, but why really bother? Your opponent's deck is not super aggressive in terms of dealing damage. You kind of can wait to go into Chi-Yu until it's boosted to do that damage, because if your opponent's not going to swing and put any pressure, you can kind of just sit here and build up as many strong disruptive Pokemon on your bench, like the Dusclops, like the Dusknoir, and now with Pidgeot, you're kind of just set for the rest of the game.
Absolutely.
It's never being threatened in terms of aggressive damage. 280 HP is more than enough to survive a couple of those superb scissors attacks. So now the question here for Oivan is, got the first step out of the way. Setup is clean, Pidgeot's in play. Now with these quick search abilities, what type of board Freya do you think he wants to build towards in this situation?
So it looks like kind of going along what you were saying, considering maybe just not even going for a Rare Candy to evolve that Charizard up straight away that is in the hand, maybe thinking about going for a Charmeleon instead, or it could be even, maybe preempting, actually going to go ahead and quick search for that Arvin, and then from that we'll be able to grab a Rare Candy and a TM Evolution. So very much going for this approach where you just set up your board as well as possible, and maybe you can just do a bunch of shenanigans with Dusclops and Dusknoir with Curse Blast, and then maybe you just clear Greg's entire board and just win the game that way.
Yeah, and a small choice that didn't seem super relevant, if Oivan wanted to go for a TM Evolution, was attaching that Defiance Band to the active, right? That Pokemon does not have the ability to get another tool card attached to it. With there being no energy in hand here for Oivan, it means he's going to just have to go and grab some of these Pokemon manually and just use that TM Evolution as discard fodder. Looks like it will actually be getting a little bit aggressive in this spot. It's going to get the Rare Candy number 2. Charizard EX gets evolved. Infernal Rain searches out Fire Energy from the deck. With these energies being placed onto both the Charmeleon and the Chi-Yu, you just see a 2-hit or 3-hit rather KO start to be set up, thus taking double damage.
So I do believe then, it's going to be a 3-hit KO, but also this goes back to something you were saying right at the beginning. It is kind of aggressive, but also not. You're not really that scared of the Crustle doing much to you. So yeah, maybe just going for the 3-hit KO here is completely fine. Or even like next turn, if you want to go ahead and try and speed things up a little bit, you still have that access to quick search. Maybe then next turn you go ahead and start doing some more shenanigans with Duskull and with the Dusclops and the Dusk Noir, and then you start really putting the hurt on Greg.
Yeah, even though this damage doesn't seem super relevant at this point, you've always got to remember that that Defiance Band can be triggered very easily in a spot like this.
Yeah.
With the use of one of those Dusclops or Dusknoir abilities, you could just go ahead and not only give yourself the plus 30 boost, which essentially acts as plus 60 because of the weakness, but you can also just put those damage counters on another Pokemon to put pressure onto it. Even take a one-hit knockout on Monkey Dory, for example, if you have that Dusknoir. So 100 damage, going to put pressure on Greg's side immediately.
And we just saw that Irvin had a look at the Luxurious Cape and picked it up. I think he was looking to make sure that the extra prize card that you take from it, if it only takes effect when you do damage from an attack, which that is indeed how it works. So I think being very careful to make sure that when he takes a KO, it is with an attack, so you can actually take the extra prize card and essentially, turn KOing a Crustle into KOing a EX instead of a single prizer.
Now a very interesting choice for Greg. Crispin, the supporter of turn. I'm sure we'll see the Grass Energy be attached from that effect to the active. And now with this Dark Energy, you've got two choices, right? Monkey Dory could use Adrenabrain this turn to heal damage off. Right, is that really better than just slowly starting to power up this Crustle? Because Chi-Yu is waiting on the bench and he's ready to get in there.
Yeah, you got to be a little bit careful about falling into that. It almost feels like if you're Greg, you're kind of, doomed if you do, doomed if you don't, because you're going to play into that Defiance Band potentially. But if you knock it off the Charmeleon off the board, then I guess you're not as worried about it because you don't know. It seems unlikely there'll be another Defiance Band waiting. These Charizard lists don't tend to play more than one. But yeah, lots to think about for Greg here. And it looks like, yeah, they're actually not going to bother with the Monkey Dory, just going to go ahead and put that Dark on the second Crustle to start powering it up for its own superb scissors.
Yeah, and this is really where I wonder, if Greg is going to start attacking and start swinging into Pokemon, I would really love to see him at least have 2 energy on the bench Crustle so that when Chi-Yu inevitably comes up, you can at least take it out of play and force resources out of Oiven to re-establish that. With how the board is stated now, Chi-Yu can take the knockout, and if there's no Crispin on the following turn for Greg, it can even just retreat to the bench and wait until something else gets KO'd to get that full damage from Mega Fire of Envy, as Oiven will just continue to search out these pieces every turn with Quick Search. And I do wonder, in a matchup like this, does Greg have access to the tools that are needed to deal with the wide variety, or rather enough variety of attackers that Oiven has to deal with the Safeguard?
Well, this is one of the other problems that Greg's deck has. Generally speaking, one of the weaknesses of the Crustle deck, it doesn't have as reliable a consistency engine as some of these other decks have. You're relying on buying turns, just drawing once per turn because you can't be hit to see you through. That's essentially the deck's consistency in quotes. But when you're dealing with a deck that actually can hit you pretty quickly early on, that's not really an option anymore. And if you see here, yeah, this Chi-Yu's just going to come in, and that it will be a knockout for 2 prize cards. So that Mega Fire of Envy coming in and making sure that Luxurious Cape is triggered. So 2 prize cards for Oiven.
More than content taking those 2 prize cards, using Quick Search to get that Dusclops evolved and into play. So there could be a lot of fireworks on the following turn. Does top deck Pokegear 3.0? If there's a Crispin in hand, there was.
Okay.
However, Greg just did not have knowledge that that would be the top deck for turn. Yeah. I have to imagine if Greg knew all of this would unfold as it did, Crystal could have come into the active spot. The Crispin's great and can power it up, but with there now being no way to move the Monkey Dory, thanks to it having a single retreat cost, I'm not sure Greg's going to be able to pull off an attack this turn if that is the supporter of choice.
Yeah, I don't think so either. So that means this this choice off of the Poké is a little bit tricky. And actually, with that decision, with that commitment, decides that maybe just going for the Arven here is better. And I think I kind of have to agree. You've committed to not attacking, so instead maybe now, yes, you go for that Turbo Energize, and you can go ahead and get this Crustle fully powered up now.
That means this Chi-Yu will not be under any pressure and can potentially just pivot into attacking with a different Pokemon this turn to KO the Monkey Dory. There is only 2 Fire Energy, of course, on the board. That Charizard EX Infernal Rain ability already been expanded. So this board is getting a little bit congested on Oiven's side. Could always free spots up with something like Dusclops. But for now, Greg's going to hope that a couple more Crabs can get the thing done, get this job finished, accelerate those energies with the TM Turbo Energize. Oiven, is ahead in this prize trade. He's got plenty of solid Pokemon at play. And more importantly, still a large amount of resources at his disposal that could allow him to just push through 1 to 2, even 3 more of these Crustle, if there's that many available for Greg.
I was just trying to think here. Is there a universe where Oven can just take the win this turn with, like, if you can use 2 Curse Blast and then get a Charizard going in or just something to finish off this Monkey Dory? I do believe that should do the trick, right? You can't do it the Chi-Yu because nothing was knocked out this turn, so you can do Duskull shenanigans to boost the damage that way. But I think depending on what Oven has, there is a universe in which Oven just takes the game this turn.
I think the damage is capped this turn. Even if you use 2 Curse Blasts, you're only dealing 100 damage max with that Chi-Yu. So the Crustle having 250 HP thanks to the Luxurious Cape, and with there being no way to turn those tool cards off in the deck, means I think it's going to be just a little bit short. But why rush here if you're Oven, right? You're in a super solid spot. Even if you're not winning the game this turn, if you can just somehow boss the Crustle up this turn, put pressure onto it, hit it for 100, and if you have Rare Candy Charizard Super Rod next turn, you could just bring this Chi-Yu back, accelerate onto it with that Charizard's Infernal Rain, and Greg's just really not going to have a response to another Chi-Yu attack in these next following turns.
And I think Ovid is planning ahead for exactly that. Quick Search fired off there does go ahead and grab that Professor Tourist scenario, of course. Support a card that lets you take any one of your Pokemon and put it back into your hand. So going to go ahead and pick up that Charizard, rebench the Charmander. So the Charizard is ready to go in hand. And I'm now going to go ahead and retreat into the Charmander. Oh, specifically the one on the left. That was very, very important.
Yeah, setting the trap, essentially. I'm not sure either of these Charizard are going to be evolved this turn, so it really doesn't make a difference. No. But Oven is essentially saying, come and get me. If you knock this Charmander out, I have a response KO that's going to be way more valuable. And if you don't, if you just leave this Monkey Dory in the active spot, I could grab Rare Candy out of my deck, guaranteed, thanks to Quick Search, while also powering up the Chi-Yu. So while Greg has bought himself an extra turn to maybe get down another Dwebble, get some energy into play, you really have to wonder, what is the end game for Greg? It's not about prizes with this deck.
No,
it's
not
about
at all.
removing threats. But there hasn't been a single recovery card played yet for Oven. We do have to note that one Super Rod is in the prize cards up at the top here for Oven, so potentially it's not going to be accessed until a little bit later in the game. There are 2 in the deck. It is possible. Actually, Oven taking his prizes from the top, mixing things up on us a little bit. That's actually a really good prize card take. It's one of the old arts. It, kind of confused me there. That piece, rather from Neo, that Super Rod, it looks like.
Out before you were born?
Oh, yeah. We don't talk about what cards come out. We could have long conversations. For all I know, Sun and Moon was released, before I was born as well at this point. So Greg's going to go ahead and use a Pokegear. I'm sure that really wasn't the supporter he wanted. It could, however, turn out to be a point decision with boss's orders in hand. Go after Chi-Yu and hope your opponent doesn't have the necessary resources. And I have to wonder, or maybe lean towards yes, as that Quick Search just grabbed a piece that was held and nothing else was played. In a 5-card hand, right, how good could Oiven's combination of cards be? Would need to have the Rare Candy, Charizard, Super Rod, Nest Ball, all of those pieces. Is that likely with a 5-card hand and just one Quick Search at his disposal?
Probably not. I think if you're Greg here, I think you weigh everything up, and it may be slightly marginal, but I think overall, yes, maybe this is the time you go for it. And it seems like Greg agrees, although, yeah, you can tell it's a very, very tough decision because I think it's very marginal which way Greg to do it. And actually, Greg changes his mind, just decide, no, you know what, I'm just going to pass here.
Greg weighing his options, is just going to take another turn pass with the Monkey Dory in the active spot. We're sort of at a little bit of a mini stalemate. Neither player really wants to commit energy cards to these other Pokemon, right? You could go ahead and use Rare Candy Charizard, knock out this Monkey Dory, but the Charizard kind of just does nothing when the board is filled with a bunch of Crustle, and more importantly, Oiven's only playing 6 energy total, 5 of which being Fire Energy, which that Chi-Yu does require 2 Fire to attack with that Mega Fire of Envy. This has now become a resource war between these players and a sort of built-in puzzle for Oiven specifically on how well he can deal with keeping his resources intact and having enough gas in the tank to get through the Crustles that are going to be slowly built up and pushed his way.
Yeah, and so Oiven being, I think, very, very sensible here, knowing that it's unlikely, based on what Greg did previously, that Oiven's hand is gonna get disrupted. So just build up the pieces, search the Rare Candy. You've already got the Super Rod, you've already got the Charizard, you already have the Dusknoir in hand. So I think waiting one more turn, Oiven can search this out, and then I think at that point, Oiven can put it all together for the win. Just playing it very patiently. I like the way Oiven's approaching this.
maybe to rush. We are in a back and forth pass war, Freya.
Yeah.
Each player just drawing for turn, doing what they can. It's a little bit more on Oyvind's side. Does find the Dusknoir. Here's the quick search, but with the way this math works out, not sure there's a way necessarily for Oyvind to win, nor do I think he really wants to use the Dusknoir just yet, but this is really why I wondered if that was the turn Greg needed to go for the KO. Sure, you risk losing the game, but now that he's just given Oyvind so many turns of time to build up a perfect board, it feels like your chances, especially in this matchup, every turn Oyvind has access to quick search, just go down more and more and more.
There is one piece missing, so Oyvind just search another rare candy, so there's 2 in hand. Next turn, if you can go ahead, and there's the Iono. Oh, perfectly timed. Was that the top deck for Greg?
Have to imagine Greg would have just wanted to play this as soon as possible. Like you mentioned, double Curse Blast potentially at disposal. That could have been a dangerous situation. All those cards shuffled and put to the bottom of the deck. Now the question here, you didn't want to use that with boss's orders. Is now the time to put this in play? Still probably not, right? The Chiyu just can come up and guaranteed attack thanks to quick search, and we'll just see the pass again. So Oyvind's now going to be at 5 cards and have to take time from here to rebuild this hand up and kind of start to see how this cycle is going to want to be played from both players.
And so he's going to be thinking about it. Let's start to try and build up again. So going to go ahead and quick search. Let's see what Oyvind finds here. Going to, at the very least as well, so obviously here you can search for one piece, but you can also now shuffle those cards that you wanted, which were at the bottom of the deck, to make you more likely to be able to maybe draw one of them during the next turn as well as your top deck.
It is possible here for Oyvind to win the game. If Oyvind has enough rare candies and ways to recover the Dusknoir, you see double rare candy here, or not even double rare candy, a fire energy, plus a way to switch out this active, which would probably require rare candy, then Cursed Blast 1 to KO the Monkey Dory, Cursed Blast 2 onto the Crustle, plus another way to deal enough. You can't use the Defiance Band. I'm actually not sure there's another attacker that's better to power up. You would maybe be able to power up the other Charmeleon that does 70 for 3 fire energy. That could work, but with Super Rod bringing back the other Charmeleon, we may just see a slower approach from Oyvind this turn. Let's see if we can piece together. It's going to be that Ultra Ball, and Rare Candy was the choice here with that quick search.
Yes. So.
Oh, and let's not forget its prize. You know, that would be an important resource to figure out. You know?
Yes.
It's a little bit complicated as you talk through it. I think Oyvind's just going to start building these Pokemon up, evolve into Charmeleon, and hey, that's one less rare candy you need to use that Infernal Rain ability.
Yeah, exactly. So essentially, Oyvind is trying to build up the pieces in a way that's a little bit more Iono-proof. So you're building up pieces on the board. You have the Charmeleon down, you have the Dusknoir down, and then going to go ahead and Iono. Okay, there's going to be a big 4 cards here. Let's see, what does Oyvind find?
Yeah, I'm not sure he's necessarily looking for anything too important this turn. It's kind of just hit the bookmarks, right? You've got Charmeleon in play now. Dusknoir's there, you're going to draw 4 cards from your deck, and then you're still going to have access to quick search every single turn. And that's more than okay for Oyvind. Let's see if Greg's okay with just kind of doing this back and forth. Big piece still missing here for Greg. Has yet to find himself any more Crustle in play. We'll see the Cornerstone Ogerpon come down, so that's a way to deal with the Charizard, but Chiyu, without having an ability, can still hit through this Cornerstone Ogerpon. However, this is just another way to deal 140 damage to this Chiyu to KO it, and Charizard still can't deal damage to either of these Pokemon, so it's essentially acting as a Crustle with a Luxurious Cape, just having a little bit less protection against some of these other Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very useful tech again in sort of a number of matchups, which is why the Crustle deck does tend to play this just as a one-off usually. Of course, its own attack is quite nice as well. That Demolish does do 140 damage and punches through basically everything. So it is a nice little extra option. Like you said, kind of just like a Crustle in disguise, a little bit beefier. As we do see, after that Crispin is just going to be a pass, and Oyvind does go ahead and go for the Arvin, finds that Night Stretcher, and with basically no tools left in the deck, won't find anything else, but now quick search, finds the rare candy off of that. Does Oyvind have the way to put it all together now? I wonder.
And with no knockout being taken, and with the most damage being able to be dished out is from that Chiyu, if a knockout is taken, there's just too much HP between the Luxurious Cape, the Cornerstone Ogerpon now coming down, and Oyvind's still at 4 prize cards, so it's still going to need to get through at least those 2 Pokemon, assuming Greg does not bench anything else, but saying that, it looks like Oyvind's going on the offensive here. Cursed Blast KO, Night Stretcher, Rare Candy, double Cursed Blast this turn.
Goodness
So it's going to
me.
give Greg 2 prize cards, but now all those energies and resources from the Crispin to power up that Cornerstone Ogerpon going to waste as an even 2-2 prize trade is being taken from both of these players. Now Oyvind just needs to get through that Crystal with that Luxurious Cape, and those final 2 prize cards will be his.
Yeah, it takes an Ultra Ball and an Arven off the prizes. Neither is going to be specifically helpful right now, I believe. But you can go ahead, put a Mist Energy onto that Charmeleon, and then just going to go ahead and pass. Just deal with the Cornerstone Ogerpon while you can, basically.
Yeah, and, in this spot, if you're Greg, you just cannot afford to take a KO, it feels like.
Oh.
Even if you do, the best option, there is essentially no best option.
No.
You have to do some sort of combination of Hand Disruption and Gust. With Countercatcher being a possibility, with it being in this deck, it is not a huge inclusion here. We'll have to actually check through this deck. I'm actually not sure there are Countercatcher in this.
There's no Countercatcher.
I mean, this deck usually doesn't need to use cards that bring up Pokemon to the bench. It's not a huge necessity outside of something like Boss's Orders. Really interesting, actually. There's no Countercatcher, but there's 4 Boss's Orders in this deck. So Greg is, really relying off of things being even when it comes to gusting cards, and without having the access to both Hand Disrupt and bring up a Pokemon the same turn, could potentially be his downfall this first game.
Yeah, and actually, looks like Greg is just going to pass here. So back on Oyvind, there's the Charizard in hand, ready to go. Could use that to go ahead and power up something. You can power up the Charmeleon on the bench by evolving the Charmander in the active if you want to. Does go ahead and play an Arven, though. Looking at that Power Pad, you're going to want that to get back that tourist scenario. We did see being able to, earlier on pick up that Charizard proved very helpful to Oyvind just to get that extra energy acceleration going.
Yeah, a lot of really interesting card inclusions. I think I saw Squawkabilly earlier in his hand.
Yes, you did.
As a Goza. We're not in Lugia times right now, are we? There are plenty of interesting card inclusions, but it's innovation at the end of the day, especially when it's on a... The item from Arven. Is it going to be the Turo that is shuffled back into the deck? Will we see something like Boss's Orders be brought back? We saw that discarded early on with the Professor's Research. Quick Search will find another item card. It is the second copy of Super Rod. With there still being another Super Rod available, I have to wonder if, with another turn of Quick Search, if Oyvind would be okay just taking a knockout with Charizard EX on the Monkey Dory and then having enough resources for Super Rod and another Charizard EX to be able to close out the game, especially since this Chi-Yu having a Fire Energy on it means that even if you target the Charmander down, a single attachment will still allow it to attack, meaning there's no real way to just deny every Chi-Yu option available.
I think with this move right here, what we're seeing is Super Rod shuffling in as basically a 1-0-1 Dusknoir line and the Fire Energy, and there's a Buddy Puffin ready to go in hand as well, which is, as we do see now, that gets played. I think we're going to see here a setup for next turn, another Curse Blast, and to finish off the game that way, just by setting up enough damage onto the Crustal so that you can KO it with damage from an attack, and then that Luxurious Cape will give up the 2 prizes and you win from there. I think that's the plan that Oyvind's going for.
This would make a lot more sense, if the Charmeleon was still available. It isn't the prize card, so if you don't draw into the Charmeleon off of one of these 2 prize cards, with there being now no way to recover the Chi-Yu again, if your Charmander, or if your Chi-Yu goes down and you don't draw into that, how are you dealing that last 150 damage to that Charizard, or to this Crustal?
You evolve this Charmander into the active, you power up the Charmeleon onto the bench, and then you're doing 140. With the Curse Blast damage, that'll be enough. That's how you get there.
Curse Blast, it does work. The Briar could also take a KO. However, you would have to use a Terra Pokemon to deal that damage, so it is a sort of a weird spot. Oh, I understand this now, too. Thank you, production backstage. It's a little bit complicated, but I'll explain here through the viewers. Greg's going to go through his turn and figure this out. If you just use the Curse Blast to put your opponent at 2 prize cards, then Briar is active, meaning you can just use Burning Darkness on the Charizard EX to KO Monkey Dory, thus closing the game out, meaning now Greg can't feel comfortable leaving this Monkey Dory in the active since it essentially can be treated just like a 2 prize Pokemon.
Does Greg know that Oyvind plays Briar, though? It's one of those things that you usually
got shuffled back in.
Oh, just comes out the Power Pad. Oh my god. Okay, right. So I didn't even realize I got discarded earlier. So yeah, now Greg is very aware of that. So yeah, with that knowledge, Oh no, Greg knows it's a very, very tough spot now. Are we going to see, oh, no, I was going to say Mind Bend, but no, that's not the Psychic Energy. So it's going to have to be the Hand Disruption instead. It's going to have to be INO.
Yeah, and you can't even take a KO on this Charmander because Quick Search, again, just guarantees the Fire Energy attachment to this Chi-Yu. There's no counter catcher in this deck. Have to stress it again here for Greg. So he will put Oyvind to a 2-card hand, and Quick Search plus those 2 cards may not be enough pieces. But what do you do here if you're Greg? You passing or just attacking? Both those options seem really, really bad. Even leaving this active Monkey Dory means your opponent has a chance to just close the game out if they have the correct combination of cards, either this turn or in those future turns thanks to that Quick Search.
So that Briar combined with the Curse Blast to, as you rightly said, force Greg to be on 2 prizes, so you then can play that Briar and just turn that Monkey Dory into a 2-prizer. So it's going to be a retreat into the Crustle, and it's going to be a Unhinged Scissors.
I don't think he can afford to attack. He's just going to have to pass the turn with Crustle, because if you attack, the Mega Fire of Envy is guaranteed. So he's going to have to disrupt the hand this turn, and then look to play Boss on the following turn to target the Chi-Yu.
Oh, right, because you can Quick Search the extra Fire Energy you need. So yeah, it is guaranteed.
Exactly, it is guaranteed for the deck. So Oyvind's going to have more time to build this setup. I do wonder if there's still a Boss's orders in the deck. Now, you can't play Briar and Boss in the same turn. It's not a possibility.
I think I do see a Boss, I think. Just one. The list plays 2 Boss's orders in total, so...
It is an option. I have to wonder here, if you're Oyvind, rather on Greg's side, does the win condition from this point switch from winning via prizes to just trying to deck your opponent out? Because it seems from this board state, neither player really wants to do anything. If you commit energies and attack with the Chi-Yu, then you're putting yourself at risk potentially for, the Crustle to take the KO, and you can't bring the Chi-Yu back. And if you don't take the KO, then Greg's just going to keep passing with more cards in deck, and Oyvind eventually is just going to deck out. So this is a really interesting spot where it seems that both players' best condition at this point is to just continue passing the turn. And it seems with the amount of cards in deck, if there were to just be a stalemate, Greg is favored in this position.
Yeah, potentially. I think the problem is there are still enough resources left in Oyvind's deck that in a stalemate situation, Oyvind will eventually find all the pieces, just put together this, last KO turn. I think that's going to be the biggest problem that Greg has. So, in the end, maybe a stalemate goes in his favor, but not before Oyvind can find all the bits he needs, because he's been very clever. He's made sure to get things back with the Power Pad and the Super Rod, and it's been always exactly what he needed every single time.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. Things are not over till it's over. Pokevital A is another card that makes sure things are never over when it comes to this Pokemon. It is probably one of the least used A-Specs in competitive Pokemon. There are some A-Specs that see no play. This one is very interesting. It is a super potion, and I mean that not literally, but figuratively. This is something you never want to see when you're 10 HP, 20 HP away from KOing a Pokemon. And with that Pokevital, it means a poking strategy from Oyvind would not work, since you would just heal that damage off. I feel like Oyvind, really had a game plan through this match, but it could have been, that Super Rod trying to just tunnel into that Briar play that could put him into a sticky situation because, again, you can't play the Briar and Boss in the same turn, and that combination and that fact being a truth means that with no way to recover Chi-Yu, the resource war may have shifted back into Greg's favor.
How many rare candy does Oyvind have left?
There's one rare candy
Just
left.
one, yeah. That's what I think. Because I remember seeing 3, so yeah, 1 rare candy left. And he's Oyvind's already committed to using this rare candy for a Dust Noir, because we saw that line was shuffled back in, and as we've talked about a few times already, the Charmeleon is prized, so you can't really afford to use one Charmeleon to evolve into a Charizard, and then evolve one Charmander into a Charmeleon to get the attack that way. So this one Charmeleon being prized is really, really putting the hurt on Oyvind here.
Did we just fail Quick Search? I'm not sure Quick Search was failed, but you do have to grab a card when you use Quick Search.
Yes.
So just want to confirm that that was the case. I'm not sure if Oyvind grabbed a card, or it looks like it was the rare candy.
Yeah,
so Oyvind's good. Grab the rare candy, use the Town Search to search through. Oyvind's playing this deck for a while, so let's not doubt him in the spot. But looks like we're going to start to see the aggression come in. Charizard EX is finally making its way onto the battlefield after being picked up time and time again. That's the big number, though, Freya. 3 fire energy available. What do you do? Do you start to use steady fire breathing? You can do 60 every turn and power up the Chi-Yu. But again, that Charmeleon's in the prize cards. And with there only being 3 fire energy, how many fires are in the hand here for Oyvind? Because he's attached a fire energy to this Charizard EX. I wonder if there's another fire even available, right? 4 in play, 5 in the list.
It's 1 in the hand.
No way to recover.
There's 1 in the hand.
Is 1 in the hand, okay.
So yeah, steady fire briefing. There it is.
Slow and steady wins the race, something along those lines. Big top deck here for Greg, finds the boss's orders. That's huge. This could be the opportunity, I think, where Oyvind could have the Chi-Yu fall with no way to recover. And while Greg does not know if the other Charmeleon is in the deck or not, if you use this A-Spec, heal the Crustle and all of its damage off, and then play boss on the Chi-Yu, I don't know if there's a way to lose the game outside of that. You would have to have Rare Candy, Dusknoir, and the Charmeleon plus the Fire Energy. See exactly what the choice is. We're just going to see the Monkey Dory move the damage over. Does he want to go for this boss? I feel like this is the best opportunity to because of how much your opponent has leaned into this Dusknoir line.
If you... but then if that's the case, surely you want to move the Monkey Dory, use the Monkey Dory to move damage onto something else. The fact that Greg has moved it onto the Duskull gets me thinking.
This is still a risky spot. I mean, assuming every card was in deck here, Freya, if Oyvind just has Rare Candy, Dusknoir, and the other Charmeleon plus Fire, that's game over next turn.
Absolutely it is.
So assuming that there's some sort of route, I feel like you've got to go for this boss play now. Greg understands that. Bring up the Chi-Yu and essentially put the pressure onto Oyvind for the first time in this match. It took 35 minutes almost, Freya. We'll just heal everything off. Understands this is what it's going to come down to as Crustle uses those superb scissors, takes the KO, and Oyvind is now on the backseat pressure. Can he win the game this turn with a KO? We'll see the Rare Candy into Dusknoir. We'll go ahead and evolve that Pokemon, put it as to an option. But I do wonder, can Oyvind do anything else? I don't know if there's a way to win this turn besides maybe down the line Briar Counter Catcher. That has to be, you know, the only option available, it seems.
Yeah, I think that might be what Oyvind is going for. So with that in mind, just going to go ahead and play the INO. 2 cards drawn. There's the Counter Catcher. There's the Quick Search.
Finds the boss's orders as well. With the Counter Catcher in hand, can you afford to just grab Briar this turn, wait, and then use that combination? See if Oyvind is going to go for that. And if you're Greg here, can you even play around this opportunity? It would probably require a way to get rid of the Dusknoir this turn. This is another huge draw here for Greg. Does Greg have another boss's order? No, but
that
does
was another Iono.
the Iono.
Oh my
We are playing Ring Around the Rosie with these opponents' hands, both getting shuffled, both put to the bottom. To see how this endgame finishes. Finds boss off the 2 cards for Greg. That means if there's one more turn available and you can boss KO the Dusknoir that already has 30 on it, it would be in perfect range. Oh no, just 10 damage short off of those scissors.
Oh my god, yeah, 160 HP, 130.
This is such a back and forth game, ladies and gentlemen. I never thought Crustle gameplay could get this exciting, but we've managed to do it here at the World Championships.
I mean, we did say at the beginning this would not be like a washout either way. We said that this would be a very, as a Crustle game goes, very back and forth.
This would have been the game here for Oyvind if he found either the Counter Catcher or the Briar, but I believe both Counter Catcher were put to the bottom of the deck thanks to Iono. Is just going to have to, again, over 2 turns, try and set this combination up, and is thinking about it, just going to pass the turn. Greg, do you have a way to take the game closed out? We're going to see the Chorus's Tenacity get slammed immediately and finds the Stadium card. This is a way to boost the damage here from Greg by 10. Yes. We're actually going to see a Stadium I never thought would ever come into play.
Practice Studio.
Practice Studio. This boosts the Stage 1 Pokemon's damage by 10, which means with the 30 damage already on that Dusknoir, the Unhinged Scissors would be able to close the game out. There's no hand disruption, Freya. And I don't know if this 2-turn setup is going to be able to stop Oyvind from his power combo down the line with the Counter Catcher.
So I think this is it now. Yeah, with the hand not disrupted, Oyvind's going to draw Counter Catchers in hand. You're going to go ahead and Quick Search. You search for the Briar. You set up the damage onto the active with the Curse Blast. You Counter Catch the Monkey Dory. You go into the Charizard. You slam the Briar down. You'll be doing it in the right order to make sure, of course, that you actually can use it. Yeah. So Briar, Curse Blast, Counter Catcher, and Oyvind will take game 1 after an extraordinary 35-minute game.
Wow, you see all the pieces being put together. Greg's still trying to piece together how this works. Briar used first, then putting your opponent to 1, back and forth, but Charizard thought about that play to take a KO on the Dusknoir with the Lively Stadium, but if there was just a boss's orders to go to 1 prize,
Right,
what happens there? How do you
Right, of
deal with that
course.
final KO? The Dust Snore just can't be used.
And you knew the Briar was there as well
Yeah.
because you saw it get shuffled in with the power pad. Yeah, I mean, it's not a situation you often prepare for, right? I'm sure, yeah, Greg in that mind might be looking back and doing a little bit of a head slap, but it's so tough.
And this is just, nightmare situation for Greg. This Crustal deck wants to win long games, and with there being just over 11 minutes left on the clock, I'm not sure how much of a possibility that is for Greg, especially if Oyvind just, again, takes a slow and steady approach, is ready to respond to aggression. You see Greg playing fast, but I hate to be a Debbie Downer. It just really doesn't seem like there's a way Greg can close things out, assuming there's a setup here from Oyvind in the second game.
So it's, yeah. So we had our game one. Going to go ahead and just focus in on game two now, as we do see, yeah, the turn one wasn't great, but turn two can go ahead and Arvin found the Buddy Puffin and that Turbo Energize, so we'll actually be able to get a pretty decent setup going on here, so that's got to be something for Greg at least in this game two. And he's playing fast, you can see.
We'll go ahead and see the Turbo Energize accelerate onto this Crustal. I don't know if we've seen, or rather onto the Dwebble, I don't know if we've seen Crustal try and Turbo out as fast as this, but Greg's got no other option. Just go ahead and do this. And Oyvind doesn't even care about the game playing out in a meticulous way anymore. Says, if you're going to put all these energies onto this Dwebble, I'm just going to get rid of it. And
boom.
From here,
Yes.
I think I've got the resources and the time to win out a second game.
It was cool to see in that turn one, Oyvind, because going second, did go ahead and call for family, and actually will have to do it again. So not that much to work with in hand. No supporters played, but still able to get out some basic Pokemon at least, and doing just enough to keep things ticking along nicely, as we see, yeah, that call for family, going ahead and fetching another Duskull and a second Pidgey for good measure too.
So, I mean, it just seems to keep getting worse and worse. All those energies now hitting the discard pile, 1-for-1 trade. Oyvind knows he just needs to essentially survive the game for 9.5 minutes, and with the Chi-Yu being at the disposal as an option, with there being plenty of rare candy, Pidgeot options available, as long as he just, can eventually start to play supporter cards and get in here, it seems like, Oyvind's going to have what he needs to stall this game out for long enough and win. And with Iono in hand, with there being the Technical Machine evolution, it seems there's going to be plenty of options to develop the board, especially with the Pidgeotto found in hand for turn.
Yeah, so that's a pretty solid kind of recovery setup from Oyvind, given a couple of turns of call for family, but now the TM evolution, and yeah, like you said, the Pidgeotto coming down, got to be feeling pretty good. 5 cards drawn, doesn't necessarily matter too much what they are, except, drawing that Pidgeot isn't great. Is there a judge call of some kind? I mean, Oyvind drew 5 cards. That's the right amount, right? Or did Oyvind draw 6? No.
We'll make sure we get everything settled out, see exactly how things are playing out. It looks like Greg actually drew 6 cards.
Oh, okay.
No. Not what you want to see, especially down a game, especially at the World Championships, playing on the biggest stage where every game matters. We'll make sure things get resolved out. Things, of this nature naturally happen. It is the Pokemon TCG. Mistakes do happen. We've got an expert team of judges up there, some seasoned veteran judges who have been involved in the Pokemon TCG for a while. We'll see how everything resolves out.
And especially when you're playing so fast, right? When you've lost such a long game one and you need to kind of turbo through to try and make it through to a game 2 and 3, it's just all the more likely that stuff like this can happen. And you think, you forgot that you took a prize card because your opponent did Curse Blast, and then, yeah. Unfortunate mistake there from Greg, but as you said, the judges are on it. We'll get to a resolution quickly, and once we know what that resolution is, we'll let you all folks know at home how we'll be proceeding.
Yeah, still have to think about that game one. So back and forth, and you can really see how sometimes small decisions in the Pokemon TCG, and more importantly, this idea of tunneling can impact the player's decision, right? You think about a combination, you think about how that Dusknoir changes the entire factor of that matchup, and immediately Greg's thought process was just thinking about how do you go about getting rid of the Dusknoir, when if he had just taken a step out, scoped his vision just a little bit wider, he would see, well, if Dusknoir's the problem and my opponent has to let me take a prize card, if I just go to 1 prize, what does my opponent do? And I have to imagine, if Greg's going to think about this match, I'm sure especially during a judge call like this, he's got to be kicking himself a little bit if he comes to that realization.
Yeah. But the other thing is as well, we have seen all the best players in the world. They will make mistakes like this sometimes. No one is absolutely perfect all the time.
Kidding, of course. Michael is a great player, and these 2 players are exceptional in their own right. We'll get things resumed. see what the result of that was, if there is a penalty at some line. Looks like time in the round at 8 minutes, so we're resumed at this point. Make sure we just get a confirmation of what is happening. It's just a warning, so it looks like everything was resolved. We're going to have as close of a game as possible, but again, got to bring the time back as a main deciding factor. It has already influenced how Oyvind's played this turn out, right? Used the Curse Blast the turn before to just remove that Dwebble out of play, make sure Crystal does not get evolved. And now with this Technical Machine evolution, Pokemon are getting to put into play mainly that Pidgeot EX.
Yeah. It's a good thing that Oyvind didn't have the second Pidgeot EX prize because, of course, TM Evolution, it only works to evolve Pokemon from the deck. So if there was one Pidgeot prize, then Oyvind having drawn the other one would not have been able to evolve into it. But nope, got it absolutely fine there. Finds a Pidgeot, finds a Dusclops, and now over to Greg, who does go ahead and make use of that Town Store to very quickly find that luxurious cape. Wants to, again, make all of these Crystals as beefy as they possibly can be. And going to go ahead with the Air Balloon free retreats, actually just into Crustle and pass, it looks like.
Yeah, you got to root for Greg in this spot. He was so close in that first game, but you really got to ask yourself, even if Greg built up the perfect board, can he withstand the onslaught of Cursed Blast abilities and Chi-Yus being thrown at him over time? And with a 6-minute and 45 game plus 3 turns left, I don't know, as long as Oyvind doesn't go out of his way to just use use Infernal Rains as he so pleases, I think it's going to be really tough. Especially when Call for Family is just going to fill this bench up, put the second Charmander into play, and those Dusclops essentially act as wild card spots on the bench, since when you use them, you can just open that bench space up while also putting some damage counters on your opponent.
Yeah, it's not a great feeling if you're Greg and anytime I take a KO, it means that Defiance Band is a thing. It means that I'm just playing into so many different things. It just, Chi-Yu is now a thing as well. Just every KO feels bad. And considering KOs are how you win the game, that's a really bad position to be in if your KOs feel bad.
So just deciding here what to do. It looks like we're just going to see an evolution in the past. So again, those 6 prize cards aren't going to take themselves. You may get a nice assistment from the Dark Palm over from Dusknoir's side. That's not going to be enough. Every turn, Quick Search is just going to continuously grab these cards, set up for these combos. And hey, look, both Charmeleon are in the deck this time, and that means more rare candies being saved for Dusknoir down the line, and even Charizard if it's needed.
I don't know if maybe that was some of the Michael Primark influence coming in, but I think Dark Palm was the name of the Dusknoir's ability all the way back from the Diamond and Pearl era.
You spoiled it. I was sliding it in there. No. Of course. Yeah, Dusknoir, it hasn't had a high volume of super solid cards, but it always finds its way over time to be printed on a really powerful card. Yeah, this Dusknoir is no exception.
I mean, the Sinister Hand one that moved damage on the opponent's side of the board. Dark Palm and now Cursed Blast. It's always been, like I said, just very interesting, powerful cards. Speaking of interesting, powerful cards, Charizard EX comes down, brings in that Infernal Rain. All 3 of those Fire Energies going straight onto that Charmeleon.
I know we've got a lot of Charmander fans. I know people have Charmander as their favorite Pokemon. I know people love Charizard. It's their favorite Pokemon. Charmeleon's getting some love right now on this stream. I don't know if we've got a lot of Charmeleon fans, but Fire Blast is getting rid of this Crystal right now.
I always say, Charmeleon, underrated design. I think Charmeleon is really, really cool, and I agree. Seeing some Charmeleon love on the stream, I love to see it.
Oyvind would agree with you. That is a hot KO. Fire Blast combusting that. Crystal getting the KO. Monkey Dory comes up, but again, the time is ticking away. Less than 5 minutes left, and there has just been a lack of energy flow on Greg's side. With that being the case, you can't continue to just give this Charizard deck time. If you're not putting on pressure, it feels like you're just slowly getting consumed, buried in the sand. Yeah. Ogerpon's going to come down. It's going to, be another way to potentially build an attacker up. But the same Pokemon that can hit into this Crystal, especially when it has that Luxurious Cape, they obviously are not hitting the Ogerpon for weakness, but they're still able to deal damage slowly over time and chip away at that Pokemon.
Yeah, and again, like you were saying before, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of passes from Greg. I'm not seeing a lot of knockouts, and given that you're 1 game behind, that is really not the position you want to be in, so cannot feel good in the slightest. There goes the Super Rod. Going to go ahead and shuffle that Dusknoir back into the deck. And are we going to start seeing some Curse Blast action this turn? I think we maybe might.
We could. That's half the recovery cards used for Oyvind from the deck, right? 2 Super Rod, or a little bit over half, right? There's 2 Super Rod in this deck and 1 Night Stretcher. So there's only 1 Super Rod left in terms of recovery from this deck. So it's got to be manageable of those resources. Putting on pressure early, especially when there's low time in the game, on paper it sounds good, but you never know what can happen in the Pokemon
course,
TCG. Keeping that last resource available, especially if you want to lean into the Chi-Yu, will be important. For now, though, excellent turn. Arven, Ultra Ball, all these Pokemon getting evolved. Cursed Blast plus Quick Search and everything has come together in this set here for Oyvind.
What was it? There's a very quick search, kind of appropriately named there. Was it the rare candy that Oyvind grabbed?
Looks like it's a surprise that we'll use later. Oyvind's going to go ahead and grab some pieces, see what's in the deck, and it looks like it was the rare candy. Oyvind, taking things a little bit faster in this game. See the Curse Blast be used. Is this going to be reminiscent of game number 1? This works too. You don't need to use another Cursed Blast. The 130 damage plus the 90, more than enough to take the KO on the Cornerstone Ogerpon. And now with just 2 prize cards remaining and that Crustle having a luxurious cape on the bench, means that the victory is almost there for Oyvind. He may be able to close this game out with just 2 minutes left on the clock. We had a 35-minute game 1. We could have less than 10 minutes and things be wrapped up here in game number 2.
I mean, if you're Greg, what do you do here? You have so many resources in hand that you think, oh, normally it would all be so great, but right now, I guess that's Ino and Pray at this point, right? Or what else can you do?
I mean, that's a start. It really is, again, just putting energy into play. There have been 3 or 4 turns in a row of Greg just missing energy attachments down. The Crustle can't even attack this turn if you use a supporter like Boss or Iono. And Greg, the strategy's not going to work. I hate to break it to you. You can't really win a game by deck out in 90 seconds. It's just not going to be possible. It's just going to bring up Charizard. And now if you're Oyvind here with such a commanding lead, it's really just about, taking it slow within reason, making sure you don't burn yourself out of resources. You've got plenty of cards left in deck. You've got ways like Iono to shuffle things back. And this is just an even better excuse for Oyvind to just burn the Professor Turo to get another use out of this Charizard and get it out of the active spot.
Why not, right? Just go ahead and pick that up. Just remove that liability, essentially. And then next turn, you can just set up even further. I mean, I say set up even further. We have like 1 minute left to go. I don't think much is going to be happening on Greg's side, no matter which way you look at it. There's the Turo. Going to go appear, picks up the Charizard, Pidgeot into the active. Going to evolve the bench Charmander into a Charmeleon. You can just hold the Charizard for next turn, and just going to be a pass.
Can safely leave that Pidgeot EX in the active spot. It will be needing a 3-hit KO over on Greg's side to take care of it. We will go ahead and shuffle that Charizard to the bottom of the deck, thanks to the Iono. With there being 30 seconds left, Greg at maximum is only going to get 3 turns, with this being one of them. And I hate to break it to you, this is not an attacking deck. Superb Scissors is not capable of being an attacking menace. I think Oyvind's played this game masterfully. He's shown control. I think with the time winding down this turn, we'll be able to take this win and go to 4-0, rather 5-0. We'll play out these last couple of turns. What a, back and forth game 1 into pure domination almost from Oyvind in game number 2. Learned so much from that first game, it seems.
Yeah, learned so much from that first game. Still walked away with a win. And I think there, with the time announced, Greg sees the writing on the wall, picks up the cards. Oyvind will, with having won game 1, will...
Big round number 6. We'll see which of these top-level competitors will have what it takes to edge out the other in a battle of wits and determination.
Yeah, so Grant going first and starts off with an S-Ball, so going to do a very quick flick through the deck to see what is prized and what is not. We can have a look at the prize cards here, or rather we already did, and we saw that Grant's prizes... not really great with the Monkey Dory and the double Turo prize. And Grant, I'm sure we'll be looking through that, noting that and thinking, that's a little bit awkward.
Does start that Pheasantipity. Usually a little bit better to start something like the Gimme Ghoul, even if it's not that Call for Family one, which is prized. Just getting that down and being able to use the coin bonus to draw 2 cards instead of 1. Every card counts in the Pokemon TCG. As Grant, like you mentioned, will take a look at the deck, see what pieces are prized. And noticing those 2 Turo in the prizes along with Monkey Dory, could that realization shift his strategy to be a little bit different than it usually is in a matchup like this?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, the thing is about the approach to the Dragapult matchup is, of course, Dragapult is not a deck that takes 1-hit knockouts, generally speaking. You're doing 200 to the active with a Phantom Dive. You're spreading the damage onto the bench with the residual damage from that Phantom Dive. So not having access to Tourist Scenario, I mean, ultimately, you still want to be just taking big 1-hit knockouts on Dragapult with your Goldengo EX, but maybe you're thinking, need to be a little bit mindful of the fact that I can't really heal off any damage and prevent those multi-prize turns which Dragapult can take, which can swing the tempo back in their favor.
So it will be the Gimme Ghoul off the Nest Ball selection for Grant, but shuffling the deck up, which means if there's only going to be one Gimmighoul coming into play with item lock on the horizon for the following turn, thanks to a free retreat from Cleffa potentially, this could leave Grant in a sticky situation if some of those options are cut off and unavailable. It is still a nice thing to have down. Gimmighoul number 1 on the bench. Will there be even an attachment? Oh, it looks like number 2 in hand, so must have been the draw for turn. Energy onto the Pheasantipity will allow it to retreat. Here we go. Ryuki Okada will kick things off, and immediately that first card in hand, Brock scouting, and of something like Arven to just get Pokemon into play, up and running, and it will be the first action Ryuki takes on his turn.
Yeah, Brock Scouting, one of the supporters from the recent Journey Together set. So, like you said, a great supporter for setting up early and later on. So in the early stages, you can use it to search a deck for 2 basic Pokemon, or later on, you can also use it to search for an evolution Pokemon. And then, so later on, you can grab your Dragapult, but now you're going to be wanting to get your basics. And speaking of basics, there's a very interesting tech card in Ryuki's list that he was eyeing, and that is that Elgyem from Black Bolt.
Yeah, it's usually seen in sort of more control-esque styles of decks, but this is kind of the direction Dragapult has slowly been going. It's become a, ability to trap Pokemon in the active sometimes with Maractus. It can now move energies around thanks to that slight shift attack on the Elgyem. Big thing here in this matchup, I'm not sure how relevant that's going to be. Goldengo can just attack for a single metal energy, and pending it has to Professor Turo, it can always just pick the Pokemon up, discard those energies, and get them back later on with a superior energy retrieval. So it's good to note that it's in the deck. Not sure we're going to see it hit the stage in this matchup.
Yeah, I guess the most annoying use you could put to use it against Grant is maybe move a Metal Energy onto something like a Pheasantipity EX, because that way, yeah, you force either the retreat or the Turo, but because you only need 1 energy to attack, like you said, more than likely not going to sort of come into it. Probably not a card overall for this matchup, but Ryuki going to have a look through. Have a look at the prize cards. We can see that overall the prizes aren't too bad. The one of Luxurious Cape is prized. Maybe that could be a bit annoying. That could be a way to prevent a reach for a one-hit knockout from Goldengo EX. A couple of Ino as well. We do play 4 of those, so that's really not the end of the world. I think Ryuki's overall's got to be pretty content with these prize cards.
Start is good. Now Ryuki's got to start making decisions. What is the attack of choice this turn? The obvious choice, of course, Grasping Draw is already at your disposal. It's the Cleffa in the active spot. Could fill the hand up to 7 cards with a 0 energy attack. See this at the forefront along with the other baby Pokemon, that Badoo, to item lock, use Itchy Pollen, shut off Grant from using something like another Nest Ball to grab Genesect thanks to Arven being able to search out the items. It's a big decision here for Ryuki. The one thing, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, Freya. The one point you have to point out, however, is there the ability to afford putting a bunch of these low HP Pokemon in play when Monkey Dory can KO them so easily late in the game? Ryuki thinks it's worth the item lock. What do you think about that?
I think it is absolutely on like a razor-thin edge. I think that the item lock probably overall is worth it enough to go for it, but it's definitely something you have to think about in the sense that you don't really want to be in the position where there's something very easily that can be sniped for a 1 prize with that Monkey Dory's ability. And I'm sure Ryuki is aware that Monkey Dory is something that these Goldengo decks are opting for more often as well. So overall worth it, but it's just something that Ryuki is going to have in the back of his mind as this game progresses.
Looks like we're going to see the Goldengo evolved on the bench, deciding to actually not retreat into that Goldengo to get that coin bonus's effect. Maybe just having a little bit more options, maybe not having the metal energy in hand. Some thought processes could potentially have in this spot. Does have metal energy plus boss's orders. Is this just an opportunity where Grant wants to get on the aggressive? Chase down the Dreepy with the energy, try and slow down Phantom Dive as an option.
Yeah, I mean, I think
might be the case.
Fine.
And I have to wonder, if this was the plan, we could have just drawn an extra card with that coin bonus. So I have to wonder if that 1 card was an impactful card, like another energy, to get through this math. We'll see boss's orders, or no boss's orders, just going to save it, take the KO on Badoo, and I actually think I like this play a little bit. It seems like Dracloak being available is going to be, in the same wheelhouse of value after being KO'd.
Yeah, just at this point, just dealing with the Badoo means you're not worried about being item locked again next turn, and although there are no items in the hand currently, you really don't want to be in a position where you need to play items and you can't. So just deal with the Badoo while you can. Although here comes the counter catcher from Ryuki, of course, Grant having just gone ahead on prizes. Counter catcher is live, going to bring out that Pheasantipity, and after that, was it just a Professor's Research I saw?
Yeah, Professor's Research. There is only 1 Badoo in Ryuki's list, so can only use this if he can find a Night Stretcher, and you see at the top of the hand, off of that Professor's Research, it will be an option now, can still use Recon Directive, go through the deck a little bit, finds a tough choice. It's Dreepy or another Ultra Ball. to search out for one of these Pokemon like the Dracloak. And I have to imagine if there is an energy card in hand, it's definitely got to be worth getting another Dracloak in play so Boss isn't as big of a threat.
Yeah, you want to make sure that at least one of your Dracloak will survive the next turn, so you can evolve into that Dragapult and start doing Phantom Dive as soon as possible. Debating whether to bench the Serendipity yet, so go for that script, does go for it, and is rewarded with finding his ace spec, that Sparkling Crystal.
Seems like we've come full circle before the rotation of those V Pokemon from the Sword and Shield era. This was the ace-spec of choice in Dragapult EX. Playing the Sparkling Crystal means that in one turn you can attack with no energy on. We saw something like the Neo Upper Energy become a more popular inclusion as of recent. Yuki's decided Sparkling Crystal outweighs the benefits of that double Rainbow Energy essentially from Neo Upper. We'll be playing that as the ace spec, and the Ultra Ball will be played. It is a bit costly though, getting rid of Dreepy and the Monkey Dory in response to just getting another Dracloak out and maybe finding this energy attachment. I have to wonder, that's still the one thing missing at this point. See if it is in there. You know, the Sparkling Crystal will allow an attack in one turn. Looks like the Night Stretcher means we're going to see Budu, number 2, essentially come into play. This is just going perfectly for Ryuki. Grant's had the response to KO to start. He's now going about thinking which option he wants to go for here. Just thinking about where the attachments go. Just confirming here, yeah, this is the attachment for turn. There was the Luminous Energy played down on turn 1, so we can still attach this energy card. I think we're just making sure everything is okay.
Yeah, it was last turn. I remember, because the whole point was it was on the Dreepy, right, and we were debating on maybe Boss to go for it made sense. So yeah, it was definitely last turn.
Yeah, we're all good in terms of the board state. Now Ryuki's just got to decide, do I want to go into the Budu? The Stretcher means absolutely. Itchy Pollen for 10 damage onto the Pheasantipity. The question is, Grant did find one of those Professor Turo off the prize cards. We'll still need to potentially find a way to get energies out. It's just going to actually burn the Professor Turo to get this out and get an extra card here off of this coin bonus.
I like
Does find the energy needed, so now Boss's orders and a Make It Rain means that one of these Dracloak can go down if that's the line that Grant wants to go after.
Yeah, well, it won't be this turn, of course, because Did just played a Turo, so you can't play 2 sports in one turn. But even now, just taking another KO on a Budu, it's fine. You're going 2 prizes ahead. That you've picked off the 2 damage that were on the field from the Itchy Pollen. So you've picked off like the easy, how best to put it? You've picked off like the easy math manipulation that Phantom Dive can do by you putting like 1 damage counter on a 210 HP 2-prizer, and very wisely Grant not putting it back down again. That's a very clean board, so I think just the Turo on the Pheasantipity is absolutely fine.
So Grant's gone ahead and gone to a 2-prize lead. Ryuki yet to put any pressure on offensively. That will definitely change with Dragapult EX getting evolved, 1 energy away, or even the Sparkling Crystal away from a Phantom Dive attack. Yuki is just playing the straight Dragapult version. There's no Dusknoir whatsoever. Means a little bit less explosive pressure. What are some ways in this matchup he can still, try and apply offensive pressure while not having access to something like Cursed Blast to use offensively?
Well, I think in this matchup specifically, it's one of the ones where it doesn't matter as much. The maths for you as a Dragapult player works out very, very well against Goldengo, because of course you're doing 200 to the active. Goldengo has 260 HP, so then if you bring something else into the active, you can KO it, and then the 60 residual damage from Phantom Dive will KO that Goldengo that has a 200 damage on it. So the maths works out very well for the Dragapult player.
But the script being used does draw into 3 very solid cards. The Brock Scouting, Night Stretcher, and Psychic Energy. We've yet to see the attachment happen, and now with the Brock Scouting, it means Hawlucha is a potential basic Pokemon option.
Oh, yes.
Immediately grabbed the top of the deck, placed into the hand, along with that Toad Skrull.
Oh.
I'm repping it on my lapel today. It's going to get in there, and that Toad Skrull is really going to be the big disruptive threat in a matchup like this.
Yeah, Slime Mold Colony prevents items, or prevents energies, or any cards in general from being taken back from the discard pile. So Superior Energy Retrieval, not going to be doing much of anything once that Toad Skrull comes out into play.
And it's potentially just going to go fully after this Gimmicool. Not going to try and worry about putting Hawlucha into play as it seems. Going to just use this and now use this Recon Directive. Ultra Ball, much better card than Buddy Buddy Poffin at this point, will be the selection for Yuki. So the question now becomes, where does he want to go after this? And it seems that the game plan, now that there is this Cleffa in play, is just to not overload damage on the board so that Monkey Dory can just take an easy prize card down the line or even as soon as this turn.
Yeah, very sensible here. Still taking 2 prizes because you're taking out the Gimmicool and that bench Charcadet. And the other nice thing, of course, is that one more Gimmighoul down means one less option for Grant to evolve into Goldengo to attack more and draw more cards. So I think overall a really great turn for Ryuki.
So Grant has yet to play a supporter card outside of Professor Turo. No Cypher Maniacs code breaking, no Arvin to search out energies thanks to Energy Search Pro. Just start things off with another coin bonus in the active spot, so it does draw 2 cards instead of 1 from the top of the deck. And hasn't played a lot of items either. It's going to be Flip the Script. That Pheasantipity staying in the hand after being picked up from Turo on the previous turn.
And just a bunch more items. There's a bunch of energy, a bunch of items, and a Goldengo EX. I mean, Nest Ball is still a great find. You can try to go ahead and start to get some more Gimmighoul out into the field so you can start getting more Goldengo out. But yeah, Ryuki just had a very, very good turn last turn. Generally speaking, the way things go is that you might fall behind a little bit early on, but then sweep, right? But Ryuki is taking a very proactive kind of attacking methodology just by making use of the Holucha combined with the Gusting to deal with basically almost clear Grant's board other than that one Goldengo EX, and it's really paying off for Ryuki right now.
Boss's Orders is still in hand for Grant, and, with that Toad's Cool being on the bench, I wonder if, preemptively just trying to get rid of that Pokemon and make sure that Toad's Scrool does not come online is just worth the value of ignoring Dragapult for a turn, since without the ability to use cards like Night Stretcher or Superior Energy Retrieval, it feels like your deck just sort of slowly shuts down, and that's really what this counter card does for a deck like Dragapult when it just wants to buy as much time as possible and avoid these big one-hit KOs from Make It Rain.
Yeah, I think Grant is about to make a very crucial decision here on that exact basis. There's a lot of energy in the hand right now. I think from what you have, you can get there with the rest of the energy you need to take a knockout, because there's the Earthen Vessel here, so that'll grab you 2 more energy. You need 7 overall to KO this Dragapult EX. If you want to just go ahead and rush for prizes, you can take out this Dragapult, and then there's the Pheasantipity EX ready on the bench just for slim pickings for a knockout. The problem being, if you then are worried about not having enough energy because you don't have access to energy recovery because of the Toad Scroll, you can't go for that. So that's going to be the key decision there to determine whether it makes sense to kind of sacrifice your prize map to go after the Toad Scroll, or you feel confident enough that you can just go 2 and 2 to close out the game.
Like you said, Grant at a crossroads at this point. What will be the decision? Do you try and get rid of this Pokemon that inherently shuts down your engine, or go after Dragapult EX and try and just take 1 more 2-prize KO to close things out? And with that boss being discarded with Superior Energy Retrieval, it looks like Grant has made its decision. Get through this Dragapult, and then maybe it's that Pheasantipity EX as the last 2 prize cards on Grant's journey to close out this first game. Night Stretcher being used as well. We'll get back the Charcadet, so down the line later on, you never know, Armor Rouge EX can come in and put on a little bit of pain when it comes to a big Abyssal Flames later on. It's always an option to have. Grant's a solid player. He knows the more options at his disposal, the higher chance he's going to have to win, as he preemptively gets this Pokemon powered up and is incoming for what appears to be a big Make It Rain.
And of course, now this plan can make a little bit more sense. You're preloading the energy onto this Ceruledge, or onto this Charcadet that can evolve into Ceruledge. You've got the 7 energy in the hand to take knockout. So now, even if Ryuki evolves into the Toad Scroll, you have an attacker that can KO the Pheasantipity, even with you not being able to get your items back. So I think Grant is now locking in on this 2-2 prize map, and that's able to happen even with the worry of the Toad Scroll, because you have that backup attacker of the Ceruledge EX.
Now, Ryuki is in an interesting spot. Pheasantipity, while it's been great at drawing cards and allowing him to continue development of his board, could come back to bite him as an easy 2-prize liability. Big decision here. Does find the Professor Turo off of this Recon Directive, and I do wonder if you can afford to use that as your supporter for turn to pick Pheasantipity up, and if you can also get Toad Scroll into play, it's very unlikely that your Dragapult EX can be knocked out, since there's so many energy in the discard pile already.
Yeah, and I think that's the debate that Ryuki is now having in his mind. There's a Town Store in the hand and an Ultra Ball, as well as that Elgyem. Yeah, as we discussed, that Elgyem is really not going to be a big difference maker in this matchup, so I think it is just going to be Ultra Ball fodder, and are we going to find that Toad Scroll and evolve up and then make use of that Slime Mold Colony? Actually, yeah, I know hitting it discard pile, and then I guess, yeah, you don't really need the Latias EX right now, so may as well get rid of that. It's just going to be another 2-prize liability.
Just wants to keep it around for an option. You never know. If Armor Rouge is the only way to attack, then that's where the Elgyem can be powerful. Just
that's
moving
true,
the energy
yeah.
off. We already saw 1 Turo be played. Ryuki's got to at least have a hunch that at maximum Grant is playing 2 copies of that Professor Turo. And that's still fine. Even if you Turo a Pokemon, the entire dynamic just changes when you can't use Night Stretcher or Superior Energy Retrieval to get that fire energy back from the discard pile, disrupting with Iono and looking to potentially just attack or even use a counter catcher this turn to put on some attacking pressure. We'll see if Ryuki was able to find that, finishing the turn off with a Flip the Script. Has Turo for the following turn. So it looks like it will be Phantom Dive active. Gholdengo will go up to just 50 HP remaining. And then the damage will be split on both Pheasantipity and Genesect so that they are both in range for the 200 from Phantom Dive to later take a KO. Yuki's putting himself in a spot where potentially next turn he can win the game with just one more Phantom Dive.
Ryuki, as he has done so many times already, showing an absolute masterclass in how to play the Dragapult deck. This is going to be a very crucial draw now for Grant as he drop decks a Ceruledge EX for turn.
So things are potentially available now that Ryuki decided to not play the Professor Turo. You know, I have to wonder, Disruption is great, but if you just take away the only way for your opponent to win next turn, it feels like that could potentially have just been a little bit better than disrupting your opponent off the board. They're going to have access to so much, the coin bonus from the active, the coin bonus on the bench, potentially even Cypher Maniac. You have to wonder if Cypher Maniac is not needed, right? And Boss's Orders can be the supporter card for turn. The question then becomes, is there an energy to move this Gholdengo of the active? Potentially discarding those two to make it so Abyssal Flames does more. Air Balloon would also work. And importantly, like you mentioned, is there that Ceruledge EX, which it looks like there might be.
Well, that was the top deck.
Yeah, so we'll see what this design looks like for Grant and how he wants to go about using these abilities. He's got access to both. We'll first use the coin bonus on the bench. What do you have access to, Grant? Can you find a way to take the last two prize cards this turn?
So it looks like it's a Monkey Dory and a Lightning Energy.
And you see Ryuki just putting his hands up, praying, saying, please don't have the combo. Ryuki's experienced. He knows how this game could end this turn, but with the pace that Grant is taking this turn, I'm not sure he has all the pieces. He's going to go ahead and count the energy. So 7 energy in the discard pile, 30 plus 20 for each energy in the discard. So that's 170. And then if you discard 2 energy off the active, that puts you to 9 energy in play. That's 180 plus 30 would be exact math to KO the Pheasantipity. So we'll need to have a manual attachment instead of an air balloon. Are the pieces here for Grant? If he has Boss's Orders, this game is over. Freya is going to retreat off the active into the Ceruledge. Is there a Boss's Orders? If the math is correct, then this will be game over. Do you have it, Grant?
No.
I'm not sure it's there.
No,
surely you'd see him slam it.
No, I think that's the thing. Yeah, if it was in hand, you would have seen the retreat and slam. But Grant has done the maths in his head already. I think instead it's just a retreat and
it's just going to pass the turn over. And there's the Boss's Orders in hand. Grant Shen just one piece short. Ryuki capitalizing off that miss and taking game number 1 with this Dragapult EX stat. Hurdles they need to get over when it comes to setting up. Ryuki will be going first. Grant opting to go second. He's going to play this Buddy Poffin, and there's some cards in both players' prizes they're not going to like to see. Freya, break it down for me here.
Some prize cards of all time, I think, in a nutshell. So on Grant's side, 2 Gholdengo EX prize, and with 1 Genesect down, starting 1 prize and starting with the other one. I guess that's not so bad. But then you go to Ryuki's side, the whole Toad Scroll line prized, and the Badoo as well. 3 of the best cards in this matchup.
Yeah, and there's only 1 Badoo. A lot of these straight Dragapult lists are playing 2 copies of that card. Ryuki making space for things like the Cleffa, the Maractus, Elgium's got to make a cut somewhere. It was that Badoo with the risk of prizing it, and that risk may have just come back to bite him. He'll have to figure out, without access to Toad Scroll or Item Block, if there's a realistic chance for him to navigate through this game. You see his eyes open up wide, being like, is this really my prize cards in a huge stakes game early on in this tournament?
Yes, unfortunately, Ryuki, it is. So it's a very good thing that Ryuki won that game 1, because if you're in this game 2 scenario, you're staring down prize cards like that. It's not an instant concede, but it's pretty bad.
It's not an instant concede, but I wonder if Grant just sets up his board normally, if you consider within, 5 to 10 minutes just picking your cards up and going next, right? You get to go second in this 3rd game. You'd have access to hopefully better prize cards. If you play this game out, you're most likely going to be left with 10 minutes or so on the clock, and I'm not sure that's enough time for both these players to play a full-fledged out game. You got to think about that if you're Ryuki.
Yeah.
This best of 3 experience, I think, is definitely going to come back to provide him a little bit of reward in this World Championship match.
Yeah, Ryuki like shaking his head. The expressions have been priceless, I gotta say, and I mean, who can really blame him given that like 3 of the best cards in this specific matchup, and you don't have access to them. I mean, he's writing down the prize cards. He's just looking through. Maybe he's hoping, hold on, if I just look through the deck enough, maybe I'll see them again. You know, but unfortunately, we both know that's not how it's gonna work.
Does not work. There's no reserved ticket available to shuffle or mix those prize cards up. We're gonna go see the Buddy Poffin as the use, of course. Want to just check through the deck. It will just be Dreepies all day for Ryuki. And, you know, if you can't disrupt, we saw Ryuki able to draw a bunch of cards. So if the Dracloaks are there in flow, if you can use a bunch of recon directives, you're just a couple of Phantom Dives away from success and glory if you really think about it.
Yeah, and you were just saying about how maybe if Grant can set up well, Ryuki might consider going next. And Grant's hand is pretty stacked for a turn 1 setup. I saw Buddy Poffin, that's just been slammed down. I saw a Nest Ball. I saw a bunch of good turn 1 cards.
Exactly what you want to see, and Grant doesn't even know it's just going to get better next turn when there's no item lock as a threat on Ryuki's side. It's just going to use this Buddy Poffin. It means no matter what, Genesect EX can grab out those Stage 1 Goldengo EX Pokemon next turn, and we haven't even seen a supporter card played yet. Grant's going to do the same, just check through the deck, see what Pokemon and pieces are available, what's in the prize cards, and noticing that there are those 2 Goldengo means we may not even see more than 2 Gimmighoul hit the board. Maybe we'll see a 3rd one just in case later on, but there's no reason to go crazy with the gimmies at this point.
There really isn't. And I mean, do you even consider maybe putting down the Charcadet now? I guess maybe you'd rather save it for later just to make sure it doesn't get, you know, sniped easily off of a Holucha plus Phantom Dive combo. But yeah, we're talking about, you know, bad prizes. Obviously, Grant's prizes aren't amazing in the sense that prizing 2 Goldengo is never really what you want to see.
Yeah.
But at least you have 2 Goldengo to search, right? And it's not like all of them are prized, like is the case for Ryuki's 1-ups being in the prize cards.
Yeah, guaranteed these both will get evolved. You're not threatened by Cursed Blast, Rare Candy on turn 2. This is a slower version of Dragapult EX. It looks to do what it did in game number 1. Buy time with Badoo, that's not an option. Shut your opponent's resource recovery down with Toad Scroll, that's not an option. You know, as I'm saying, option 1 and option 2 are both unavailable. What do you do here if you're Ryuki, assuming the game is going to play out just like this? Grant's going to get set up, Ryuki's going to get set up, we could see Monkey Dory come down, energies get placed, knockouts be taken, and if there's not that, you know, 1 extra disruptive element at either the item lock or the recovery blockage from that Toad Scroll, it seems Ryuki just doesn't have the pieces to swing a matchup like this into his favor.
Slight aside here, actually, something that I think is important to mention is you do see the Professor Churro picking up the Genesect EX. That's really good after already using the Metallic Signal on it, and then can go ahead and mine an errand running to search the deck for 2 more energy. Grant's list, as well as the Ceruledge EX, is playing 1 copy of Briar, to use the fact that, of course, Ceruledge EX is a Terra Pokemon. I imagine Grant has already stolen some games with that little combination there.
Yeah, I don't think you'd expect Ceruledge, let alone the Ceruledge-Briar combination. We saw it be used in a really intuitive way in that last round with the Charizard versus Crustle matchup. Who knows, Briar could be the star-studded guest that we never knew was on the invite list this weekend.
Not for Goldengo, at least.
Yeah, you know, we've seen some interesting partners with Goldengo. We saw the Joltik earlier on today. Now we're seeing Ceruledge. Goldengo, I mean, you know, it provides, it, you know, does what it needs to do. I think players are getting a little bit too creative with this. I don't want to be the fun police and stop people from playing what they want to play, but we got to chill out a little bit, guys. Come on.
I mean, to be fair, if there's anywhere where you usually see like this kind of like out of the box, sort of really kind of the edge of what's not like reasonable, but the edge of what you'd expect, it is at the World Championships. This is the place to like consider going for these crazy techs, and people tend to pull out all the stops at World Championships. So if there's anywhere where you're going to see this, I'm not surprised it's here.
So Ryuki also missing that energy attachment means he's even more on the back foot than what was already in place thanks to those prize cards. Doing what he can, though, getting these Dracloaks number 1 and number 2 evolved. Looks like Professor Research in the hand. Not going to have too many more resources to discard. It will be, I think, another Dragapult, but also has this Iono is going to opt to save the effect of discarding the other Dragapult, draw 6 cards, refresh the hand for Grant as well, putting those energies and, importantly, the Genesect plus the 2 Goldengos to the bottom. That was a big question I was asking for Grant. You know, you prize double Goldengo, you prize Genesect, and then you grab all the Goldengos to your hand. You're just kind of asking yourself to get Iono to a spot like that, it feels.
Yeah, and that might end up coming back to bite him. I mean, he does that. The Iono hand isn't the worst. We do see a Pokegear, so maybe that can find something, but actually, Well, I say it's not the worst. Other than that, there actually is not a lot to work with. So that things could get a bit ugly for Grant, depending on how this poker gear goes.
Yeah, you could even, classify his play as slightly greedy. In the long run, not having to play Genesect down again would only give you value. It's a low HP EX Pokemon off the board. You're really not using its ability until later. So here we go, big poke here, but does find the Arven. That means as long as there's another Nest Ball in the deck, which there should be, Genesect can come back into play, be benched, use that Metallic Signal ability. You may have to just be asking yourself, if I just had this Genesect in play, I could have just used my Arven to find something like Earthen Vessel or the Super Energy Retrieval down the line, Energy Search Pro. Gonna have to take what he can get. Does get bailed out in this spot. See the coin bonuses. Grant sets up as he wants to. Gotta again ask if you're Ryuki, when do those alarm bells start going off in your head to try and pick things up?
Yeah, and actually you were talking about Earthen Vessel and Energy Search Pro. They're both actually already in the hand. Oh, so like the rest of the hand was okay as long as that poker gear hit something, and it did. So now this hand is said from potentially terrible to absolutely amazing.
Turn is far from over. We have the Goldengo EX in the active spot that can evolve, Goldengo on the bench that can be evolved. Ryuki, of course, calculating through things. He's an experienced player. Give him credit where credit is due. If anybody can win a game under these circumstances when it comes to prize cards, he would be on my list of players that are more than capable. But Grant, as a solid player himself, he's never really going to lose games like this when it's just so far in his favor. So there's those two dynamics going back and forth. We'll see if they cancel out. We'll see if one player is able to emerge victorious. His abilities are used, energy cards are found, and make it rain more than online. Grant off to a picture-perfect start, even getting that Sarah Ledge powered up. So later down the line, Missile Flames can come in and take a late KO.
So just whilst Grant finishes off this turn, wanted to take a moment for a brief aside. So Oyvind, who we did see in our last Swiss feature round 5, did win going 5-0, has now won round 6, and now is the first player at Worlds to be 6-0. So has now more than enough match points to advance to the next phase of competition. So Oyvind's got to be feeling very, very good about that.
Still plenty of Pokemon to play, including this match. Ryuki did have that Direct Look on the bench survive. It does not KO'd, so as long as there's a way to attach an energy card and evolve, at minimum, you can threaten something like a Phantom Dive this turn. But you just got really no other disruptive pressure to put on your opponent. This is a little bit of a tough decision off of the Recon Directive. You have the Sparkling Crystal that guarantees the attachment, or the Latios that allows this Pokemon to move out of the active. And we'll actually see the Sparkling Crystal go to the bottom of the deck, so valuing that Latios EX to allow this Dreepy to move out of the active thanks to its ability.
Oh, and here's a very interesting choice here. We see another Brock Scouting being played. Is thinking about going for that Maractus. Of course, this is a card that we've seen prop up as a tech a lot recently. Basically ever since it came out, with that attack, of course, it can stop your opponent from retreating. Sometimes a corner can just completely end the game if your opponent doesn't have a way to maneuver something that can't attack out of the active spot. So it's a very cool tech card that we see.
And let's not forget, Grant did play one of those Professor Turo on the early turns. Is just going to try and adjust his strategy and make it a Maractus Cactus attack with the corner. Doing this Genesect EX, it is resistant to grass, so it takes no damage, so you don't have to worry about knocking that Pokemon out later on. Grant's now got to start considering what resources he has available. There is, of course, 2 Goldengo prized, so you don't have as much draw power in getting set up. There is only 1 Turo left, but with the Genesect being in the active spot, it means that you can only limit yourself to just that 1 draw from the top of the deck per turn with Goldengo. Doesn't seem like a lot, but over the course of, maybe 3, 4, 5 turns even, losing 50% of your draw can be a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely can. So a little bit of an awkward one potentially. I mean, Ryuki can use that to buy some time, but, if you're just drawing more cards, eventually you will find that tourist scenario. It's perhaps the best Ryuki can make of an awkward situation where you're not really disrupting the way you want to. Like, there's no toe scroll option because of the prizes. There's no Budu option, and kind of, I guess this is the best disruption that Ryuki can do, but it can't be feeling amazing.
Yeah, if deck out is the potential strategy for Yuki, he's got to also make sure he watches how many cards he leaves in his deck. Grant does not play a way to shuffle his hand in, so every time coin bonus is used, as long as Ryuki's not playing Iono, those cards cannot be refreshed back into the deck.
No, absolutely. So that's going to be a consideration as well. Ultra Ball gets played for another Dracloak, so third Recon Directive coming in does take that Iono to hand, and is just going to corner again.
So Grant's kind of on a clock to, hopefully find something like Turo as quickly as possible. You take that Genesect out of play, it's done its job now. You don't have to, re-bench it to have its effect later down the line. It does use those 2 coin bonus abilities, and now here is that Pokegear 3.0. Does not find the...
Yeah, the last card.
Oh, the last card is the Turo. It's cut off a bit from the camera. Thought he missed it. Instead, is just going to find the Professor Turo scenario. Now with this card being used, Genesect can leave play. It's no longer going to be an option in terms of being trapped, since Grant will use the smart option of not re-benching it. And all of these Pokemon in play now, except for that Gimmighoul, can attack to some extent. So trapping it is really going to have pretty minimal value.
Yeah, and with the Gimmighoul as well, although it kind of... It's not resistant to grass, so it can actually be KO'd by the corner, so you can't trap it forever, unlike with the Genesect.
That is true. However, what you do have to think about it, if Monkey Dory comes down, it can sort of delay the damage.
Oh, that's true,
Since you move 20, then you move it back. However, it's still net 20 damage plus every turn if Grant sets up a Monkey Dory of his own. So you are right, it's not infinite, but if you can buy yourself 5-6 turns, bring it back, do it again, it could be enough. And Grant has yet to show that there is another Goldengo EX in play, and Ryuki may just not have a better option than taking the risk to just try and trap this Gimmighoul up, because as it stands right now, the prize race is going to be very hard to shift in his favor.
Oh, but there's some very nice maths that worked out here, though. So, of course, that Maractus, when it gets KO'd, it does activate that Exploding Needles ability, putting 6 damage counters onto that Goldengo. So now it has 200 HP left. Do you know what does 200 damage?
I would go as far as to say Phantom Dive does that exactly. So, yeah. Lo and behold, Exploding Needles, just another plus that Maractus boasts in its unique yet disruptive card, printed recently in Scarlet and Violet. Latias can move, so that's no issue. We've got the Sparkling Crystal. Now all that's missed here for Ryuki is finding a Dragapult EX. Gonna just check his opponent's discard pile, see what resources are available, and figure out what the best approach is at this point. If Hawlucha can come down, that's a way to, remove another Goldengo. We saw that kind of work out pretty well in that first game. You can take 3 prize cards there by putting this Goldengo in a knockout range and also KOing the Gimmighoul on the bench. You kind of prevent your opponent from putting down another 1 prize Pokemon, which, as things stand for Grant, 1 coin bonus a turn with no KO 1 or 2 Dragapult EX down the line.
Yeah, there was an interesting debate there that Ryuki had for playing that Ino, which was to whether to put down the Pheasantipity EX. I think that it does make sense to do because you cannot miss the Dragapult this turn, so just making sure that you draw essentially 9 cards after or even more after these Recon Directors, just really making sure you don't miss a Dragapult. I think going for the Pheasantipity does make sense here. I don't think it's any more of a liability than the Latias already would be.
So another turn of Recon Directive. We saw Flip the Script be used. Iono was played. Now is still just missing that Dragapult EX. We did see 1 hit the discard pile early on.
There was the 1 Dragapult EX hit from the Recon Directive, the first one.
There you go. Then the Dragapult EX problem, no more. Even an Ultra Ball taken to the hand for safe measure. And an energy drop onto the bench means even if this Dragapult EX is to go down, Phantom Dive next turn, still a very realistic option. Haven't even seen the energy attachment, just bought that turn thanks to the corner on the Maractus, means energy pacing no longer an issue for Ryuki. And despite these terrible prize cards, he's going to fight his way through this game. Phantom Dive KO, now just has to figure out where he would like to put these 6 damage counters. Does he want to go onto odd prizes and try and threaten this Gimmighoul, or is it just better to go after a different Pokemon? Instead, just going to dump all 6 onto this Ceruledge, trying to put it into range potentially later on during the course of the game to maybe route those prizes so Goldengo EXs the game.
Very well, as we do see Grant does slam down that Arven, so we'll be able to find the Energy Search Pro. It was in the hand for a while. We saw that, Grant could have played it during any of those turns, but recognizing, no, I want to play it during the turn where I need it the most, so saving it as essentially an out from Arven to find the kill on the Dragapult. Very heads up from Grant.
It's lost a lot of its value at this point. So many of the energies have been grabbed. It's just a glorified earthen vessel grabbing 1 more energy than normal from a non-A-spec item. It doesn't feel great, but at least you're getting use out of your 1 inclusion A-spec in your deck. We've yet to see coin bonus. That will be the first. Those 2 Goldengo EX are still stuck in the prize cards here. So if Grant can't find something like a Night Stretcher to bring back one of these Pokemon from the discard pile, that means the Gimmighoul could be in danger the following turn, and even searching it out could be difficult thanks to there being no Genesect EX in play yet.
Yeah, and I mean, there is a universe as well where Ryuki could go ahead and, with the use of something like Hawlucha's Flying Entry, take a KO on the Gimme Ghoul, and then, yeah, you're left with, like, what, one Goldengo out? You're not quite in a position where you can do, like, a double KO and knock out all of, like, the potential Goldengo options on the field. But, yeah, there it is. 7 energy, make it rain. 2 more prizes for Grant. 2 more away from winning this game. How does Ryuki respond?
Got plenty of draw at his disposal, so there will be plenty of options to follow. Ryuki at 4 prize cards does make me wonder if you can even afford to commit damage onto the Gimme Ghoul, since it essentially is forcing you into a 7 prize line.
Yeah.
But there already being 6 damage counters on the Cerulege. Is that something you want to chase after instead? With there being no Dusknoir, there's no threat of this Goldengo EX in the active spot being knocked out as it stands. With there being no damage counters on the board, even something like Blood Moon Ursaluna is just 20 damage short of closing something like the game out. We're going to see Ultra Ball be played to start the turn off, and as you mentioned, Flying Entry could be one of the many pieces Ryuki needs to piece together this puzzle and close out game number 2.
And I mean, that is going to be the grab. You can... I mean, it's going to be good no matter what, because you put it down, you put 1 damage counter.
No longer an option. We'll see Flying Entry be used. 10 damage onto both bench Pokemon Grant has in play. Yet to see these recon directives. Is there an Iono for Disruption? Does find one. It looks like maybe at the bottom of the deck, so is there another copy or potentially a different supporter card that Ryuki wants to use this turn?
Yeah, I mean, Boss's Orders could be something if you want to just, bring up the Cerulege that way. Ideally, you could do it with like a counter catcher there. There's the Boss's Orders in hand, but we can save that, has the counter catcher ready to go. So instead can go ahead and attach. Oh, is that the Luxurious Cape coming down? My goodness. And then the Iono as well for good measure. Wow.
Yeah, Luxcape just protecting this Pokemon if there's something like Devolution, but it's really just Ryuki thinning that card out of the hand.
Yeah.
It's not going to get any value on bench Pokemon for the future of this game. Ryuki just doesn't want to draw into that card, so we'll go about doing that. Still has access to flip the script, another recon directive. Ryuki's doing what he can, despite his unfortunate circumstance, to fight back into this game. We'll see. Ultra Ball continue to just thin the deck out. There's the Monkey Dory that's grabbed to the hand. Flip the script, recon directive. Ryuki's going to have a large hand to work with next turn, meaning that as long as the cards are essentially in the deck, they will be an option for Ryuki to put together some sort of plan.
Yeah, just going to dig through as much as possible, just to really try and thin out the deck as much as possible to prevent any kind of option from not being available next turn. But as we already talked about, these Goldengo decks, they don't really tend to play. It's either minimal or no hand disruption. And in Grant's case, there is no hand disruption. So this hand buildup is going to stay with Ryuki. And it's going to just be a matter now of, KO now. Can Grant find a way to close out the game and take these last 2 prizes to take us to a game 3?
This is a super smart damage counter placement from Ryuki, deciding to put 5 damage counters on the active and 2 on the bench to make sure Blood Moon Ursaluna can KO one of these 2 Pokemon next turn. Even if you use Monkey Dory to heal off that active, you'll still be in range of a Blood Moon KO. And with everything else being there, this will really come down to if Grant can find the pieces this turn. He's got Cypher Maniac plus the Night Stretcher. So if there's a combination of double Superior Energy Retrieval, right, needs 7 energy cards. If you have Superior Energy Retrieval plus at least 2 cards to discard, or rather 3 cards to discard, you can use the first Superior Energy Retrieval to discard 2 non-energy cards to grab 4 energy back. And then you can use the second one to pitch 1 energy from your hand to grab 4 back. The question, however, will be, does Grant have enough energy in the discard pile to do that? And I think after that big Make It Rain KO, Grant's going to have the pieces that are needed to close this game out, assuming he has the Superior Energy Retrieval and enough cards to discard, which he should since it's exactly 3 in hand.
So I think the problem is that you need 2 Superior Energy Retrievals to get enough energy to get this right. So
we got the Cypher Maniac right here. It was just played to stack the deck with 2 Superior Energy Retrieval. I'm not
No,
sure.
no, it was a superior
Oh, no.
Pheasantipity.
So maybe not enough energy in the discard. Is going to have to find a piece. Does he see it?
Finds
the
the second
superior
one.
energy retrieval. That means as long as there's enough energy cards in the discard pile, let's check. And there are plenty here. Lavincia plus the superior energy retrieval. And if there's 2 of those superior energy retrievals, then I think Grant's got the pieces he needs to close this game out. Their superior energy retrieval
and the
won
Night Stretcher,
and has the Night Stretcher. That's a 7 energy KO. Grant relying off that Pheasantipity. One piece short. Get into our third and final game, and yeah, there's just 5 minutes on the clock. We're just going to see a draw pass here from Grant.
No.
That is a huge time miss, but Ryuki's got nothing else, and this Maractus has a 2 retreat cost, so it's going to be really hard for him to move this out of the active spot if he doesn't find a thing like this Latias EX. That is an option. Ryuki's going to get 6 cards. If he can find Latias, Dreepy, and a way to... No, he has none of those pieces. Just a monkey and a pass. And Grant has the exact piece he needs. Genesect EX finds the Goldengo. We could see him make it rain this turn, and Grant is off to the races with just 4 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and I think they might have heard it here at the commentary booth because they are playing a lightning fast here, just like motoring through the deck. So the Metallic Signal comes in, finds the 2 Goldengo, coin bonus comes in.
And finds the Earthen Vessel. I'm not sure Grant had something like Arven in hand yet. He is grabbing cards as fast as he can. It looks like the Arven actually is in hand or just has plenty of Pokemon. Who needs a supporter, Freya? We've got everything here after a draw past turn 1.
Yeah, also, we were being a bit generous. We were saying, oh, 10 minutes. It's actually closer to 3.
Exactly, yeah. There was just 5 minutes to start this turn here. We're going to see the KO, the Exploding Needles, putting 6 damage counters on. What is in the hand? There's a Night Stretcher that can bring back the Maractus.
Yeah.
Got Counter Catcher to buy some time. There's just 3 minutes remaining, but don't count Grant out of this game. Ryuki's going to have a lot harder time. He's going to do whatever he can, however, to slow this game down, even considering playing Research over Iono just to make sure there's plenty of basic Pokemon to hit the board.
Yeah, I guess so, but like the problem is like you're not going to play, rather, you're not going to win this game by playing at this pace. Like if you're Ryuki, you got to be motoring through, and Ryuki's not motoring right now.
Yeah, you know, you kind of wonder with how bad this start is going and with how poor your setup is, do you just try and, you know, within the confines of the game, delay as much as possible? Use this Maractus to just buy time. You've got 2 Dreepy prized, Freya. That means your setup is going to be lackluster when it comes to having a competitive game, especially with there being just 2 minutes remaining. You see him thinking about drawing. Grant's already got his card on the top of the deck. He's just going to keep drawing. Already has the air balloon. Grant's going to try and just power through these turns in 30 seconds or less. This may be the fastest Goldengo turn I've ever seen, especially on commentary.
Yeah, absolutely, it is. I think actually, small problem. I don't think Grant has enough energy for the KO. And yeah, that's it. The time is called, and Grant is just acknowledging, yeah, that's just going to be a tie.
Yeah, it looks like just not enough time to finish this match up. Grant Shen and Ryuki Okada, what a performance they put on. Back and forth, game 1 and game 2. You got to feel for Ryuki in that second game. Just
up at all, it is in an awkward position in the prize cards, but we're going to kick off round 7 here between John and Calvin Connor, and looks like we got the star of this brand new, Black Bolt and White Flare expansion so far with the Genesect EX.
It definitely feels like this has been the most impactful card from the set because it has propelled the Goldengo archetype from a good archetype to leading the charge here at the World Championships. The most popular deck in the room. Its Metallic Signal ability provides so much consistency to this deck. I mean, oftentimes players not even using Ultra Ball in their deck anymore because the Genesect just finds you those evolution Pokemon.
Yeah, you don't need it. Now, Cal is sticking with a deck that he... This season, regional championships, international championships, this deck has won a lot, so no surprise to see it showing up at the World Championships as well. And he is playing a version with 4 copies of Monkey Dory. I think a lot of players realizing this card is extremely good. I win a lot of games when I get a lot of these in play and use Adrenabrain a lot, so why not just play 4?
Monkey Dory with its Adrenabrain has become one of the best cards, if not just the format warping card for this event. On John's side, he's kicking things off, going first. Does find Buddy Buddy Poffin in that opening hand, one of the best cards in the game right now for your early game consistency. John was able to use that to search his deck for 2 Pokemon with 70 hit points or less, put them directly onto the bench, finding a pair of Gimmighoul, and then immediately taps that Genesect EX Metallic Signal finding a pair of Golden Go EX. Won't be able to use them this turn, but thins the deck, increases his odds to maybe top deck a better card.
Yeah, and I think this is a big difference in what Genesect EX provides to this deck. For a while, this Golden Go deck wanted to go second, and you would use Technical Machine Evolution to evolve up on your first turn. Now you have strong plays going first. All you need is a Buddy Buddy Poffin, and then you just need a Genesect EX on the next turn. You can search right for those Golden Go EX and get off to a quick start. So you can see an example of why this is such a big deal for this deck.
Attachment for turn from John. Metal Energy down to the Gimmighoul. Passes over to Cal Connor. Does have an Arven, and right away will find the secret box. This has become one of the best A-specs in the game, which is kind of funny to say because for a while, it took players a good while to catch on to how strong this card really is.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look at all the other A-spec cards you have to pick from. I thought for a while, like, why would I play anything but Prime Catcher? And it's like, well, turns out just setting up your strategy is pretty good, and Secret Box is kind of a one-card solution that just finds everything you need. Part of it is that there's so many powerful effects at each kind of trainer card, right? You get item cards, you can get Buddy Buddy Poffin to find basics. The Stadium, even the Artisan, can get you a basic Pokemon. The Pokemon Tool can get you the Technical Machine Evolution to evolve your Pokemon. So it really is just this one card that, kickstarts your whole deck.
Now, as Cal is doing his first deck search, he will be checking his prize cards. That's what we see right now. Organizing the Pokemon and the energy to the front, moving them back. That's what we see often from many players. He is going to find Technical Machine Evolution and the secret box off of this Arven, which he played. One important prize, I think, to note here for Cal is that Pheasantipity EX. Gardevoir does not have great draw power available to it in this build outside of Pheasantipity. So that is something, with that card not being available, it could hinder Cal a bit.
Definitely. And, oh, well, that's nice. that's like a dream scenario. You get to just throw away 3 Psychic Energy. That's what you're trying to do with Gardevoir. You need to get Psychic Energy into the discard pile to use Psychic Embrace. So, I mean, this is a picture-perfect start so far. If I'm playing a Gardevoir deck and I get to start with this hand every game, I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I think at first glance you would be like, oh my gosh, 1 supporter card plus 4 energy, this is terrible. But when analyzing it, yes, you want those energy cards in the discard pile. The Secret Box finds you a supporter card for the next turn, and Technical Machine Evolution can be utilized using that evolution attack, choosing both Ralts, a pair of Kirlia into play, and we know Professor's Research is now waiting in the hand for Cal on his next turn. Over now to John Ing. Has the Air Balloon already in the hand. We know a pair of Golden Go are there from the Genesect Metallic Signal. Looks like it will be used one more time. I think 3 Golden Go in the hand, so 1 more can be found here. It does look like John did already have Air Balloon, which is another huge card to be reprinted in the Black Bolt and White Flare expansions. Now the question for John is, where do you want to go from here? Being the aggressor, usually a decent option, but Cal has got a really strong board already set up with that Drifloon and Bravery Charm.
Definitely. This can be a somewhat challenging matchup for Gardevoir. Golden Go has enough HP that it's difficult to punch through. You really do need the Drifloon with the Bravery Charm, and a lot of these decks are now playing Tool Scrapper to kind of nullify that. So yeah, I mean, as the Golden Go deck, you just want to start attacking, right? This is not a very technical deck, we'll say. It's just trying to make it rain, knock out the active Pokemon. It just does a bunch of damage. It's not a tricky deck like Gardevoir where you're trying to move damage counters all around and be very precise. You're really just trying to race and see how many prize cards you can get.
Coin bonus on the bench from Golden Go yields John 1 additional card. Looks like the active coin bonus will be used, drawing 2 cards from the top of the deck. John needing to find some energy to piece together a KO. Has 2 in hand, plus the Earthen Vessel. That can find a few more, but not before using Artisan. Stadium card Cal put in play last turn. Both players, of course, able to use those stadiums that either player puts in play. John will search his deck for a basic Pokemon without a rule box and put it onto the bench. Looks like another Gimmighoul will be joining the party shortly.
Yeah, great starts for both players so far. They've been able to do exactly what they want. And yeah, it can get awkward sometimes against Gardevoir. Right now, you feel pretty safe because your opponent doesn't have assuming you knock out this active Monkey Dory, your opponent doesn't have any Adrenabrain set up. Sometimes it can be a little scary, damage moving around all over the place. You do have to be weary of, not giving up too many easy prize cards on smaller benched Pokemon like this Gimme Ghoul. You bench too many, your opponent can pick them off with Scream Tail, that sort of thing. You're really trying to force your opponent to get the most difficult knockouts that they can. Force them to extend and have all these resources, and eventually they might run out. So you do have to be careful, and I would expect a player of John's caliber to know exactly what he's doing in this matchup.
Earthen Vessel from John discards a Golden Go EX, searches the deck for 2 basic energy cards, adding them to the hand, a Metal and Lightning, both found. That will add to the bonus the damage that this Make It Rain can do from the Golden Go EX. We now know that there is enough energy in hand for this Monkey Dory to be KO'd. And John has not even played a supporter card yet. He's done so much. No supporter played, and it looks like Cypher Maniac is being debated here. I think he's got an Arven as well. What do you think here, Kyle?
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to put 2 cards on top of his deck and say, I'm going to draw these next turn. It is a bit of protection against Iono as well. If your opponent tries to disrupt you, put your hand on the bottom of your deck, you'll just draw right into these cards. So it doesn't really hurt to play this card unless you plan incorrectly, let's say.
Sure.
I've been there many times. You search up 2 cards, and you're like, all right, I think I know how the next turn's going to go. And then you have completely bungled it, and then you know what you're going to draw the next turn. So it's good to do this, but you do have to get it right. Otherwise, it can backfire pretty badly.
Looks like John is debating between 3 cards here. Energy Search Pro, Superior Energy Retrieval, and Boss's Orders. Looks like the energy-related cards will be the choice. Boss's Orders remaining in the deck.
Yeah, so just trying to set up for the following turns. Get a knockout here while you can. And yeah, it's just going to be about attacking with that Golden Go EX, and at some point trying to go for maybe a Boss's Orders to knock out a Gardevoir EX. This is one of the decks in the format that is able to go after Gardevoir EX and knock it out in one attack. Stuff like Dragapult doesn't really have that option. You're only doing 200 damage to the active, but Golden Go just has that raw power, and you can just push through Gardevoir. It looks like John is going to get that first prize card. It's the redeemable ticket.
Make It Rain, 1 prize to John and Cal. Connor, happy to promote the Drifloon. That is, as you mentioned, really his only way to get through a Golden Go EX in 1 turn. Now, we mentioned for John, things are pretty simple as far as his game plan. Attack every single turn, KO something on the bench sometimes with the Boss's Orders, bring it up to the active and then KO it. But for Cal, there's a little bit more nuance to how he could approach this.
Yeah, the Drifloon is the easiest way. Once you get the Bravery Charm, and it looks like he's going to counter catcher and go for this Genesect here. Once you get the Bravery Charm on there, you can increase Drifloon's HP enough so that it can Balloon Burst for enough damage. And we do see Gardevoir EX come down as well. So that's one way to do it. But another thing is you can pick off that Genesect EX. It does have a lower amount of HP. So something like Gardevoir EX attacking plus 1 Adrenabrain from the Monkey Dory EX, or the Monkey Dory can knock out this Genesect EX. So you need to find a way to piece together knockouts. You're ideally trying to get 2 prize cards on each knockout. It's not always easy to do it, though.
Definitely not. But that is, I believe, how Cal is going to try to line things up here. See that first Adrenabrain. There is 3 more energy now being brought back from the discard pile onto Gardevoir EX. 60 damage on it. That can, of course, be mitigated a little bit. Adrenabrain can move 30 damage from the Gardevoir EX to the active, and then with Miracle Force, that is enough to take the KO, getting rid of Genesect EX before John perhaps plays one of his 2 Professor Turo scenario.
Yeah, it's a smart move. Take the easy prize cards while you can. And this may seem counterintuitive, right? You may say like, oh, now my Gardevoir is in danger. This can get knocked out. I don't have access to Psychic Embrace. But there is a second Curlia waiting on the bench. Calvin might just feel like, hey, I got to be aggressive here. I'll draw into that other Gardevoir EX, or I'll find a Night Stretcher. It'll be okay. But really those resources that are important are those Bravery Charms. You only run a couple. You have to make sure you use them wisely. If you put this down and maybe the Drifloon gets knocked out before you get to attack with it, that can be devastating. So we'll keep an eye on what John wants to do here this turn.
Energy Search Pro being played, allowing John to search his deck for one or as many different energy as he wants, one of each type, though. One of the biggest boosts Golden Go got post its release. You know, Golden Go was an interesting card because it was solid, and when it came out, it's seen as like an okay card, but it feels like every single set after its initial release, it has gotten just one more piece set after set that makes it better and better.
Yeah, and you see John debating what to do here. He is now behind on prize cards, so he's thinking about using this counter catcher. Could go after the Drifloon with the Bravery Charm. Again, usually these decks only play 2 Bravery Charm. So if you go through the game knowing that you're maybe only threatened by 1 Drifloon the entire game, it's going to be tough for your opponent to knock out 2 Golden Go EX before you're able to collect the rest of your prize cards. So that's got to be weighing on his mind. Maybe that's something you go after, but it is really tempting to just knock out the Gardevoir.
2 draws from the coin bonus, one of them being an interesting stadium John is playing here, the Academy at Night. Of course, it does combo with the Chansey that he's got in his deck list. You can put a card from your hand on top of your deck, use that redeemable ticket, get it into your prize cards guaranteed. But it's also just kind of a nice card for Golden Go. One of the things that Golden Go struggles with specifically is getting hit with a late game Iono to a very small amount of cards. Academy at Night can protect you from that.
Yeah, it's funny how that works. Sometimes the Iono, it hurts. Like you put cards on the bottom of your deck instead of having them be shuffled in, so you know that you're not going to redraw them when they go to the bottom. But there's the other side to that where your deck doesn't get shuffled. So when you put a card on top, you know you're going to draw it. So it's always interesting. We saw it a lot with that old Oranguru, where you Primate Wisdom a card on top of your deck. Academy at Night, not as good.
No,
you don't get a card back.
Yeah.
Right. So it's always interesting to see that card pop up. But yeah, it's a fun inclusion. I assume it's mostly for that Chansey redeemable ticket combo. But yeah, it has other uses. And especially when you're drawing so many cards like with this deck.
Very
using all the coin bonuses, so you just have cards to burn sometimes.
Very common to see a Golden Go player's hands look exactly like John's does right now. 15 cards or something like that hanging around. Going to be even more after a superior energy retrieval potentially being played, and that will be utilized to bring back up to 4 different energy from the discard pile. It will be just 3, though. That's all that's in there, with Cal not taking a KO last turn, and the attachment to the Monkey Dory and the Academy at Night, prepping for a potential Iono next turn. We'll use it, placing a card on top. It will be superior energy retrieval. With 280 HP remaining on this Gardevoir, John just needs to discard 6 different energy, 6 energy, whatever types they may be, in order to get this KO, and I think he's got that more than lined up.
Yeah, he's got a few. Yeah, it seemed like he was really valuing getting the Darkness Energy on the Monkey Dory as well to block any sort of plays where Calvin tries to leave damage on John's board. And yeah, I mean, he's got a great setup here. Also, benching the Monkey Dory has no downside, really. Your opponent is on even prize cards, so if for some reason they try to go after it and knock it out, they're not any closer to winning the game. So it's kind of a freebie to put that down here.
Now, just looking ahead a little bit here, Kyle, there is a chance that this game could be won by John Eng on the next turn. There is a chance in the prize card.
I would love to see the lucky bonus.
He's got 3 prizes left, so if he was to take out a Gardevoir EX, which if Cal wants to attack this turn, he's going to need to put a Gardevoir EX into play. I mean, I guess unless he's going for a Mind Bend, but that doesn't seem super strong. There is a chance we could see that lucky bonus come up.
It certainly could happen. Yeah, that is just the kind of the X factor that you do not plan for in these matchups. I mean, when you're testing this for Worlds, figuring out, like, how does my Gardevoir deck beat Golden Go?
Yep.
I guarantee you that the Chansey lucky bonus throwing off the prize trade is not something you are factoring in unless you're part of John's testing.
Yeah, I mean, and it is cheesy, right? But it makes sense. Golden Go is a deck that you have the bench space pretty often open for it. And you find a situation pretty similar to this, I would say, often, where you take a single prize KO early, you're on odd prizes, your opponent is set up to go 2-2-2, you need something to offset that prize trade. You know, we see players use things like the single prize Golden Go. We've seen players use Scizor in their decks. John and his friends decided Chansey was the way they were going to get around that issue.
Yeah, and why not?
It's the World Championships, right?
We've seen crazier things work.
Nest Ball being played for Cal, able to search the deck for any basic Pokemon and put it directly onto the bench. It's got that Monkey Dory in the active. We've yet to see the second Gardevoir EX come through.
Yeah, that's going to be an important part of this turn. Need to find a Gardevoir EX or a Night Stretcher. I don't think you can really afford to take this turn off. And earlier you mentioned the Mind Bend. At some point in this matchup, I think that was a very viable move to buy time.
Oh, yeah.
But Air Balloon, again, is so impactful. It just makes it so that that play is a lot worse than it used to be. All it takes is an Air Balloon, and you can just retreat your Gholdengo to a different one and attack. Before, it was like, oh, man, I have this awkward decision. I need to commit another energy to retreat. Sometimes you don't have another energy on your bench to Gholdengo set up already, so it really made things awkward. You have to go for a coin flip. If you flip tails, you essentially lose a turn, and that could be the turning point in the game. But now with Air Balloon, these Mind Bend strategies are a lot weaker.
Cal's got an interesting call here. Iono and Professor's Research in the hand. The Research would yield him a lot more cards. Iono only gets him 4. But using Iono to disrupt Gholdengo, usually a good strategy, but he knows John just put a good card on top of the deck with Academy at Night. He will choose to go with the Iono, but I can understand the hesitancy.
He only gets 4 cards. Well, there's an Ultra Ball, okay.
Wow.
Well, that works. I gotta say, you only get 4 cards. That's not a lot to find the one you need, but he does find the Ultra Ball for the Gardevoir EX. Card goes flying off the table, Chip. It's madness here at the World Championships. What's going to happen next? I mean, both these players are keeping up at their pace, right? Both players have done whatever they've wanted every turn of this game. And we're going to see another gigantic attack launched at John's Gholdengo EX.
Perhaps
this is still anybody's game.
It definitely is. And that was perhaps a calculated risk there from Cal. Yes, Research gives him a higher chance to find Gardevoir. Iono makes it a little bit less likely he could find it. But maybe he feels like he can't just leave John with that massive hand if he wants to win the game. Calculated risk, it pays off. He finds the Ultra Ball, gets the Gardevoir, and now is loading a ton of energy onto this Drifloon for Balloon Burst to get a one-hit knockout.
Yeah, he's got, let's see, he needs 1 more to get the 8 damage counters, right? 3 energy is just 6 damage counters?
He had 20 on him
earlier. 20 already,
yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so that should be good. One other thing to note is that John did have the Tool Scrapper in his hand, and that did go to the bottom of the deck.
Yes.
Looks like he is going to put another energy on there, though, prepping for a big attack. But yeah, Tool Scrapper would be another massive card here that could throw a wrench into things.
Yeah, Tool Scrapper plus Boss's Orders wins the game for John this turn.
Exactly, but now that it's on the bottom of the deck,
yeah,
may not happen. He does have a Cypher Maniac ready for next turn, so we'll see. But
if he can maybe...
Now, Cal's trying to calculate, like, how much damage should I leave on my Drifloon. I don't know the answer to this, to be honest. You're doing enough here to knock out the Gholdengo. That's the main thing that matters. Go down 2 prize cards, and now you just kind of cross your fingers and hope things work out and that you make it to the next turn.
John here with the debate of what to send up. It's usually a pretty straightforward choice. Send up the thing with the free retreat, but when it comes to coin bonus, there's a little bit more to think about. You get extra cards whenever that Pokemon is in the active spot.
Sure.
Lavincia is found for turn. That's a way for John to get some more energy cards. He knows that there's a Chansey prize.
That is true as well. So now it's trying to figure out, what do you go for? Do you go for, maybe finding a way to shuffle your deck? I don't think he has anything in his hand that would let him shuffle. He knows the Tool Scrapper's on the bottom. You can just Cypher Maniac for the Tool Scrapper and do that. See if you hit the Chansey off the prize card you draw, see what happens, and then if you don't, you got to figure out what to do from there.
Remind me how it would work here with Chansey. Is it just whenever it's taken as a prize card, or is it only whenever an attack happens?
It has to be during your turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if a KO happened with the Tool Scrapper, Chansey would theoretically work. So that's something else John could be thinking through here. We'll use that first coin bonus, draws 1 card. And it will be the Chansey. A perfect thing to discard with the
your
energy retrieval. Now things are getting a little tricky here for John because Cal has kind of sneakily gone down to just 2 prizes left, set himself up to just potentially win the game next turn with a Drifloon, KOing a Golden Go for 2 prizes. So John has got to figure out, can he win this turn, or what can he do to best limit Cal from winning on his next turn?
It's funny. It feels like there's something you should be able to do here to manipulate things. And he does have a counter catcher and the tool scrapper.
Does he have enough energy cards, though?
I don't know. I mean, it takes a lot to knock out a Gardevoir, right? It takes 7.
Now, he does also know that his Pheasantipity is prized. So that's something he could draw after the Tool Scrapper KO that could get him more cards.
Very true. I was going to say, it feels like, with the cards you have in hand in the Academy at night, there's something you could be able to do where you, Cypher Maniac, you draw one of the cards, this Chansey is the second card or something like that. You get the redeemable ticket. Then you know exactly where the Chansey is in your prize cards. You go right for it. So this is really complex, trying to figure out the right thing to do here. There are many different paths to try to win this game. There probably is a correct one, but it is somewhat random, right? You don't know what the right order is, and this is where you just, put yourself in a blender trying to figure out, how am I supposed to win this game?
It's definitely not clean here for John. It's not super straightforward. He is going to land on the Tool Scrapper and the Counter Catcher as the choice. And he has to play the Counter Catcher first, right? Otherwise, they would be tied on prizes. Yep. So John needs to use the Counter Catcher, and we'll see what he chooses to target after Coin Bonus draws those cards.
And it's funny, too, right? If you Counter Catcher the Gardevoir now and then Tool Scrapper, and the prize card you draw is the Chansey, then you have a tough thing you have to knock out, right? If you were Counter Catcher the Monkey Dory and then Tool Scrapper, you draw the Chansey, you get an extra prize card. Then it's really easy to knock out the Monkey Dory. But if you do it this way, it's still challenging to knock out the Gardevoir. It's what am I getting off my prize cards?
The big issue here is the unknown of the prize cards, because we've talked about 2 of his prizes, but another one here is the Night Stretcher, and I actually think it would line up perfectly for John to get the KO if he takes the Night Stretcher off the prizes. He has Superior Energy Retrieval in his hand. That's 4. He has the Lavincia in his hand. That's 2. Night Stretcher would get him the 7th energy necessary to KO this Gardevoir EX on the bench, and Tool Scrapper plus that KO would lead to it, but he's debating the Tool Scrapper first.
Oh, boy.
Oh, is he not going with the Counter Catcher? That feels like a weird card to have grabbed off of the Cypher, if that's the case.
I agree, yeah. What are you grabbing it for if not to do it here? Takes the prize card. It is the Pheasantipity EX, not the Chansey. And now another decision needs to be made. You still know that there's a Chansey in the prize cards. So you know, at worst, it's a 50-50 to hit the Chansey, which then is
another 50-50.
Oh, geez. Will this be John's lucky day with the Chansey and the lucky bonus? There's still so much to think about. This is a situation, it's such a high-pressure situation. You're at the World Championships. You win this match, you make it to the next day of competition. But it's hard to know what's right.
Superior Energy Retrieval's being played. That's 4 energy cards from the discard pile back to the hand. Lavincia, we know, is hanging around here as well. Academy of Night, I do not believe, has been used.
I don't believe so.
So, yeah, well, and I'm not even sure if it will be. It is going to be Make It Rain, and cross your fingers that Cal Connor doesn't have it.
Which prize card is he going to take?
Is it going to be the Chansey or the
Night
Night Stretcher? It's the Chansey. It comes to this flip. If he flips heads, the game is over. It is tails. Cal Connor has a chance to still close this out. He finds the Counter Catcher. That's not going to do him much good, but he does have Professor's Research.
How are we going to get a lucky bonus and it's tails, Chip?
Oh, my goodness.
Doesn't even pay off.
Right down to the wire. Cal Connor won his regional championships this year on a coin flip. And he may win this game on his opponent's coin flip.
That's crazy. I mean, what even goes through your head when you see that? It's like, oh, well, I guess I almost just lost. Anyway, I'll take my turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And Counter Catcher will be used now. Actually brings up the Chansey. So Cal, now with this play, will not be able to win the game this turn.
Yeah, maybe hedging a bit in saying that's got to retreat. could get stuck up there.
There's
You
a
could
chance.
get in a situation where you Scream Tail, knock out the Monkey Dory on the bench. Then if your opponent just doesn't draw an air balloon, you're going to win on the next turn. So maybe a calculated risk, and maybe knowing I don't have access to the Drifloon and the Bravery Charm this turn, but I know I have access to just getting a Scream Tail.
I mean, if I don't know, it would have been tough for me in Cal's shoes not to just play the research and look for the Night Stretcher plus Bravery Charm combo, but I think he recognized it seemed a little less than likely. So now Cal not able to close out the game here, has to figure out which way he can prevent John best from not winning the game. And John will need to find a way to move this Chansey. He's got one air balloon left, I believe. I think he has at least one of his Turo remaining. He does play 2 copies of that card.
Yep.
And Cal will play Ultra Ball, discards 2 cards. Down goes Lily's Clefairy and Iono. Screamtail is the card grabbed. Counting the cards remaining in deck. As a Mew, maybe looking for a little bit of help with a restart incoming.
Yeah, we'll see what he's going for here. Turns out these games are kind of complicated.
Yeah, absolutely. I do not envy either of these players the spot they find themselves in here.
Yeah, I was guessing you go for the Scream Tail on the benched Monkey Dory. You just Iono your opponent to 1 card. Hope they don't find the air balloon. Looks like Calvin Connor has another plan in mind. Another Monkey Dory comes down.
Plays himself to a 0-card hand. This restart will find him 3 more.
Yeah, I think did he use the Academy at night to put card on top? It's like there's a Professor's Research.
And he's going to go in with the Gardevoir EX.
Huh.
Is he going to take this KO?
I don't think so.
Passing? Yeah, that is a pass of the turn over to John. Cal just saying, hey, I hope you don't have it.
Yeah, and I mean, this does take a lot of energy to knock out the Gardevoir, right? Even if you do have an air balloon, this could be a situation where you look at your opponent's resources, and if there's too many superior energy retrieval gone, maybe they just can't muster up enough to knock out the Gardevoir.
Oh, and a draw from the coin bonus is the air balloon. And does he has Boss's orders, I believe, and Levincia and an energy. That'll be enough for him to close out the game. Just 1 prize card necessary. 3 energy discarded. John Ing takes the KO and takes the win in game number 1.
Would have been cooler if he flipped that.
Definitely John's favorite type because it led to him winning that first game. And Cal is going to kick things off. Did get to choose first or second. Does choose to go first here, which I think makes sense. You know, the Golden Go deck can be kind of, it can kind of run the Gardevoir deck over if it gets to go first. You know, get a bunch of Golden Go EX into play on turn 2, and it just creates a board state that can be really hard to overcome.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation I've seen players have. Like, what matchups should you go first or second against? And I think some players have decided it actually is difficult playing second against Golden Go because they can be aggressive turn 2 when they go first, and they can do it very consistently. So you see a switch up in strategy where saying, you know what, yes, you get access to playing supporter cards first. You can play your Arvin first, but I'm going to get an extra turn of relief where you're not attacking me.
Checking of the prize cards here for John. I think I did see the Chansey and the redeemable tickets in the deck, so we'll see how aggressively he goes after that setup. That's one thing I am interested about with this list. You know, is it something that you just kind of do when it comes up, or do you really push for it and try to make that combo come together as quickly as possible?
Yeah, it feels like something I would try to force every game, and I would definitely cost myself games just trying to pull it off. There probably is a good balance trying to figure out when you should go for it, when you should just forget it's in your deck. But it is an interesting option to have, and it does make playing this deck a lot more complicated because you always have that to think about.
The prize cards for John, a couple Buddy Poffin, not too bad. He's able to get this first one here, but 2 energy cards, a superior energy retrieval, and that Pheasantipity EX being prized once again. Kind of awkward things for him to navigate.
That's why I play redeemable ticket.
You know what? Touche, my friend. Touche.
We'll see if it comes up. Yeah, you know, every standard format seems to have some variation of a way to kind of look at your prize cards or mess with them somehow. We had the Hisuian Heavy Ball in the previous standard format rotation. I know a lot of people were sad when that card went away. Now it's the redeemable ticket, which, for being honest, isn't used that much. It is highly unpredictable. It does, put your prize cards back in your deck, but then you put out new ones, and who knows what those are going to be.
Right.
So you don't see it used very often, but in these situations, it can still be pretty solid.
Pretty strong setup there for John Ang. A couple Gimmighoul and a Genesect DX, and now it is over to Cal Connor. Had a bit of a decision point there. Does he bench the Screamtail or just discard it with Professor's Research? Does ultimately land on discarding it. He does still have access to it later if he wants it through the use of Night Stretcher. An Earthen Vessel will be found discarding a basic Psychic. Talked about why that is so good in game number 1. It'll allow him to find a couple more energy cards, 1 basic Darkness Energy and 1 basic Psychic.
Yeah, John happened to start with that Call for Family Gimmighoul. That's
Does
pretty
only
good
play
start.
one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, a 1-3 split of the Gimmighouls here. There's been a bit of debate, it seems like, between these Golden Go players about which Gimmighoul to play. There's also the continuous coin toss as an option.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a big fan of those types of attacks. I love a classic, I need to flip, 16 heads to win the game.
Yeah, another card that gives you bad ideas.
I mean, you're already playing the Chansey stuff, might as well, right? Attachment for turn there from Cal onto the Monkey Dory, but no Technical Machine Evolution.
Yeah, no Curlia even. That was a pretty brutal turn, too. For Professor's Research, you're hoping to at least evolve into a Curlia somewhere, but yikes. That is not a good start, and this is not a matchup where you can really afford to miss for very many turns. This is not going well for Calvin Connor in this one, and John always talks about he has bad luck when he's on stream. We did stream him at NAIC, and he did lose in record time. I was there to witness that. And he has been frustrated at time. But so far, things have been going well, and, he's keeping a cool head, so things are looking up.
Yeah, John's definitely a very emotional player. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and he makes it known whenever he does not feel good about the way a game finished. I think he was overall disappointed in his season even. He had a pretty strong season, if you ask me. But, I mean, that's just kind of the heart of the competitor that he has. And I think we're going to see in this game why Golden Go got such a big boost in play after this expansion. Black Bolt and White Flare. We're seeing the Genesect finding a bunch of cards. We've seen that Air Balloon used in the previous game. And John is just really firing on all cylinders here. You're seeing how consistent Golden Go EX is now. And he's probably going to just run Cal out of this game pretty quickly. Cal is going to need to find a way to slow things down.
Definitely. Yeah, the Cypher Maniacs code breaking being played here. Lets you search your deck for 2 cards, put them on top of your deck, and then, of course, you can use coin bonus to draw them. It's always been fascinating. This effect has come up several times throughout the history of the Pokemon TCG. Players may remember Mallow, which was used with Zoroark GX. If you go way far back, you have Oracle, which was combined with Delcatty, or even Oracle combined with Old Bill to just draw the 2 cards right away. So this effect has kind of gone in and out of the game, and it's typically only good in specific strategies, but I mean, getting to search for whatever 2 cards you want is always good.
Yeah, I know Oracle was a card that was a staple of that format, but then Mallow, when that card came back around for a second time, basically never got played. Very, very rarely did we see Mallow come up, every once in a while in some Zoroark decks.
Yeah.
But
like
here,
1 copy.
right, but here, Cypher Maniac, is acting much more similarly to how the Oracle initially operated. Now John here, able to find a few more energy from the Earthen Vessel. He's got that Academy at Night in the hand. Going to prep maybe a superior energy retrieval, playing around a potential Iono from his opponents.
Potentially giving up your Chansey chance.
That is it's the risks we take here, and he's going to value hanging on to it. Okay.
This is what I'm telling you, Chip. It gives you bad ideas. But interesting to note, or worth noting, that John did specifically search out Lightning Energy to discard with Make It Rain, so that you can use that Levincia Stadium card to get them back later. So those small decisions do add up over the course of a game as well. And those are the kinds of things that you just kind of work through as you're practicing. Oh my, that's an ugly research, a rare candy. That is a card you need to get back into this game. Oh boy.
Cal does play 2 rare candy. Doesn't look like he found one. He did find a pair of Curlia.
Okay.
But it's another slow turn. He's got Technical Machine Evolution, so Gardevoir EX could come into play. But then you run the risk of that being KO'd. So now at this point, do you even go for the evolution?
I think you have to still. I don't know. You're so far behind. I don't even think his hand is very good.
Yeah, he doesn't
So
have
it's
much going on for next turn.
Yeah, so may as well search up some Gardevoir EX and hope you draw something. But this is looking ugly. Getting ugly fast.
Yeah, absolutely. John definitely going to be feeling comfortable here as he goes into this next turn. His draw for turn is another Genesect, not super useful, but something he'll be fine to discard through a Superior Energy Retrieval. He will utilize Metallic Signal, searching out that last Golden Go EX, thinning it from the deck. Obviously no 4th Gimmighoul in play. Making sure that is not something he'll draw into, and probably something he'll be fine to discard as well to some other sort of Superior Energy Retrieval.
Yeah, and that's just a bonus of the Metallic Signal. Obviously, it's great. The first time you use it, you get to search up your Golden Go EX and evolve your Gimmighoul right away. But even later in the game, just being able to search out cards and put them in your hand, make sure you don't draw them again. Especially, I don't think this version is playing these sorts of cards, but if you are playing other things like Scizor, Revavroom, even the non-EX Golden Go, those are cards you can just put into your hand as fodder to discard to like Superior Energy Retrieval. So it's giving you resources throughout the game.
A couple of coin bonuses on the bench used. That's just 1 card apiece. Energy cards, Night Stretcher being found, and the final coin bonus yields 2 cards, another energy, and that's Zacian. The Zacian EX is an interesting card to see included here.
Yep.
It's meant as a response to Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX, a card that has seen some talk leading up to this tournament. A card
It's
that
not
is
even Hop Zacian EX. It's just the regular Zacian EX.
regular Zacian EX included in this. It's a promo card, I believe.
Yeah, yeah. It's like
And
3 energy, does like 210 damage or something.
That's right.
Like that. Yep.
That's enough to KO Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX. It also accelerates energy to itself with its first attack. So not too bad as a response, but yeah, not going to be great here in this matchup. Superior Energy Retrieval, though, will be very strong. Brings back 3 energy cards this time. Can get up to 4. All John had was the 3. I think maybe he'll be content with just KOing this Monkey Dory here. I don't think he's got quite enough push to go for a Gardevoir KO.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what he would have wanted this turn, but, you know, a knockout to knockout. I think Cal will breathe in a sigh of relief, though. A boss's orders would have been devastating on this turn. Your opponent, you know, gets a big 2-prize knockout.
I wonder how vital it would have even been, though, for John to get a 2-prize KO here. I feel like he's fine to take a single prize KO, and he may even actually boss orders the Drifloon, Cal's only response here. This will keep John on those even prize cards. Now he'll be able to win the game by just KOing 2 Gardevoir EX or a Gardevoir EX and, you know, flipping heads on Chansey.
Yeah, I think even more importantly is just getting rid of the Bravery Charm. That's a resource. That's the only thing that can knock you out in 1 hit is Drifloon with a Bravery Charm. And if you just take one out of play before your opponent even got to use it, that's a huge win. Now where does Cal even get all of his prize cards? So that's honestly just as good as taking 2 prize cards because it's denying your opponent from doing the same to you.
Right.
I mean, that's a huge swing in the game as well.
Draw for turn for Cal is not a bad one. Professor's Research. That'll be 7 fresh cards. Artisan immediately bumps
We get to
that
play.
Academy at Night. And yes, indeed, Cal does get to play the game.
All right. Well, let's see what this brings. Not sure what you want to go for here. I think there is an energy on the active Monkey Dory already.
Mind Bend on the menu, potentially.
I don't know about that. That might be a little bit too late for Mind Bend. But with 2 Monkey Dory, you can Adrenabrain 6 damage counters over to the Genesect, and then a Scream Tail can hit it for 160 damage and take 2 prize cards on that. So that's one way you get a 2 prize card knockout. You know, you got a Drifloon in there with another Bravery Charm eventually. I don't know how you're getting the last one, but at least you got to start somewhere.
Maybe John benches another Genesect for you.
Sure, yeah.
Unlikely. A pretty good card to find here, though, for Cal off the research is the secret box. He'll be able to discard 3 cards from his hand and then searches his deck for one of each of the trainer cards, supporter card, item card, tool card, and stadium, adding them to the hand. And Night Stretcher can bring back that Screamtail that you mentioned. It did get discarded early on in this game, so that is the piece that Cal will need if that is the route he wants to go.
Yeah, let's see.
I wonder if he needs to go for some sort of... I mean, the stall strategies seem so unlikely, like a counter catcher on the Golden Go with no energy.
Yeah.
John would get to draw a million cards, and he hasn't put in... he has 2 air balloon left. He's only put 1 in play, so that seems unlikely.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess if you have a counter catcher, even the Screamtail isn't particularly necessary. You can just attack with Drifloon for 180.
Sure.
Plus the 2 Adrenabrains. That'll do it as well. Looks like Cal will be able to get a big knockout here.
I think he actually could get the Drifloon KO if he wants it on the active.
Yeah, that is an option. You would then be scared that your opponent's going to play a Professor Turo scenario and pick up the Genesect.
Sure. And we saw Cal in that first game. He went after Genesect as quickly as he could because he knows that is much easier for him to KO than these Golden Goes.
But, I mean, when you're this far behind, you got to figure out any way that'll let you get into the game. Looks like, all right, is going to be the counter catcher onto the Genesect EX.
So he can get this KO with the Gardevoir EX.
All right. Yeah, looks like that's going to be the plan. Try to make it as difficult as possible for his opponent to knock out this Gardevoir. Try to, whittle down some of these resources as we go along.
Psychic Embrace brings back 3 energy from the discard pile. 20 damage placed on Gardevoir for each of those energy attached. Now, of course, Adrenabrain can move that damage. We'll move 30 over to Genesect. Sets it up for a perfect KO here with Miracle Force.
Maybe mistaken, but I think there should be 2 damage counters on the Monkey Dory. I think there was a Psychic Embrace there to let it retreat.
Yeah, I do believe you're right. Yeah, hopefully we can get that sorted. That should be the case, and all the damage was moved off of the Gardevoir. None of the damage was moved from a Monkey Dory. So Cal here is actually loading up extra damage onto the Genesect, knowing that John has his own Monkey Dory. He doesn't want to leave extra damage in play.
Yeah, that is something you have to keep in mind. I mean, Monkey Dory is such an annoying card to play against. It's so annoying that even when you have it, you have to worry about your opponents.
Right.
So, yeah, we're seeing this be a more common strategy now where you purposely over-damage your opponent's Pokemon just so they can't shoot damage back your way.
It looks like we've got that Monkey Dory damage corrected. 20 damage placed on it as it should be. Looks like the first coin bonus is up here for John. We'll use Artisan first, though, thinning a Pokemon out of his deck, potentially. There is still 1 Gimmighoul hanging around. Might as well grab it out. I don't think I'm too worried about letting Cal take that odd prize card at this point.
Yep. Yeah, it does feel like John is still pretty favored in this game. If he can get a knockout this turn, he'll go down to 2 prize cards. Still have the prospect of a Chansey somewhere.
We just want to see it happen so bad, Kyle.
Yeah.
It almost happened.
Yeah, I mean, at least we got to see one played.
The ability was used.
That's true.
He did flip tails. I'm still sad about it.
It's still unsatisfying.
Gimmighoul comes down from Artisan. Now we'll see a bunch of cards being drawn here. I don't really see many other paths here for John other than just KOing this active. No real reason to try to get around this with the boss's orders or anything. KO Gardevoir EX, take 2 prize cards. But what else on turns like this do you think are valuable things for a player to do?
Yeah, it's mostly just trying to set up yourself to attack in the next couple turns. Try to thin out your deck as much as you can. And you're probably going to have to play superior energy retrieval, so it's trying to get kind of like junk cards in your hand that you can throw away to pay for the cost, but also make sure that you don't draw these cards on future turns. You're really just trying to get your deck down to kind of as small as possible so that if your hand gets disrupted, you can just not miss any momentum and keep attacking. It feels like you may need to get, this turn is pretty straightforward. You just knock out the active Pokemon. Sure. Next turn, though, you may need a combination of things, whether it's a Tool Scrapper to get rid of the Bravery Charm out of Drifloon, or boss's orders to go after a Gardevoir or something like that. So you want to get the knockout this turn, but also leave yourself in a good position to win on the following turn.
Having not played a supporter just yet, John does have options here. Boss's orders in hand and Cypher Maniac's code breaking. Now the Cypher could be used to try to set himself up for the future like we were talking about, but he's actually going this boss's orders route. What's he got in mind here?
I guess he just doesn't want to see Adrenabrain get used.
Limiting Cal's options as much as possible, maybe thinking he wants to force Cal to KO with Drifloon, right?
I mean, a triple Monkey Dory is a way that you can knock out Gholdengo without a Bravery Charm.
Yep.
So that is something to keep in mind.
And then now if Cal is forced to go with Drifloon plus Bravery Charm to get this KO, John has the possibility to win this turn with Tool Scrapper plus Boss's Orders or Counter Catcher.
Yeah.
Iono being played, though, and John did not set himself up here. There's no Academy at Night. There was no Cypher Maniac, so this is where, as John, you got to hold your breath a little bit. There is the Pheasantipity in the prizes as well, so he may be left with just a few coin bonuses to try to bail him out here. Has Cal found a way to fight back here? He's going to be able to probably pick up a 2-prize KO here, and if John does not get the win on the next turn, Cal could potentially find a way to take his final 2 prizes.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, why people find it so annoying to play against Gardevoir. It feels like you're winning the whole way.
Right.
It's like, how could I possibly lose? And all of a sudden, your hand gets disrupted a little bit. There's a Drifloon coming out. That's like, wait a second. Am I losing this game? Like, when did that happen? I was up like 2 or 3 prizes. All of a sudden, I need to draw Boss's Orders plus some perfect stuff. And then you miss. You're like, oh, I guess I lost. And that could be what's happening here. It looks like time did get called.
Yeah.
This is going to get a lot more intense.
Definitely. So Cal was turn 0. John will now be turn 1 here when he draws his card. So John, with 2 turns remaining, has 2 chances to win. This turn, turn 1, or potentially turn 3. Cal will be left to just turn 2. And if Cal can't win on turn 2, John is going to win this set, right? If you go to time in game number 2, you don't have a resolution of game number 2, the person who won game 1 is the winner of the match. So John maybe could pivot the way he's thinking about things here as opposed to thinking, okay, how do I win this turn or next turn? He could just pivot his thinking to how do I make sure my opponent doesn't win? And if Cal can't win, John is going to close out this set. Doesn't even have to win this second game.
Yeah, it does feel like in this situation, those routes are probably going to be the same.
Sure.
You can't just ignore this Drifloon. Yeah, the easiest way to not lose is just to win.
I like that.
Silly as that sounds.
Someone needs to put that on a T-shirt.
Okay, we do see a Chansey.
I think Artisan found that Chansey. John just trying to thin the deck here.
All right. Didn't expect that one.
Yeah, can't say I did either. See the wheels turning here for John.
Yep.
There. Now the Drifloon would get KO'd to a Tool Scrapper. So a Tool Scrapper KO plus Boss's Orders is John's easiest way to just win the game this turn.
Yeah, you do need a bunch of energy still. But yeah.
Yes. And that is the issue here with Cal having played Iono recently. John's left with not too much, and it seems unlikely he'd be able to piece it all together. Now, he does have Levincia left.
Yep.
He does have quite a few Superior Energy Retrievals. But not only does he need Superior Energy Retrieval, he needs cards to discard. And he's got to find them here off these coin bonuses.
Yeah, looks like he's got an Arbin in hand as well. So, Arbin doesn't really help you when you need to play Boss's Orders. What's interesting is you could play Counter Catcher before you play the Tool Scrapper.
He could play...
Oh, the ticket!
And he has the Tool Scrapper. Okay. Yeah, the Counter Catcher is definitely something he could utilize here. Counter Catcher plus Tool Scrapper plus KO. And I actually... Has he used Energy Search Pro? I don't think he has. And there's probably a handful of energy still in the deck. I think he... maybe needed to find a piece off of that coin bonus. He needed to find
Please play the ticket.
Oh, he's played the ticket.
We're doing it. Is the Chansey on top of the deck?
Is he? He's just got to hope it's on top of the deck?
Yeah.
He's not set himself up for this. Redeemable ticket. Shuffles those prize cards. Places them on the bottom. And he's going for the ticket, trying to put a Chansey into the prizes.
I got to see these new prize cards.
3 new prize cards laid out.
Oh.
No Chansey.
Ooh.
He
All right, but
increased his odds for this play by getting one in play with the Artisan.
what's he thinking? He did have Pheasantipity EX in the prize cards, though, so that was not just a Chansey play.
This is what he's thinking through. He wants Kyle. We're too focused on the Chansey, man. We got.
We're not focused enough on the Chansey chip.
Nest ball for Pheasantipity. That's what John was really looking for here. He needs to draw more prize cards. He can win the game by gusting Gardevoir, getting a bunch of energy, and KOing it. He's got coin bonus for 2. He's got Pheasantipity for 3. That's a lot of cards drawn. Does he find Lavincia? Does he find Superior Energy Retrieval? And one of the downsides here of that redeemable ticket, he actually did put the Lavincia into the prizes. 3 cards from the Pheasantipity. Does find Cypher Maniac.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to do it.
He can get the Counter Catcher. He can get a Superior. Probably not enough energy, though.
Now you can get the Lavincia off the prizes.
Oh, he would get the... Okay. You are right, Kyle. If he were to go in on this play, Counter Catcher Gardevoir, bring it to the active, use the Tool Scrapper, take the KO, take Lavincia off the prizes.
He still has a coin bonus, right?
Yeah, he does, and he could get the whole combo together here with this Cypher.
Oh, my goodness.
Does have Arvin as well. He's just going for the
just
coin.
going for it.
Let's
okay.
see.
There's a Chansey, no.
And Turo. This is okay.
What a betrayal.
I don't even know if John can get a KO this turn. Besides Tool Scrapper, I don't think. Does he have a Superior in hand? I don't think
No,
so.
he
He
does
doesn't have
not.
any energy. I don't think either.
Nope. So I will say the Tool Scrapper presents a very awkward situation for Cal. When this Drifloon goes down, he's going to have to figure out what to promote. Now, you might say, oh, obviously he sent out Monkey Dory.
He does have Energy Search Pro in the deck.
He does have that, yes.
Yeah, okay.
But it's going to present an awkward situation. You would say, oh, I'll just send out Monkey Dory because it gives up 1 prize card. If you do that, I don't think he has a way to close out the game. It looks like, oh my, is he actually going to try to strand the Gardevoir in the active spot?
Brings it up. He did just check Cal's discard pile. He's promoting his own Chansey, and he passes. This is what I was talking about. He doesn't have to set himself up to win. He just has to set it up so that Cal cannot win on this turn. And looking at the discard pile, there are no Psychic Energy. There's 5 on the Drifloon on the bench. There's 1 on the Gardevoir.
Only 1 left.
There's only 1 left, so he needs to discard the 1. He needs to attach a Darkness Energy from hand to retreat this active. And then he also needs to find a way to take 2 prize cards. I think John has possibly found the route that leads to him winning this set, even though he would not win game number 2 with this play. He's locking up the set.
Whew. Yeah, trying to figure out what Cal could possibly do here. Needs 2 prize cards. Yeah, the number one thing is you need to be able to move the Gardevoir. I think he might just be locked. One of the ways you would win is by a 3rd Adrenabrain, but you need to attach to the Gardevoir to retreat it.
Right.
You only have 1 Psychic Energy, so you need to attach to the Gardevoir to retreat. So he might just be locked out.
He also has to discard a Psychic as well. Like, he has to discard a Psychic and attach, right?
That part's not easy either.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a way to do it in this hand currently. Earthen Vessel will find the 2 energy cards, but he doesn't have a way to discard them from his hand currently.
I don't know if there's one in his deck either.
I don't know. No, he's got 2 energy in his deck. It's a Darkness and a Psychic.
Well, I don't know if he has a way to discard them.
Oh, sure. Yeah, is that an Ultra Ball there? Maybe not. And even if it was, I don't think he has a way to find it.
And if you play Iono, you only draw 2 cards. You couldn't Ultra Ball.
And you wouldn't. Yeah, he's putting the energy in his hand off the Earthen Vessel here potentially. Or if he leaves them in the deck, and then Ionos, he can only draw 2 cards, can't draw a way to discard 1 and attach.
That's it.
And Cal cannot win. We see the fist bump. John Eng doesn't win game.
Well, we've seen the fist bump, which means we're getting into that Swiss round number 8. Dario is kicking things off with a Hoot Toot and also has a Nest Ball already available. And that's all you need to get going, Mike.
Yeah, that Nest Ball will be hopefully finding a Fan Rotom, maybe even looking to try and find a Terra Pokemon too. It depends on the rest of that hand, but a deck check will be happening for Dario now, as there are lots of important cards in this deck. One of the hardest decks to prize check for because you have so many one-offs throughout.
One of those prize cards that I spotted, actually, was the Gravity Mountain Stadium card, which is a one-of within Dario's list. And that's one way that even a Flareon EX can reach into a Gardevoir EX by reducing the hit points by 30 into Stage 2 Pokemon. So that's definitely something that Dario has to take note of and come into his thinking of how he's ever going to deal with Gardevoir EX throughout this matchup.
And that prize check will be looking for the energy cards, of which there are 5 different types in this deck, something that is only really possible in these Crispin-based Noctowl engine decks, as it allows you to search for 2 different energy cards and put them onto your Pokemon. Well, one onto your Pokemon, one to the hand. But it's really the key part of this deck and how you can accelerate. But that Fan Rotom will be the target of the Nest Ball. An incredible card with a Fan Call, allowing to search for 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less.
Yeah, the Flareon Evolutions toolbox is definitely a high maintenance deck. But from just one ball search, a Fan Call can really get you access to all sorts of things. Not only can it help you grab additional Hoot and Noctowl for a following turn, but also, as we can already see, you can grab your colorless Eevee here as well. And with already, I believe, a Terrestrial EX in the hand for turn 2, that's setting Dario up very nicely to unlock his Jewel Seeker.
Yeah, normally that Fan Call, you're happy with the 3, it's got you more than enough. But this is one of those decks where you'd greedily like 4 or 5
Almost,
if you could, as there's so many of those 100 HP colorless Pokemon you'd love to get out and put into play. But a solid start setting up for Dario, and Consta on the other side, staring down with that singular routes, and we'll be hoping to stabilize just as well. And this matchup is one that I know you mentioned before when talking about Flareon EX. Why is this such a significant matchup for the Flareon EX deck?
Well, it's one of the few matchups where you can't hit a crucial weakness, and weakness is one of the main ways that Flareon can take one-hit KOs cleanly. So the fact that a Gardevoir EX can stick around on the board, provided it's healed with its own Monkey Dory throughout the game, is one of the main downsides of the matchup. And of course, when Consta is also opting to have a couple of single prize attacking threats, they can also reach on these EX Pokemon very cleanly. So it does feel like the advantage right now might be slightly in favor of Costa, but also bear in mind that Dario, with the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX, might be tipping that scales again to make it a little bit more balanced.
And for those of you who tune in every year for the World Championship, you might recognize Consta top 16 in the previous 2 Worlds. That is an amazing achievement, especially in the era we're in now. There's so many players making it to these events. Another player notable for having a sibling that is also very good. It's something that we see quite a lot in our TCG. You know, Consta and Yuho both having amazing success throughout the last few years, and definitely helps when it comes to testing and improving as a player.
Having a testing partner in your own home is definitely a handy thing. It means you can just throw some poke whenever you feel like it. We are having this opening deck search for Consta here. These players will be familiar with each other, not sure how familiar they are of each other's lists just yet. That would be one thing to bear in mind, because getting down multiple rolls is going to be really important. Consta may be thinking about Wellspring Ogerpon. He may also be thinking about the threat of a Sylveon EX. There's so much in range of a Flareon toolbox that you have to really prepare for a number of different game plans that your opponent can employ against you. So trying to navigate your board with how you search these Pokemon with this opening Nest Ball is going to be vital.
Well, as we find those prize cards, just noting them down in the notebook, great way to keep check of what you've got. And especially in these high-pressure moments, it's easy to forget halfway through. You take a few prize cards and you're thinking, hang on a minute, what's in my discard, what's in my hand, what's in play? And you can't really prize check later on. So able to just keep that memory out of your mind and allow you to keep referring back to it, as another Ralts will be making the field. And it's key in these matchups, especially knowing what we know of that Wellspring Ogerpon. You do have to make sure you keep plenty of options available just in case your opponent is able to dismantle your board in one turn.
Yeah, Consta may be thinking that just getting second Ralts down puts him in a fairly good stead. We'll see the rest of the hand, whether or not there's any supporters to come alongside this. Obviously, something like TM Evolution is a great sort of turn-ending action that you look for, and it looks to be an Iono here being thrown down. So we can see an additional 6 cards, and also, crucially, putting one of those Noctowl that Dario searched on his first turn to the bottom of the deck. There's no guarantee now that there's going to be Jewel Seeker action on turn number 2. So it's a great pickup, and actually a great 6 cards here from the Iono. We see the Psychic Energy and TM Evolution, even an Ultra Ball in the hand as well. So looks like a great grip here from Consta. This will be the Evolution straight away here to end the turn.
Well, with it being the active Ralts, will just be the bench one, as you can only evolve your bench Pokemon with TM Evolution. But having that singular Curlier in play will set up Consta for next turn. But there is a world where Dario could win this turn. As we know, that Wellspring Ogerpon is in the deck, and that's going to be the Nest Ball to find it. You can see the anticipation for the turn, just planning it fully out.
Like, there's Terra Orb in hand. That can get our Terrastal EX Pokemon. There's an Ultra Ball already. There's Nest Ball for the Wellspring Ogerpon as well. There's so many options here. Dario just has to map it out, because with 3 Hoot in play, we could see Jewel Seeker into Jewel Seeker into Jewel Seeker. And that could certainly be a way that we can find access to a switching option, a Crispin, as well as a Sparkling Crystal. That's what we need to access here for a Torrential Pump turn 2 victory.
For you guys at home, I'm sure you're thinking, hang on a minute, that's not meant to be in this deck, but that's where Dario has stood out in this tournament. That singular card has been opted to be played, and it's moments like this where it could come in clutch. There is that Stellar Crystal to be able to reduce the attack cost. You also have the Crispin, so it just has to find a way to do all of that in this turn. But there was one prize card that could be notable in this moment, is that Professor Turo's Scenario.
Air balloon that we can search still, Mike. So
that would be able to chain the Noctowl. I don't know, there's something there that could be missing. It's just got to work it out now. Dario trying to solve it all.
I think Ultra Ball, Noctowl, and then one Noctowl can Jewel Seek for another Noctowl, and then you're getting one extra item for the price. And straight away, we're searching out the Wellspring Ogerpon. We've seen nodding, we've seen a bit of gesturing here. Whether or not we can piece it all together, it is definitely a few Jewel Seekers to get there. Getting rid of one Hoot here from, this is the Ultra Ball now. Also going to get rid of a Nest Ball. Is it possible for Dario to make it happen? We know we have access to a lot of the deck here. Wow. See already the Air Balloon. Constant just sort of eyes darting. Yeah, a second Ultra Ball. We haven't actually... we need to Ultra Ball for a Noctowl here, because we've grabbed the items. Yeah.
So just checking.
Ultra Balls for the Wellspring, and he's jumping a step forward here, but we will be accessing these item cards.
You can tell with these moments how easy it is to skip ahead, because you have to chain so many pieces together, and that is why this Jewel Seeker is so powerful. Able to get 2 trainers with 1 Pokemon ability there, and you can see the Ultra Ball plus the Air Balloon, just making sure to go through it correctly, and that will allow the free retreat. Now another Ultra Ball, but this is where the amount of cards in hand starts to be a question. Have you got it? And that's going to be the Jewel Seeker number 2.
Crispin, Sparkling Crystal, Mike. It's all there, nothing in the prize cards. We know that that actually spells the doom for Consta. All he has to see is that there are 2 energy remaining in the deck, so that Crispin can get the extra attachment. And there it is, a turn 2 victory for Dario. The fist bump comes down. What a way to win your first game in round number 8, to book your spot. For Consta is that there's plenty of time remaining to change your fortunes. Leads out with a Lily's Clefairy EX. It does kick off with an Earthen Vessel. It's going to be discarding 1 Jellicent EX. It's going to be the first search of the game, but of course getting access to early energy drops, not only fantastic for getting them in the discard pile to pitch early, setting up your Gardevoir EX, but in this case, when you've led the Lily's Clefairy EX, why not start attaching to that Pokemon anyway? You know you're up against a deck that utilizes Area 0 Underdepths. That means this actually can be a good attacking presence, Mike.
Yeah, interesting start. You don't always want to start a 2-prizer as Gardevoir. And also looking to start by going first, as you mentioned, that would be a potential adaptation here for Consta as he goes into that first deck search for energy, but really want to be getting the Gardevoir going as soon as possible, because as we all know, Gardevoir is one of the most powerful decks we've had in the Scarlet and Violet era, and it is due to that on-board presence of everything you need to continually attack turn after turn. No cards from hand needed a lot of the time. And so if you can get the Gardevoir in play, this matchup heavily swings in favor of Consta.
A couple of awkward prize cards there. A couple of research, which is never great to see, but also some of your one-off Pokemon. The 1 Frillish, in addition to the 1 Mew EX. Sometimes Mew EX copying a Flareon EX is a really efficient way to take a response KO, copying that Carnelian. Even though it's a 2-for-2 trade, sometimes it means that you can do it with very few Psychic Energy discarded, which can be appealing. Consta is going to take a few notes here, jotting down those cards that he doesn't have access to. And you have a couple of those Professor's Research prize. There's 3 copies within Consta's list. That is a little bit awkward. Got to see if he's got a hand on any for any future turns to see if he can get into this game.
The Terapagos EX on the other side, and another interesting starter being 230 HP, making it quite tanky when it comes to something like Lily's Clefairy attacking into it. Now, what makes Gardevoir so dangerous when it comes to these attacks and leaving things on board where they've got HP remaining is that Monkey Dory can always finish them off. And I think that's something that Consta has to think about, is how to navigate the matchup where you can stay ahead, disrupt, and use the Iono, which is so powerful against the Noctowl engine.
Yeah, it's actually beneficial oftentimes to keep damage around on the board, to play around Pheasantipity EX and just deny your opponent from draw power. I really like the attachment to the active Lily's Clefairy. It makes Dario think twice about how he wants to commit to his bench Pokemon. Typically, the Flareon loves to just go as wide as possible with that fan call and grabbing all sorts, as we see some prize cards for Dario now.
Wow.
Also prizing his copy of Mew EX, and many of those pieces. There is one EV EX in the list and 2 different regular EV. So the boosted evolution currently in the prize card, so that only has access to 1 EV right now, Mike.
Yeah, that's going to be tough, and the ability to evolve in this matchup is key. But then also that Wellspring Ogerpon is now an option to think about. But going second, everything changes. The flow of the game is now completely different. As previously, Dario could attack on his first attacking turn. Now has to wait a few turns, which gives Consta the space to start going.
Yeah, the only real attack you could launch here would be an Assault Landing, maybe a Corner, something like that in the best case scenario. And that's not great when you're staring down a Lily's Clefairy EX, because that can easily just Full Moon Rondo into you, and the 70 damage isn't really that relevant. So it doesn't look like Dario's going to prioritize much of an attack here. Instead, he just has to try and still develop a good-sized board, but also be aware of that Full Moon Rondo damage to not allow your Terapagos to get too damaged.
Well, the deck check just being completed here, also important at this event. I think that's one of the things that stands out with the top players compared to the rest, is how diligent they are with their deck checks and the ability to play differently based off of those prize cards. And we mentioned the EVX and one of the EVs in the prizes. That is going to completely change the lines Dario has to go for here, as that Fan Rotom Fan Call we mentioned before has been completed. And there we see the singular EV, a Hoot Hoot, and a Noctowl.
The good news is this doesn't look suspicious, to be honest with you. This looks like quite a traditional fan call, to be fair. So there's no warning signs being sort of triggered right now for Consta. It's a fairly routine turn, to be fair. If Dario does want to stay safe, he could just manually attach to the Terapagos EX as well in the active position and just sort of set that up for a future turn, not allowing Consta to start chasing down that EV straight away. We know that with a rare candy Gardevoir, we could easily see a Scream Tail attack, or if there just happens to be a gusting effect, even the Clefairy could get involved.
Yeah, that Terapagos, a great attacker in its own right. Double colorless for a unified beatdown, 30 times the number of benched Pokemon in play, but you cannot use it on your first turn, so unable to attack with it at this stage. So Dario going to be opting to attach to the Eevee on the bench, and now it's up to Consta to try and race ahead with that board.
I don't think it's a great hand, Mike. I see Pheasantipity, I see Night Stretcher, is that Counter Catcher and Artisan. This is going to be a really weak turn. The Artisan can search out an additional basic Pokemon. It's going to be a backup Ralts, of course, but I don't think you're going to see much. I believe we can Night Stretcher for a Psychic Energy that we pitched with Ultra Ball last turn and just swing with Full Moon Rondo for as much as possible. It's really not ideal. As we said, with so many supporter cards in the prizes, just not having access to one straight away is really going to hurt Consta.
Yeah, previously Gardevoir had Refinement Curlier, so was able to set up the board and draw consistently with that trade, whereas now it's so reliant on the supporters to continually see cards or knockouts with that Pheasantipity EX. So now we'll just be going for the simplest route, which is to attack with the active Pokemon, manually attaching, something we often don't see with Gardevoir. But on this occasion, it has started a bit of an attacking race, putting plenty of damage on that Terapagos, now 90 HP remaining. And a return attack here from Dario will be possible thanks to that ability to go nice and wide with Area 0.
We're kicking things off with an Artisan from Dario now. This might be showing off that there's access to no additional EV, but just finding more Hoot Hoot is also really reasonable. So again, Consta still sort of none the wiser about the situation that Dario's in based on those prize cards. But there's already a Terrastal EX in the active, so Jewel Seeker is live. Means Dario has access to all sorts of different attacking threats here.
Yeah, just off the arts on that Hoot Hoot. Now we'll be using that Jewel Seeker ability. Needs a Terra Pokemon in play. Thankfully for Dario, started the Terapagos. Often used in this deck to be an option for a single Pokemon, a basic Pokemon that can be put in play. Otherwise, the Evolutions, the Flareon and the Sylveon, Leafeon, they are all great options to have that Terra part of the ability created there. So the Noctowl Jewel Seeker will find that Area 0, as we mentioned. I'm sure something like a Crispin will be part of this turn. But this is where the chaining of those Noctowls is the obvious thing to do. But actually, it's sometimes better to leave the Hoot Hoots in play for future turns.
Yeah, because as long as you have access to Jewel Seeker after a hand disrupt, you know that you're putting yourself into a great position. Area 0 Under Depths allows us to expand this bench from the usual 5 all the way up to 8 benched Pokemon. That's not only going to be great to allow Dario to get even more engine Pokemon established here, but it's pushing this Unified Beatdown into a one-hit KO range into this Clefairy. With only 190 hit points, it shouldn't be too difficult. I believe there's also some additional basics in the hand here. So Dario will be getting a nice response KO here and going 2 prizes up once again.
We mentioned earlier there's 5 different types of energy in the deck. And thankfully for the Terapagos, it doesn't matter which ones. But how key is it to use the right energies in these scenarios to plan ahead, Joe?
The forward planning is what attackers do you still need to have access to throughout the remainder of the game. So you're trying to pull out the least impactful energy in this case, or ones that you have more within your deck even after using this Crispin. So grabbing a grass, grabbing a water. It also threatens a Crown Opal, interestingly enough. I don't think it's that fantastic, but it could be something you go for. Actually, we're going to swap out for a Fire Energy in this instance. Both are still going to go onto the active Terapagos EX here. So we're really looking towards that Unified Beatdown as the main option right now. Dario is just going to sort of keep up with that pressure. And we'll also be putting down a Pheasantipity EX here, which sets him up quite nicely when there's a damaged EX Pokemon. Or are we going to hold the Pheasantipity here? Just doing some beatdown math right now.
I think does need it down to be able to knock out the Lily's Clefairy, just to get that 210 damage. Just to get it over the threshold, and as you mentioned, a great card to have in play for future turns.
Right.
They're knocking out your Pheasantipity, they're not knocking out your attackers, so you can often keep swinging afterwards. And on this occasion, I think Conster's going to be looking at his board and thinking, hang on a minute, last time I was here and had 2 Ralts in play, they both got knocked out, and now there is a new option to play around.
Oh, it's only a Gardevoir.
Flip the script, though, to get back into the play.
Yeah, Pheasantipity EX is the lifeline for Conster. 3 big cards from Flip the Script.
Oh, a rare candy there.
Rare candy gets us into the mix. There's plenty of Psych Energy in the discard pile. That's a huge pickup from Conster, who's now reaching over for his discard to see what he has access to. He's still in this, Mike.
Just about.
Yeah. Does seem to be hanging by a thread, but at least you can maintain the prize race. See a manual attachment onto Gardevoir EX. You are going to have to still Psychic Embrace twice onto the Gardevoir, putting it in range of a Flareon EX. Typically, you love to attack with the Gardevoir when you combine it with a Monkey Dory to offset some of the damage you're putting on yourself. But in this case, it's a real downside. Will Conster opt to use the counter catcher here or just take the prizes in front of him?
It's a tough call here.
Yeah, we know the Terapagos can't reach on the Gardevoir very comfortably. Taking a single prize knockout is always okay when you have Monkey Dory that can sort of mop up prizes later. He's sort of shrugging, though.
I mean, one thing he has here is he knows there's some good cards in those prize cards. So if he takes a big knockout, increases the likelihood of seeing one of those research of the prize cards.
Yeah. I feel like the Eevee is such a big threat, though. You could always punch the Pheasantipity EX as well. That is an option that can help you in the future. But like you said, those prize cards are so tempting. He's going to take the 2 here, Mike. And I think it's exactly what you highlighted. We need access to those supporters. And we have fortunately found a Professor's Research and an Arvum for the next turn. Dario doing some bench management as his only Terrestrial EX Pokemon has been knocked out. So he has to once again reduce his bench size down to just the 5 before promoting his Eevee. But we know exactly what's in his mind this turn, Mike. A response KO with Flareon EX looks so powerful.
For sure, and that counter catcher as well, such a powerful resource, as you only have 2 gust options in this Gardevoir list, the counter catchers being both of them. So if you use them early on, you then limit your ability to take out the bench Pokemon. As that Mew EX coming down now, and that promoted Eevee now has a fellow Eevee to help evolve later on. That was something that definitely changed that decision for Consta. He had to think about getting rid of the final Eevee as the draw off the flip the script does find the Ultra Ball.
Everything, yeah. Ultra Ball is all you need in this deck. That's the wonder of Jewel Seeker. Getting access to your Noctowl gives you access to your entire deck with a combination of 2 trainer cards. That's going to be plenty for Dario. Has access to Crispin plus Terra Orb, I imagine, is a good combination here. Depending on how many cards in your hand, you might want to keep going lower and get additional Jewel Seeker, but keeping more Hoot around on the board, as we've said, Mike, is always handy. And Dario quickly going down to just 2 prize cards remaining, taking the only stage 2 off the board in rapid succession is looking great for him here.
Yeah, it's important to note that that knockout on the Terapagos also allowed him to discard the previous Noctowl and was thankful that the EVX came off the prize cards as the Terra Pokemon to replace it. So a lot of things going well here for Dario. Game 1 couldn't have gone more perfect with that early quick knockout with the Wellspring Ogerpon. Now having to stabilize and play the actual game. And I think it's important to remind everyone at home that this is a tough matchup for the Flareon EX and friends. And this is where we are seeing how it's always possible in those tough matchups to find a way back in. As the Crispin is played, fire energy required, and the water energy, which
is in the deck. Yeah,
is in there.
Past it, so we have no issue. I believe there's also one in the hand, which is the only reason for Dario to pause here. But still going to opt to take those out, slam them onto the active Flareon EX. The Carnelian attack deals 280 damage, and this Pokemon can't attack during the next turn, but that's not an issue for Dario. He has plenty of ways of pivoting this Pokemon around. Right now, it's all about taking out this Gardevoir, and he's got to be licking his lips, being 2 prize cards away, especially when Consta's been forced to put his Pheasantipity EX in play. That's something that's much easier to reach.
And this knockout, so important. Typically, Dario would be using a Gravity Mountain to reduce the HP of that Gardevoir, but in this case, the damage left on it through its ability, the Psychic Embrace leaving 4 damage counters there, meant it was in rage, and that knockout from the Flareon puts Consta back on the back foot as the singular route promotes itself to the active, and flip the script is going to be clutch here for Consta. Needs to find everything on this turn, and nothing in that, but we do see there are a lot of supporters in that hand, lots of options.
I think it's clear that he needed Iono here, and that's been found, which is huge. We have access to Counter Catcher, Iono. We can bounce the Area 0 Underdepths with our Artisan here. You're still going to need a lot from these next 6 cards, or 4 cards, I should say. But you can at least try and put yourself out of range of losing on the spot. And honestly, Consta's that far behind right now that it's going to be vital. Maybe even spying a Bravery Charm for one of your benched Pokemon here. An Artisan out something like Monkey Dory and then put a Bravery Charm on it. Artisaning out one of these basic attacking Pokemon could be useful as well. Trying to get something like Screamtail in the mix can be a great way to make a big comeback happen. Well, trying to counter-catch Trap and start Screamtailing away the benched Pokemon.
Frillish, if it was able to get in the active and attack, would be great, but in the prize cards, so Consta really struggling here to take the game away from Dario. Just 2 prize cards left for Dario, and with a juicy Pheasantipity X in play, that's definitely in range. It really just does come down to this disruptive turn. This is what Gardevoir does best. It gets behind and it claws its way back in with disruption. Counter Catcher, Iono combined can often be enough to get you the turns back into the game.
And we're going to need some heroics. I believe Consta has to play Iono here to feel confident that he's not going to lose on the spot. Ooh, wow, debating the Professor's research. Feels so risky. You already have the Counter Catcher to try and make a trapping play. You're not going to even play the Counter Catcher here, surely. It's got to be an option for you.
Well, I guess it resets the Flareon, right? You've got so many things to think about here with that Flareon with the 3 energy already powered up, ready to go.
No rare candy combination found from the 7 cards. Consta trying to make the statistically best play to find what he needed. Sort of shrugging, though, just evolves up into a Curlier. Dario gets to hold his 6-card hand as well for next turn. You've got to feel like that's dangerous. It's going to be a pass. Dario, can you sculpt together the final game-winning pieces? We either have to move this Flareon EX in and out, as well as getting a gusting effect on a Pheasantipity EX, or we can look to try and, again, find an Area 0 Underdepths, open up our board and get a Wellspring Ogerpon to take a 2-prize KO.
Yeah, and those two Hoot that we mentioned before, keeping them available, it's so key at this stage, but it can easily fizzle out as a deck. Any of these Jewel Seeker engines can just disappear, especially with a bit of disruption. On this occasion, no disruption, but, you know, are the options there in hand? That's the question.
There's already Sparkling Crystal. There's already Knocked Out in the hand. Jewel Seeker getting an Area 0 and a Ball Searching card doesn't quite get us there, but perhaps, again, if we can grab one more Ultra Ball, we can get a second Jewel Seeker, and that can still get a means towards a Ball Search card plus a Crispin. If there's enough energy in the deck, that's going to be the game here, Mike. The first Jewel Seeker gets access to an Ultra Ball for a second Jewel Seeker, as well as the Area 0, which opens up the bench. Then we're just Nest Ball Crispin away from the game,
So
provided we have enough energy still in the deck.
Similar scenario to that game one, but now as the closing play, the Area 0 coming down. There's that Ultra Ball you mentioned, and this is the key with this deck, and it's why it's so hard to play for many players. You're competing across a long day, and this is round 8 now for Dario, having to continually make these genius plays as you tutor out everything you need every turn and can chain them into these wonderful moments. Noctowl again, Jewel Seeker, looking for that Crispin and Ball Search card.
I see 2 energy, Mike. I see the Wellspring right at the back of the deck. That combination will be plenty. Nest Ball, the Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon EX into play. And we can Crispin out the final 2 energy. In addition to the Sparkling Crystal, Consta can already see the writing on the wall. Here we go, the last 2 energy in the deck pulled out. Dario taking the fist bump, taking the game, booking his spot into phase